Welcome back to another episode of The War Room. We are the pregame show for the OCC. We're going to get you up to speed with all of the action that you're going to be able to check out in just under an hour. We have Flake, Admirable, and Ollie casting all of the action. We do have a couple little special surprises for you this time around. We're going to have the return of the experts panel. So it has been a little while since we've had both Darkness and Bubbles on the show today. Bubbles does have a little bit of a different look to him, but don't worry, they are still experts and still going to run you through a lot of what's going on in the game today. The other little treat we have for you is we know in the past we've had some technical issues getting all the players' signals and hands and games all combined into one for your viewing pleasure. Fear not, friends. 1939 Games has gotten a new workaround. They have been hard at work putting together a very special spectator mode so that we can watch both players, all the games, all the hands. You will have all the action right in front of your very eyes a little bit later today. Now, let's dive into the bracket so that you will see exactly who is playing in today's event. So here you have the bracket. The play-ins happened last Sunday. We had Charlene representing China win, and then what I believe is a first, Cyril representing Indonesia. I believe this is the first time that Indonesia does have a player in the OCC. So there you have the bracket. We've got J King against Charlene on top, John PX against Apologize on the bottom of the bracket. We have No and 5 and Cyril going head to head with XY and Hui Hui going in that last matchup. So as I mentioned, you're gonna have Flake, Admirable, and Ollie calling all the action. But before we get there, let's get you up to speed with the KARDS esports scene, the new recent mini expansion, and a little bit of insider news about the upcoming mess hall brawl. Let's go over to the experts panel with Darkness and Bubbles. Bubbles, Darkness, welcome back to the experts panel. It has been a minute or two since we have had you both together on the War Room, so I'm excited to have you both. Unfortunately, Bubbles is having some camera issues, so we have this static image of him. I actually think this might be an improvement on what we normally have. Darkness, what do you think? I'm a big fan of this personally.
I'm a fan of this picture. Yeah, I agree. This is maybe an improvement. Not
Perfect. Perfect. The best part about it is Bubbles let us know about 30 seconds before we went live that those headphones are not Bluetooth and not actually connected to anything. Anyways.
Whoa, you've blown my cover here. I was going to blend in. I was going to look like I was casting something. Look, he's got headphones on. He must be mid-cast. You come in here? I'm going to have to take a new photo.
I was just trying to bulldoze you and give you absolutely no opportunity to defend yourself. Good on you, Bubbles, for getting a word in. But let's segue very naturally into KARDS because we are quickly approaching the end of the year, and that means the KARDS World Championships. So we've got the qualifiers going on right now in game. We obviously have our pre-qualified players beginning to be established. How do you currently feel about the KARDS esports scene and how it's shaped up this year? Bubbles, since we kind of skipped over you at the beginning, let's start with you.
Yeah, I'm really excited actually for the rest of the year of esports, but also what's already happened. We're seeing the introduction of spectator mode, meaning we'll have no more sort of issues with players' recordings of their gameplay and things. We've got the World Championship in client this time, which means it's gone from being open to like 200, 300 players like it was last time to literally as many people want to. It's from a couple hundred to literally billions could join if they wanted to. Mm-hmm. You know, get your nan out here and get her set up on KARDS, and we'll look forward to seeing her on the World Championship. So yeah, it's been a great year for esports so far, and it looks like the rest of it's going to be pretty darn good. Going to have the meta chucked up a little bit with this new expansion. Very excited to see how this takes into account, because I believe this is the first tournament with the new expansion in effect. So yeah, I personally am very, very happy with it so far, and I'm really excited for the rest of it.
Awesome. And we will get to that expansion momentarily. But before we get there, Darkness, what about yourself? How are you feeling about the cards esports scene so far this year?
I am very happy looking at the card esports scene and seeing the scene itself evolving. The last World Championship was great. It was a lot of fun. I was part of it. But due COVID-19, nobody was able to fly to Iceland actually. So everything was online. And the Chinese player were very, very strong. This was a little rough for the Western community. But over the year, all of these tournaments improved. Like the Cards Open recently got a higher price pool and changed to another website so the Chinese player can participate as well. The Cards OCC tournament got changed with new rules, and overall, more and more players are getting into the competitive scene. 1 year before or 2 years before, there were fewer people very strong and recently high in the ranks, taking the money, but more and more people are closing the gap, getting better, training more, forming new teams. Team Radiant Gaming is gone. There's a new team looking very strong right now. Team Eastern Bonds. And of course, Chinese player never sleep. uh, they are getting more and more of the into the competitive scene too. So I really like this evolution of the cards esports scene. Looking forward to see the spectator mode. Looking forward to see an actually show in Iceland with viewer and maybe better organization and local production. I'm I'm just glad I'm part of this.
I mean, I think both of you hit the nail on the head. So much has evolved throughout the year. The changing of some of the rules of tournaments, the spectator client, the actual World Championships happening in person in Iceland. COVID pending, knock on wood. But there's so much going on to just refine the experience. And at the same time, you both touched on something really important. And I guess I'll kick it back to you, Bubbles. Talking about the change to Smash.gg and having more of the Chinese community able to participate, the fact that the qualifiers are open within the client, so more people again can take part in the essentially biggest tournament, the most important tournament in cards. Bubbles, do you think that allowing more people to participate is going to be key to the growth of cards as time goes on?
I certainly think for most tournaments, allowing it to be completely open to everyone makes everyone feel like it's a lot more fair. There's none of this, oh, it's the same people every time, which I've seen
Mhm.
people complain about, oh, there's this and that. If it's open to everyone, it's fair game to everyone. You had an opportunity, you got to work at it. You got to do your best, get in there. And I also think we'll see certain kinds of players who maybe aren't so aware of these sorts of things, sort of finding their way into it through their own means, just through the client. Maybe people that don't like to use the cards Discord, they don't like to check out Twitch streams on cards. And now there's a way for them to access it, which is far more easy for them. And I do think we're going to see some competitive players who are old school players that no one's heard of, because we always talk about these new people, but there's going to be old school people who we're not so familiar with because they didn't really have the ways of entering these before, and now they do, which I think is going to be a lot of fun. And I'm excited to see sort of who flourishes and who grows new roots in this.
I think that's a great point as well. We talk a lot about the cards community and we're talking about, the Twitch streamers, the viewers, people who are in the Discord. But I think in cards and just about any game, that's a small percentage of the actual player base. A lot of them just kind of play casually. You've got mobile on the horizon as well. That tends to lead to more casual players, things like that. Yeah, and maybe they just don't know some of this is going on until they load up the game and go, oh, here's my chance to qualify for the World Championship. So over to you, Darkness. Do you think it's the same kind of thing where this is just an opportunity to get more players involved and that benefits cards in the long term?
I think it's a better chance to allow more player to use it and to try. Currently, we have maybe 50, maybe 100, maybe a little bit more of player who recently play these tournaments, and of the whole cards community. This is a you have a cat there.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
cat seems to think it's dinner time, so she wants to be a part of the experts panel as well. Sorry about that.
So this is a very small part of the cards community, but it is a small part of the cards community, and if we allow more player to get easy access to this, maybe it's not 0.01, maybe it's 1% who will actually try this. And if they are having a good time and maybe thinking they are able to win some money and getting engaged, this will attract more people. And this is only a little rock, but this little rock can get more rocks moving. And this is what I hope for, especially looking at the next event upcoming.
Just to add to that quickly
Mhm.
before we move on, because correct me if I'm wrong, I believe you've auto qualified for the World Championship, Darkness, so you don't have the pleasure of slugging it out in qualifiers. But there's another side effect here, which I forgot to mention earlier, which is when you're a high end ladder player, you're very used to a certain meta and certain cards being played. But when you're suddenly dropped in against opponents who are running cards you've never really thought about or seen before, they can actually surprise you and take you off guard. And I think the meta is going to be changed instead of from the high players affecting the low players meta. It might actually turn around the other way, where we're going to see cards which have been, brushed away and seen as just terrible. I've lost these cards in the qualifiers, and I've now reflected on these cards and changed my mind on a lot of them. So I feel like there might actually be a certain element of the lower skilled players showing the higher skilled players, hey, this is how you play cards. You've got to learn from us now.
I completely agree. Currently, only a very few players are playing in the highest meta and the highest ranks in the tournaments. If more and more people will get into there with different playstyles, different views, they will test more and more decks and figure out what is maybe better working. And this will change the meta just because more people will play and test these decks. Remember Artillery? This was 3 months early this year. This deck existed for half a year and nobody figured out how to do this until suddenly some player made something and the product destroyed the meta and was an S tier deck for 3 months. And I believe a lot of cards, a lot of decks are unknown, although they have the possibility to being played in the highest tiers.
And I think when you talk about it, you look at, let's say the ladder meta and the high tier ladder meta, and then you look at the tournament meta, and those two can be different. And then, you have people who do get dropped in and they bring something that's been working for them wherever they're at on ladder, they're playing a bit more casually. And then it's, Bubbles, you said it yourself, right? You end up in a situation where you start to line up against the deck, and all of a sudden these cards you've never seen before are being played. And it throws off your whole game plan because in your head, you had certain matchups planned out. You knew what you were going to do. And all of a sudden, this surprise factor can really change the direction of the event and the direction of the game you're playing. Speaking of new cards and things like that, we did just have the Legions expansion Uprising come out that added 53 new cards to the card pool. So, Darkness, let's start with you. Just in general, broad strokes, what do you think this expansion has done to the meta so far?
This expansion did definitely something. A few strong cards were added to the client. For example, Gebirgspionier, äh, Gebirgspionier 95 or Gebirgspionier 95 as a German 1K Alpine unit. As soon as I saw this card, I knew this is strong, especially for aggro decks like J aggro with Germany or Fast Heinz with Japan. And maybe this is making Alpine again. And indeed, people like No and 5 were playing a lot of Alpine decks on the meta. Archetype what was completely useless for about 1 year. So I think this was the biggest effect at all, but there were a few more interesting ideas. For example, buffs to Intel, buffs to Japanese control with Banzai, the new German envelope, the countermeasure, I believe, looking powerful as well. And with the new Churchill tank, Brit control as well got a new little buff. So this a lot of decks got some buffs, and I don't think the most popular deck next to Heinz got a buff, Soviet control, but these were overall only little changes with the new expansion. I'm expecting soon an patch, and balance patch, who's looking at the strongest current deck lists like Fast Heinz and Soviet Control.
I think that when you have a smaller expansion like this one, it's nice to see it, support some lesser used cards, lesser used archetypes to be able to kind of elevate some of those. And then to your point, Darkness, maybe a patch comes down later and sort of balances some of the top end out. What about you, Bubbles? Do you agree with that assessment? Any other thoughts about the expansion?
Yeah, for the most part, I agree. I think there are a few cards which are being slept on already, which is to be expected. But I feel like certain cards are going to come out in play when archetypes show them off. There's Uprising, not the expansion, but the card itself, which in a long game, this is like a to the last man that Japanese have. I had an Uprising do 14 damage to all units on board the other day. This card can really pack a punch. But then there's also cards I've seen people talking about Second California a lot, which is, I believe, pretty dominating in draft and not so full collection ladder. But then I think there might be some combo decks out there, maybe with this new Polish Sherman. You've got this guy that makes tanks cost less for the Soviets. You got this guy where when things move into the front line, it gets pinned instantly. I think there might be some really fun and cool combo decks that are just waiting for Scout to put up a stream.
That's sometimes a part of something like an event like this going on a week after the expansion has been released. You don't have a full, a good chunk of time to really test everything out. So you go with things that are maybe a little bit more standard and then sprinkle in some of the new cards. Now, I know we sprung the deck list on both of you maybe 30 seconds, and that's being generous, before we went live here with the experts panel. So I know you haven't had full time to analyze them or anything like that. But, based on what you've seen, do you think there's been a big impact from Uprising? Or do you think, there are some surprises in these deck lists, even outside of that expansion? Why don't we start with you, Bubbles?
I mean, there's some really interesting decks in here, some of which, like you say, are using some cards from the expansion. I think probably the most popular card from the expansion we're going to see is this Pioneers, the 1K Germany Alpine. I think this is going to have the quickest effect, maybe not the biggest effect on the meta, but certainly the quickest effect on the meta, where we'll see it spring into action first. And then we do see some new cards in here, like Red Devils, which is a 1-drop for USA, and then I believe we should see some other new cards in here. But there's also some new decks which don't have new cards. For example, John PX's Jagro deck, he's got Full Prosperity in here, which is a card we've seen Neon 5 use in his Jagro deck. But John isn't playing Japanese US buff Jagro, he's playing it with Germany ally. I've never seen him play this deck before. I've never seen anyone play this deck before. I kind of want to see John go far, just so I can see this deck as much as possible.
Right on. What about you, Darkness? What did you pick up on in the 30, 45 seconds we gave you to review the deck lists?
I did my best to analyze all of them. So I saw 5 people are bringing German Fast Heinz to this tournament. I'm a little bit surprised. I expected more like 7. So this is less than I expected, but most of the deck lists are aggro. And not only fast hinds, but 2 people are bringing artillery, quite a few bringing J aggro, and there is a lot of Brit air as well. Only 4 people are bringing at least one control deck, and only one person, Charling, is bringing more than one control deck, and that's actually 3 control decks. So this is another aggro-heavy OCC. As Bubbles mentioned, Gebirgspionier 95 is used a lot in all of these decks, but I think there are actually 3 deck lists who are inspired by the new mini expansion. Number 1 is J King British Poland Intel deck list, using this new card I cannot pronounce, but it's a British order increasing the cost of a noon card from the enemy hand by 2. So the deck list is a control deck list with Intel and targeting on these Intel combos and credit costs, adding to the opponent. Arlen's deck lists with USA surprised me the most because he's bringing US, Poland, a Legion deck lists with these Legion Intel mechanic and Uprising. Bubbles mentioned this card. So this deck list is targeted to have very, very long game and getting a lot of value out of the US cards with Ramp and the Legion combo. I'm looking forward to see that list. I tried to build a deck list after the last expansion, but I didn't try this with a new expansion yet. So I'm looking to get some inspiration here. And No95, who was very famous last month on the ladder with German Fast Heinz, attacking the winning streak of J King winning all seasons. With Fast Heinz, he is not bringing German Fast Heinz, but German Italy Alpine. So I already lost on the ladder against him. I know how strong he is and how strong this deck list can be. This is interesting as well and directly caused by the new Gebirgspionier to finally seeing a new Alpine deck list or a new deck of this archetype again in a tournament.
So, with the amount of aggro that we've been seeing, especially, once again in this OCC, it makes sense that the Pioneer, the lower cost cards are going to make their way into these decks. Do you think, in Darkness, you brought up the fact that most players are bringing very heavy on the aggro side, very little control. Do you think that is just a cause of the meta? People are bringing aggro to keep up with aggro, and if you bring control, you do run the risk of just kind of getting run over and losing some of those matchups pretty quickly if, let's say, the draw doesn't go your way and you don't draw what you need to kind of slow your opponent down.
I think these people are bringing aggro because the aggro lists are overall the strongest deck lists at all. I tried to counter that in the OCC qualifier, and I lost to Surreal, who is participating here, because I couldn't beat his aggro list. I faced his aggro lists with my anti-aggro control lists, and I lost 2 times. So I think I just bet on the wrong horse in my qualifier, and these people were not. They are just playing the strongest decks overall, looking at especially J aggro, Fast Heinz, and Brit Air. Very solid, a lot of aggro potential, and the ability to just overrun your opponent. And some older or new deck lists with the kind of low budget deck list from John Pix with for Prosperities, J aggro, and maybe artillery again. And I saw in other US German aggro deck lists. So this is definitely the main part because these deck lists are the strongest. I'm very interesting if the tech matchups, for example, control from apologize or these experimental new deck lists with Legion, Ramp, and Intel and Alpine are able to stand against the common meta decks.
And so, Bubbles, would you typically agree with that? That people are playing aggro just because, hey, these are the best lists available right now, and I don't want to risk running a control list that's just going to get run over? Or is it more just the aspect of, hey, I need to out aggro my opponent because that's what everybody's bringing to the dance?
I think Darkness is right in the sense these decks are really, really strong. But I do think there's a detail which people are missing on this, which is the fact that aggro games are faster. So if I've had a week to test an expansion, I can do so many more games on aggro than I can on control. So people
Mhm.
tend to favor playing aggro when a new expansion comes out because they'll play 10 games on a control deck, not have much success, and they've used up most of their day just to play 10 games on a control deck. And they'll scrap the deck. But you'll play 10 games on an aggro deck, take 5 minutes, you just rebuild it from scratch. So I feel like when a new expansion drops or when a new sort of balance change drops, people typically go to aggro. And then slowly over time, control decks become more and more tested, more thought out, and they start to creep back into the meta and start to take over again. It's very rare that we see control decks come in at the start and stay strong from the start. I know Ari, when when the Polish first came out, he did a great Legions control deck. It was super powerful, and then a week later it was gone, and no one has played it since. So it's very rare that we see people stick to control when an expansion first comes out. Generally, people like to play aggro because they can get more play testing done.
That's actually a really, really great point, Bubbles. That you have a limited amount of time, so you want to get the most bang for your buck, and a lot of times that just involves playing a whole heck of a lot of aggro. It's the same reason why you typically see a lot of aggro on ladder as well, because hey, if I've got to grind games, I might as well grind some quick ones and try and move up my score as quickly as possible. Well, before we get to my favorite segment, as always, is picking the winner of the OCC, I want to chat briefly about the upcoming Mess Hall Brawl Bootcamp edition. We're about a week away from that. Bubbles, you and Darkness are both participating. Bubbles, you're paired up with Amaz. Have you already started your training? How's it going? Do you have any insight into your strategy? Obviously, I don't want you to give away the farm with Darkness here, but you have any little insights as to what's going on in Camp Bubbles?
So me and Amaz managed to get off to a slow start because I thought I was waiting for Amaz to pick a time. Amaz thought he was waiting for me to pick a time. So we've kind of just sat here both staring at each other, waiting for the other person to pick a time. We've now only realized that we're both waiting for the other person, but I believe we have a date locked down for when we are practicing. So we're going to be, don't get it wrong, we're going to be ready. We're going to have practice. We're going to be coming in hot. Um, and obviously, my strategy is going to be bringing resistance, Soviet Italy, KV, OTK, and I think the third deck is going to be the autocannon baby combo deck that Scout likes. So I think these are the strongest decks in the meta, and I think all of my opponents should bring these decks and prepare these decks because really these are going to be the dominating decks. And if you don't play these, you're foolish. We're totally not bringing like Jagger and Heinz.
Sometimes the best strategy is a little duping your opponent, maybe some misinformation. We'll
I don't
never
know
know.
what you're on about. I
Yeah.
don't know
We'll
what you're
never
on about.
know. I mean, we'll know next week, but we'll never know. Darkness, it seems like Bubbles is having some logistical issues on his side. But what about yourself? You're paired up with Tia Beastie. How have you gotten on with the beginnings of this whole training period, getting ready for the mess hall brawl?
We already had a nice call to get to know each other, and this was very pleasant, but we weren't able to get into cards yet and start the actual training because we both were busy. She with her studies and I with my work, but she already started to play some cards and reached rank 15 from 0, what is great in my opinion. And we made a first date for the training, and that's tomorrow. I think tomorrow at 5 p.m. CST. So maybe the OCC is still going, but Sir and I, we will start tomorrow practicing, and we have a full week to prepare against Bubbles resistance and baby combo deck.
So do you think, Darkness, because we've already established what Bubbles thinks is going to be popular at this mess hall brawl, but given the fact that you've got, about a week to prepare, but yourself and all of the coaches have, very strong partners who have a long pedigree in card games, so they should be able to pick things up pretty quickly. Do you think this is going to be kind of a typical meta style tournament? Do you think sometimes aggro decks are just a little bit easier to learn, so there might be more of those. What do you think kind of that mini boot camp meta is going to look like? Without giving away your secrets, of course.
Give away your secrets.
It's not a completely meta tournament style because Scout Shout is involved. He will bring some nasty combo decks, and nobody will even think of in the beginning. So this is one very big unknown factor. Looking at Flake, he is a caster, and only looking at the OCCs, he definitely got the decklist available, and I think he will bring the standard meta stuff. I don't expect him to bring his own decklists because he's not as crazy as Scout. I'm a little bit worried about Bubbles announcement bringing resistance and baby combo. Because I know he can bring decks like that. Yes. So he caught me a little bit off guard. I expected more meta tournament stuff earlier, but maybe he's just going for the fun stuff. So this tournament will be very, very mixed. Definitely.
Well, I'm excited for it. I think there are some of the best personalities in and out of cards that are going to be participating. So it's going to be an absolute wonderful time. But before we get there, we've got the OCC to deal with this weekend. So it has come down to be that time. Bubbles, who is your prediction to win this weekend's OCC?
It's really difficult because there's a lot of good players, but I'm going to go with John PX. And I think it very much relies on whether this Jaguar Germany deck with full prosperity is good or not. Don't bait me, John. Don't trip me up like this. I'm putting all my marbles on you. You got to give it back in return.
Right on. Darkness, over to you. Who is taking this one home?
That is so hard for me because this OCC is really interesting looking at the participants. For example, J King, he probably won the most tournaments overall. Is there Hui is here too. He won the last OCC, got third before, got second before. This man is incredible, successful in OCCs. XY got second last time. He is definitely here to win, to get the first place as well. And John PX is definitely a recently strong esport player as well. These are the favorites. I'm still undecided between picking a favorite or an underdog.
Gotta pick somebody, Darkness.
Yeah, okay. I'm going with XY. I'm going with XY. I'm impressed by his deck lists and his recently play styles and success, and he's bringing some favorite decks of me, so I'm going with XY.
Awesome. I was going to go John PX as well, Bubbles. You stole my pick. I think carrying off the momentum of the Open, I feel really good about it. So I will go to my default pick. I will pick J King, good old Canadian boy representing Canada. That's where I'm going with this one. Thank you both so much for taking part in the experts panel. It was great to have both of you back. Thanks again, Darkness and Bubbles, for taking some time and sitting down with us in the experts panel. Bubbles, extra kudos to you for staying very, very still that entire time. Now, I know I mentioned during the panel that we're getting towards the end of the year, but fear not, there is a whole heck of a lot of cards action still to come. We're talking about the Mess Hall Brawl Boot Camp going on the 25th. That is next weekend. A heck of a star-studded cast that are going to be participating. You're going to have that pro-am vibe. So you're going to have your pros. You've got Bubbles, Flake, Darkness, and Scout teaming up with Amaz, Alias, Trump, and Taya Beastie, all of which are very well known in their games of choice. So you're going to be able to watch these events. You can check out every single game on the players channel, so on Taya, Amaz, Alias, and Trump's own Twitch channel. But if you want to catch all the action, you can still check out KARDS' official Twitch channel. You're going to have Ollie, Admirable, and Spoos jumping around from game to game, making sure you get all of the action. We have the Mess Hall Brawl coming up. We also have one final cards open. So if you have not had a chance to participate yet, we have one going on in November where $1,500 is on the line. It is a true open. Anybody can jump in and participate. And finally, there are a couple more OCCs going on. $1,000 prize pool there every month from now until the end of the year. Speaking of the end of the year, what happens at the end of the year? Well, the KARDS World Championship happens, and that will be a top 4, theoretically, COVID pending, happening live in Iceland. So fingers crossed for that, but you still have a chance to participate. You can still qualify, jump in to the client, and you can get all of the details. Qualifiers will be going through October until the last weekend, where we're going to start with that knockout phase. So again, tons and tons of cards action all leading up to that World Championships and a lovely Mess Hall Brawl going on next weekend. So stay tuned for all of that action. But first, we have this month's OCC coming to you live with Admirable, Flake, and Ollie.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another Officer Club Championship. My name is Ólafur Hrafn Steinarsson, also known as Olikrummi, and I'm joined here by Flake and Admirable, our dynamic casting duo here. How are you guys doing on this fantastic day?
I'm doing very well with my one-syllable name that pales in comparison to this tome, this tapestry of nameage that you've got going on.
Pretty fantastic. I just, my name is misconstrued for a much different reason. Yours is people just omit a letter from my name. I'm going to be omitting lots of letters from your name. Ollie has told me he's totally okay with me saying Ollie. He understands that I cannot use Icelandic language at all. But wow, OCC. Let me tell you what. I have just been so impressed with how much progress that the KARDS community has been making in terms of its tournament approach. I feel like the decks look super clean for this particular event. We're seeing a massive participation from China this weekend, and I'm so excited to see how these decks are going to battle. We have had new cards come out in the meantime. Decks are looking cleaner. The play is looking cleaner. I'm super impressed with KARDS recently, Ollie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super happy to hear that, and I think I definitely agree with you. I mean, we talked about this during the last KARDS Open, which was, probably one of the kind of sickest tournaments we've ever seen in KARDS, just in terms of everything went into the 5th game of best of 5, and it was a back and forth slugfest. The games were kind of a little bit more control heavy, and we got to see a little bit more skill on display, and I think that's kind of where we're trending in general with this competitive scene. Is we're getting more and more players that are bringing more and more unique perspectives into the mix, and I think that's just giving us a healthier and more entertaining competitive scene. So I'm absolutely there with you, and today is no exception. We're going to be seeing the top 8 players from KARDS face off today. We're going to be watching all of the matches as they unfold, best of 3s all the way until we get to the finals and third place match. Those are going to be best of 5s, but let's take a look at the bracket to see what we have in store here today. Starting off at the top of the bracket is going to be J King 7 taking on Charlin 1805. Charlin having made it through the play-ins, I believe, taking on J King there at the top of the bracket. John PX. John PX has been having an absolutely fantastic month of tournaments. Doing back-to-back opens and showing up to the OCCs and just performing extremely well. He's going to be taking on Apologize, and Apologize is a newcomer in the competitive scene. Haven't seen him around a lot in the past. No in 5 versus Cyril Morrigan. No in 5 becoming a staple here in the OCC. Cyril Morrigan, we've seen him around for a while, but he's now in the top 8. What can he do when thrust onto the big stage? And then finally, that is Hoi Hoi versus XY. I'm almost there with the Chinese names, but is this XY going to be versus Hoi Hoi? Hoi Hoi being our most... So I've been told that winningest isn't a word, but I'm still going to use it. He's the winningest Chinese player in KARDS at the moment. So an extremely, extremely exciting lineup here. And as we get closer and closer to the World Championship, these performances start mattering more and more. You're throwing down the gauntlet. You're signaling that you're here to play for the World Championship as well.
I mean, these are top-tier players, and they've basically shown their way through to where we are today. And like Admirable mentioned just a moment ago, the decks seem very clean. They're gone are the days of just who can convert on their artillery decks the cleanest or the fastest, who can tempo those out, who can curve those out the most efficiently. And frankly, some of these decks are very creative. You still have a lot of those standard elements we see from the very dominant archetypes like ramp and such. But I mean, there's a lot of these decks that I've been playing with over the past week, and just some surprising lists that I don't want to say came out of nowhere, but it's like, wow, this is surprisingly resilient when it comes to facing off against aggro, facing off against control, against ramp. So there's some very unique lists that I am eager to see play on the highest level here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, let's not waste any time. Let's start by reviewing our player profiles, getting to know these players a little bit better. Starting off with the season winner, J King 7. It's become a tradition here to say season winner J King 7. I believe he is the only player that has won a season in 2021, which is an insane accomplishment. He also has over 13,000 matches and sporting a 67.47% win rate, which is obviously just insane. Favorite card, Night Witches, and he is has well been known for his Soviet play for a long time, but definitely no slouch in the other main nations as well.
Yeah, I mean, you had mentioned, John PX and him having kind of a hot month here in recent tournaments. Like Jay King, it just feels like just hot tournaments in general. Like, how long has he been playing tournaments? Well, that's how long he's been winning for, is what it feels like. Jay King, certainly, I would say the favorite coming into this event, just given the recent performances that are on resume.
And just the work ethic, man. I mean, he puts in the work, and he does it in a smart way. And he sets his sight on number one every month, and he gets it. And he has been the staple of the OCC scene for quite a while. So he has, as a tournament veteran, has more experience than anyone. On the other side, his opponent, Charlin 1805, hailing from China. He's coming in at a slightly lower number, however, still a high number, 9,551 total matches, a 61.37% win rate. But as we've talked about, above 60% win rate over almost 10,000 matches, you are insane. You're an insane player at that point. And he finished the season in 23rd, but made it all the way through the play-ins and secured himself a spot here in the top 8. So he's definitely coming here to play. Favorite nation is Britain, and he apparently really likes to ramp.
And in this case, I mean, let's be fair, you're finishing at 23rd, you're facing off against the first place finisher. I mean, there's a little bit of an intimidation factor, but I mean, if there's anything going for him, it's momentum and it's confidence, because you came in at 23rd, but you busted your way through the play-ins and you beat some pretty good players on the way up. So if there's anything that he can rely on, it's the fact that, I've beat players that were better than me from a statistical standpoint, from a finishing, a ladder standpoint. So what does the first place player really mean to me? Yeah, he's the top dog, but I've already beat players that are better than me, and that's just another instance where I can prove my worth right now. These new players are going to have to dethrone some of these stalwarts in the process, and this is just another one of those cases.
Absolutely. And I mean, a lot can be said about having to play the play-ins, right? A lot of people see that as a huge disadvantage, but I think, if you get through the play-ins, you're getting super valuable mileage on your tournament decks in the current meta just the weekend before the tournament. And that's something someone who's guaranteed in the top 8 isn't getting, right? So they're going to have to take their ladder decks and make them work in a tournament. But talking about decks, let's jump on over and take a look at what Charlin 1805 is going to be bringing to the table here today. Starting off with this Britain and USA deck. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about this one?
I'm super excited to see, this one. We saw that the War Machine was on the favorite card for Charlin, and that is going to be very much apparent as you take a look at these deck lists. And, I mentioned that I felt like the ramp was looking a lot cleaner. When you look at these deck lists and kind of see how the ramp is distributed, there's a slight variation in what's going on, and that tells me that you have planned this and you have run some calculations and tried to figure out exactly what cards you need and why you need them depending on the matchup that you're facing. For War Machine is the base, but then In Hour of Need and War Bonds is what you're taking a look afterwards. And when you look at the way that the threats are distributed on the top of this as well, it's very clear what the plan here is. It's to get ahead in terms of credits, it's to then deploy some giant threats, and then as soon as you have multiple threats stick to the board, it's to threaten rule Britannia for the rest of the game. And your opponent is going to have to pay attention to this. If they cannot pressure you out early in that game, they're going to have a tough time, I think, defending the pressure, as they're going to have to pay close attention to that life total and how that rule Britannia can actually work. It's very easy for that card to absolutely dominate the game if you have the timing of it right. And so that's what I'm looking at across the board here for Charlin's deck, is how the ramp is going to function when you're facing up against a particular matchup.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I mean, looking at the curve there, you see quite a lot of big threats for him. 11 cards there, topping off over 7 credits. And that's going to be a whole host of big boys. Next deck up here for Charlin. He's definitely liking the US of A, bringing a Poland ally here in this one. Again, quite a few 7 credit cards and above, but a slightly lower curve here, and slightly more focusing on the Plan West and potentially doing some Legions shenanigans.
So, I mean, the Legions in Plan West is what I was talking about when I was saying about how some of these decks can really just stick to the board and become really, high tempo in a short amount of time. Something like Plan West. If you can drop some, if you can get this to curve out really nice, perhaps support some of those Legions, the ones that can boost themselves when you're playing Intel-related cards, getting them out there and, but buffing them up right away, this puts some pressure on your opponent to not just answer them as soon as possible, because they don't know how big they're going to get on the next turn. It's not a very reliable scale if you're facing off against this type of unit, because it's not that it's just going to get +1/+1 at the end of the next turn or the next time you have to deal with it. It could be +1, +2, +3, depending on what your opponent's going to be jamming out there. Nonetheless, it's certainly a card that needs an answer, and with Poland as an ally, that tempo can really just pick up. Board development in a hurry is something that they can do, again, with you got the 3x war bonds in there, the war machine, so you're going to have some money to play with here. You're going to have some credits in your pocket to really stretch out your turns well beyond what is typically allocated to you.
Yeah, I also have my eye on some of these new cards that are here, with the mass deployment being my main feature of this one. Mass deployment, as you see down in the 10 credit line, deploy 3 U.S. units to your support line with total cost equal to your credit slots. This is one of the, I'd say, most interesting and most intriguing cards that I can see in terms of ramp process, is the idea of extending your credit line above 12, so that way you have much more massive threats that can come out of this mass deployment card. This to me feels like a card where, when you're looking at that end game, you have a decision. Do I use these excess ramp cards, or do I need the pressure right away, or do I need the defense right away? Mass deployment, I feel like, is going to be one of the most interesting cards that we have in this particular event, because of how much threat it can generate and how much defense it can generate, but that the timing of this generation is really what's going to be key and paramount for this card. It's extremely powerful. It's capable of winning the game completely on its own. What it needs is time.
That's absolutely true, and this is the first time that we see it in a tournament setting, so extremely excited to see how that plays out. Now, let's jump on into the final deck here from Charlotte 1805. It is a Soviet main Italy ally, and this one is one that we know quite a bit at this point. It's the Red Banner, Confusion, Swing, and Steal Your Stuff deck, right?
Oh yeah, my favorite. That's the one thing I love to see, is when my opponent just takes my stuff and then just blows it up with Ural factories, and then what happens? I mean, I just spent all this credits for my stuff and you're going to use it against me? That is unfair. Nonetheless, I just like to focus a little bit on Italy as the ally here, because Italy as an ally has really established itself as very much a control-oriented support system here. Double La Decima, you have the 39th Bologna Regiment as well, a couple lines for a day to take care of some pesky units that might get a little bit too big for their britches, as it were, and Mare Nostrum. And even after a nerf to Mare Nostrum, it has become a card that is still sticking around, because of the power level on this card is just enormous, as a catch-up mechanic, as a situation to just perhaps buff up a unit to create a more valuable trade that then comes back in droves in terms of HQ defense gain. Italy as an ally is such a nice little support system.
Oh yeah, it truly, to me, strikes the chord of like the mid-range deck, where are you the aggressor or are you the defender? And that's really, I think, where all of these cards from Italy really make sense. And again, they're like a tad slower than what like an aggressive card would be, but it still has the capacity to deliver that aggressive blow from it. With Mare Nostrum in particular, I will say that this is the card that highlights it for me, where it's it's giving the friendly unit +1/+1, and then also adding defense to your HQ once that unit starts to actually strike and deal damage. That can be a big factor on aggression that a lot of times you can fail to recognize, is that one of the reasons that aggression is so powerful is because it just delivers more damage quicker. And so with Mare Nostrum, it's kind of creating this artificial sense of pressure where you just have more health than your opponent because you're restoring something with this Mare Nostrum. So when it puts you ahead and you're just kind of trading that frontline presence with your opponent and striking your opponent's HQ, this card can really deliver a big difference. It can also stabilize you from when you're behind and you're facing the aggressor when you're on the defense. It has like that ability to be both the aggression and the defense that's really built in here. And so all of this, again, is generated in timing. I feel like timing is going to be one of the key factors that we're talking about a lot today, because that's where all of the presence of so many of these decks in. I really feel like this deck is truly the mid-range. It's going to decide if it's the aggressor or the defender before the opponent, I think, realizes exactly what they are going to be themselves.
Absolutely. I think all these decks are super interesting. The Soviet Italy one, probably the one that we know the best. But going to be interesting to see how it all plays out. And let's also remember that each player here has one ban for their opponent, so we might not be seeing all of these decks come into play during the best out of threes before the finals. But let's jump on over to J King here and see what he is bringing. Now, here is a very different Soviet list. A Soviet list that is focusing on supply chains, rush productions. Now, is that just the return of Artie?
Looks to me like it is. I mean, the framework is there for what it used to be. You got just on the US side, the 4 Greyhounds. I mean, to me, one of the best one drops in the game. Let's just be completely fair here. The double 10th Engineers Battalion. I mean, all the symptoms are there. And then you've got the war production, the supply chains, that whole card draw mechanic as well. Katyushas for good measure, the anti-tank guns. Let's go throw in some anti-aircraft guns as well. Ura. This is basically what we've seen in the past. It might just be a little bit different than typical, but I mean, you still have your Zhukov into the Cuban Cossacks. I mean, it's very much an old school build that is stood the test of time. I mean, J King's no slouch. He's not playing decks here that are not the best that he could possibly bring. And in this case, if he trusts that this is still good, then it's still good. You got to lean on what he believes here. And I mean, there's a reason why he finished top dog. And if you say, like you mentioned earlier, Ollie, he is a Soviet player at heart. He plays a lot of Soviets. He's great at Soviet. He is, I mean, perhaps in his hands, this is a better option than if it were in the hands of someone else.
Yeah, and to me, this is really striking the chord of, like, in terms of what I was referring to earlier in terms of very refined builds. It looks like everything in here has quite a deliberate purpose. You know, the fact that war production has been reduced in terms of its presence there, the fact that there are 3 copies of ZIS to go in here, as well as a copy of 5-year plan. To me, it becomes quite apparent that the plan here is to just kind of chip away at your opponent and then use your end game ability to kind of blitz your opponent down just by pushing damage from hand. You know, the idea for me, what I see here, is to play ZIS, play another artillery unit, and then use one of your buffs. You don't want to bog your hand down with buffs. You don't want your deck to be polluted with them and have more dead draws. It's a lot more unit-centric and a lot more deliberate, I'd say, in its timing and its approach. And I think that's quite clear by the way that the buffs have been distributed in this deck. It's not just piling them on, hoping to get a bunch of threats, and then buffing and crushing your opponent. It's timing here being a big key.
This is like the grown-up, mature version of the artillery deck, right? Slightly more refined.
Yeah, we're past the angry teen stage.
Yeah, we haven't kicked it out of the house yet, but it's still sticking around and eating our cereal. But still, at least it's mowing the lawn now.
But if we look at the next deck here that J King is bringing, this is another familiar kind of deck from the past, right? We're seeing the return of Feigned Retreat for the Japanese aggro list here. 16 1-drops, right? Now that's a lot of 1-cost cards in this deck, and you got that Feigned Retreat as the most expensive card in the deck at 6 credits, and this is a deck that we've seen perform extremely well throughout the history kind of cards, and interesting to see it again. We saw it kind of fall in favor a little bit, and just see kind of more straight up Japan burn come in, but now playing around that Feigned Retreat, it looks like J King is bringing it back.
Yeah, and I think the big one I'm looking at here is one of these new cards. Apologies for my mispronunciation in terms of not being able to accent German cards correctly, but I'm looking at the 1-cost card, the Jabir's Pioneer 95.
Yes.
This card feels like such a key card. It's a 1-credit card with a 1-credit operation cost. It's a 1/1 Alpine unit. At the start of your turn, gain 1 additional credit. Like, this is a classic card game card. It's a 1-cost 1/1 that is giving you an additional resource point for your turn. This to me feels like a major key factor to why this deck can play so many 1s and get away with it. You combine that with Feigned Retreat, and suddenly you're looking at a top-end card that lets you churn through your deck about as fast as can be possible in the game cards.
Yeah, I am super excited to see this one in action. And the final deck J King is bringing, before we're able to jump on into the action, is going to be a Britain-Poland deck here with a nice spread out curve, and a little focused on the mid game there with quite a few 3-drops.
I adore this list. I'm going to say this is right up my alley. This is a deck that I adore. It's got the elements of control, but it also has incredible amounts of pressure where necessary. Cards like, again, the plan, playing Plan West with a plethora of different intel related cards that can help you out here, as well as the KARDS, you know, that little bomber can do so much work. If you can curve this out properly, you know, you drop in the 85th Pioneer Company into a Plan West, into a KARDS, it is the dream. 1, 2, 3. That creates a double 3-3 with guard, a 2-2 bomber on your side of the board as well, and all of your orders are basically coming in at a discount. It is a list that I will say, I will be very clear here, I took to Field Marshal with absolutely no resistance because I felt nearly invincible to a degree with this list because coming from behind, no problem. Perhaps you hit a Shelling, perhaps you hit a Monty. In the same time, those are going to be coming into the discount. You continue to flood the board with all of these little guard units that get better and better as the game go on. Take the front line, pressure, and like Admirable says, just go face. Let them worry about cleaning it up, because at the same time, as you continuously pressure your opponent and build your board, they are going to have a trouble, because if they can't kill it on the first turn, it's just going to get more out of control the next turn. And cap it all off here, buddy, with a Churchill. Churchill, Lancaster, you got some big boys here. Either the Churchill comes down and just bounces everything out of the way and creates a really tough spot for them next turn, or the Lancaster just comes in and taxes their board, their hand rather. I mean, you've got options here.
Look, you thought Leopold was powerful. Churchill is like, oh my gosh, what a card. 7 credit, 5/7, tank, heavy armor, all enemy ground units must retreat. That's not fair. If your opponent is backline trying to guard their board with some big boys and really defend that way, that's not going to work. Churchill's going to shut that out, and you are absolutely going to lose the game. This is a card that forces your opponent to battle for the front line, and that's what I love. It's threats that actually do the work when your opponent is in the wrong position, not threats that do the work just because they're massive threats.
Yeah, absolutely. This deck is looking extremely, extremely potent, and that KARDS, just whenever you're playing Poland, feels like the key to everything. If you manage to establish it, if you manage to start generating those intel cards to help you continuously buff up your board, it becomes almost impossible to deal with. But guys, it is time. We are ready to start jumping into the match. Charlin, 1805, and J King are waiting for our go. And today, just for our audience, we are going to be using the brand new spectator mode. This is the first time that we tested in a live production setting, so bear with us if some potential issues come up, but everything should be good to go. We see that J King has had his Soviet artillery deck banned, Charlin has had his Britain deck banned, but apart from that, we're just ready to go into the match now, crossing fingers that everything works as intended. But as we're about to head on into this series, guys, what do you think these guys are going to be bringing into the first match, and how do you think this series is going to go?
Well, you're talking about potential issues and not to worry about potential issues. But if you're Charlin here, I mean, I got a potential issue for Charlin. He didn't ban that Britain deck. That is so damn good. I mean, at the same time, you're talking about how J King has just been this maestro when it comes to the Soviets and playing that artillery list that has basically dominated the ladder and the competitive scene for quite a while now. J King being so potent at that list. In this case, Charlin's showing that respect, just absolutely tossing it aside, doesn't want it, just knocking that right off the table, not even giving him an opportunity to show us just why J King is a master at that nation. And in this case, that just means that Charlin's gonna have to play some pretty nasty other decks that exist.
And there we go. We are into the match. J King 7 versus Charlin 1805. Match number 1 here in this Officer Club Championship. We have the flags mixed up. J King is not from China. He is from Canada. Charlin is from China. But we are now looking at 2 hands through the brand new spectator mode, and I'm so excited.
Wow, and just it's you always love spectator mode. It just feels like it makes everything so clean, and I feel like that the KARDS has truly gifted us today as we hop into it. J King's going to be going first in this game, and you can already see that this is a fantastic opening, Flake. And I know that you just absolutely love aggressive decks. I feel like I hear you talk about them more than just about anyone else on the planet.
Oh yes, they're absolutely my favorite, because why think about things when there's just a clean line directly to the HQ, as we see right here. I mean, that Panzer comes in, the Bicycle Regiment already going in and double dipping on that HQ. And the beautiful part here for J King is like everything that he's going to play from here on out is going to either buff the front line or get access to the front line. So Charlin's already feeling the pressure right now as J King's just breathing down his neck.
Well, I'll tell you what, the correct area code has showed up here, I think, for Charlotte with the 593rd Jasco at this point. Like, when you're facing on this much pressure and your plan was to turn to War Machine here, you are now faced with a critical point in the game where Charlotte says, you know what, I'm going to get more credit line by playing this 593rd Jasco right now. And frankly, I totally agree. I think that kind of suppressing a bit of this damage is very key and probably the best ramp card that's right now. J King has an offset to that, though. With this buff in the back line and Flake, I am very worried for Charlotte, and it's only their third turn.
That's it. And I mean, here's the thing, right? You're Charlotte, you got those 2 ramp cards in your hand. You've got the War Machine ×2. But what is that going to do for you at this point? Because that's just going to get you, sure, it's going to get you, to 5 credits next turn. But you don't even have a follow-up for that. You don't have, you have no way to really clean the board up if you need to at this rate. So what are we going to do? Well, plan West, I suppose, is the best way, because now you've got at least some meat in front, a little bit of little cannon fodder to come in and mop up some of this. And the tough part here for J King is the fact that those units are fairly fragile. So it's going to cost you to go ahead and push through. But take a look at this. I mean, Charlene just threw out some meat onto the board, and it was just gobbled up by J King and right back to work.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why we didn't see this Britain deck banned on Charlin's end, I would say that it's certainly something that's a cause for concern in my head as well. Like, Charlin is already having to use research here. This is the whole point of it, is to buy a little bit of defense. A very key draw here from J King. It's one of the few reaches that you have in your deck, natural reaches where you can bypass pretty much anything that's going to be out there. The damage presence is just huge. Now, J King this turn has been shut down again by the research that's done on Charlin's end here, and so it's a turn that goes for Charlin's end. J King says, "I'm going to respect the idea of response here. I'm going to try to just hold this stuff in my hand and not really think anything of it." Is this enough time for Charlin to get back into the game, though?
Well, Underground State's a nice way to go ahead and at least alleviate some of that pressure. But like you mentioned, that bombing raid that they have in hand is just a way to get around that. And I mean, here's what it is. There's the first War Machine, a little bit late. But I mean, when you're already down, the first opportunity that Charlin had to play that War Machine, he had 2 units in the front row representing a buttload of damage and was already down to 16 health. So this just wasn't going to work out. As you could see there, just direct to face it. Look at that, Admirable. I mean, aggro is just powerful, and unless you have to, unless you're absolutely suited to deal with it and you curve out properly, it is going to steamroll you.
Yeah, this is, to me, is also part of one of the going seconds that's in this game right now. It's very difficult to go second and actually fight for the board and continue to live. And I think it's one of the reasons why the aggression is so powerful, is when decks are not properly respecting the idea of going second, they just get punished to death. And that feels exactly like what's happening to Charlene right now. There's still, I think, when I'm looking at this, I think there's actually 0% chance that they can recover from this, given the scenario that's in place here. And so Charlene respects that, throws out the GG, and I think we're heading on to game number 2 here.
And this is basically exactly what we're talking about. You know what? Like, if your opponent plays tall and rampy, you play under it. And, when you're talking about the terminology of what does it mean to play under it? Well, look at it. I mean, J King, Charlin can have 100 credits at his disposal, and it doesn't matter, because J King has basically just limboed his way under all of this. And every turn that is spent to invest in the future means that J King says, all right, I mean, you're going to kill me in turn 7, 8, 9, etc. But we're not getting there, buddy, so it doesn't even matter. And take a look at this.
Yep. It's an AoE card, but you know what? It AoEs your own stuff as well. And those little destruction effects on those Japanese cards, they put that just a little bit of extra damage there. It's that little bit of extra reach, and it kind of gives you that natural presence that you need in order to defend your opponent. And I think, Flake, you hit it spot on with such an excellent point. What do you do when your opponent's ramping? You go underneath it. You need to be, it's like one step slower or 2 steps faster. That feels like the key to these kind of generic matchups that takes place in terms of their tempo. And 2 steps faster here from J King, I think, is a bit of an underestimate. This felt about like a full lap ahead.
Oh, definitely. And J King now has one of those wins under his belt. The Japanese list has gone through, as you can see, just making short work of Charlin. He had no way to catch up there, unfortunately. All the ramp in the world wasn't going to save him, and now J King is going to be relying on that British and Poland list that I have been championing for quite a while now. And I know that I've mentioned it to you privately, Admirable. I'm like, take a look at this list. This list is pretty damn strong, and now we're going to see it in the hands of a master here, and I want to see how this goes. And Charlin's got his work cut out for him here. Now the beautiful part here is that ramp list that he tried against that Japanese list, which really just got steamrolled. That ramp list is actually, in a good position against this list. J.K. needs to curve out exceptionally strong, but Charlin will have an opportunity now to actually have some breathing room. He's not going to be, facing down lethal on turn 3. So he'll have some opportunity here to use those ramp cards.
Yeah, and part of looking back at it too, it's one of the reasons that J King was able to pressure so highly is again going first, and then second was just having the right units in play. The 41st Bicycle is such a big threat to ramp decks because it is striking twice, and so if you're able to use a +1 attack on this card, it just becomes massive. And so as we jump into game number 2 here, J King, they're going to be going second in this particular matchup, a little bit more breathing room for Charlin. And I do feel like this is kind of the matchup where Charlin can afford to go second a lot more, though. You had mentioned that it's a much better stance that Charlin has in this one, playing this ramp deck, and I totally agree. For J King's side, it's all about getting a couple of threats in play and leaving them unchecked by your opponent. It's a lot easier to check your threats when they're a tad bit slower, but you do have to check them a bit more deliberately, I would say. So for J King here, a pretty strong opening hand. I'm looking at Charlin, who's completely lacking ramp right now, but there you go, an hour of need. So now a turn 4 into turn 5 plan here on Charlin's end, but that's all the way off in turn 4 land right now, Flake. We're in turn 1 and 2 land.
Oh yeah, and I mean, like you look at that, just finding the the first piece there, which is going to allow you to go ahead and just draw through and get what you need. I mean, you've got the Plan West coming in and the Aras, the KARDS rather, to go through. This is the dream. I mean, you're a turn late here, but the beauty here for J King is the fact that Charlin didn't have anything. Like you said, you need a ticket straight direct to turn 4 land in order for you to start getting those, because that hand that he drew was all big boys, all bombs. There's the first step.
Pretty strong, though. I'd hate to really cut in on this, but look at this. The War Machine there, it's not even like poor timing on this. We're looking at War Bonds plus War Machine next turn. You end up taking a pretty big hit in that era, but you end up getting a giant credit line following this up. And I feel like, I watched this full stream that you played this, Flake, and when you linked me this list, the first thing I did was to go look into this and see, how strictly this operates. And it operates pretty spot on. I'm thinking that Charlin here is creating an active response to this, though. Like, who do you feel like is favored in this scenario?
Well, I mean, if J King wants to actually close out on this, I mean, to me, when I was playing this list, the biggest threat I had against these US ramp lists was basically endgame, low, like at the end of the, towards the end. This is where I became a little bit more worried. Now I get it. I'm at a significant deficit. I have half the credits at my disposal. But if I have a lot more units, some of those big boys, like the Flying Fortress, yeah, it might kill one of my units. But if I have 4 or 5 more and I'm owning the front line, I can just continue to pressure and feel good about life. So it's a situation, I feel, where J King needs to make Charlin start thinking about removal, and sort of damage mitigation versus establishment and that kind of line. So if I'm just pushing forward, unless there's this gigantic board bounce or this huge, this huge catch up, then it's going to be a different story. But Underground State in hand, that's gonna clean up a little bit here.
I am very interested in this turn from Charlin here, where they're going to lead with Underground State. That tells me that they have like a pretty deliberate plan of funneling through to the Uprising at this point. J King knows the Uprising is there thanks to intel. The other thing that I had looked at here is it looked like a little bit of a, I'd say, a too soon of a use for it, but I was looking at Charlin's side of playing the 501st, using the We Can Do It, buffing it up to a 4/6, and then attacking as well. So you would have had a 4/2 with ambush. You would have been able to pick off that 2/2 bomber in the back line. You would have stored 3 health. You would have used your full credit line, but you wouldn't have this little unit in play in the back, threatening to get buffed a bit. Now J King knows 3 of the major important cards that are in Charlin's hand right now, thanks to intel. I feel like the 501st had a valid line there. I feel like this had a valid line there as well, because it starts to fuel the Uprising. And I think that fueling the Uprising is more of a long-term plan here that Charlotte's focused on.
Now, the beautiful part over here is the fact that this Plan West coming in at a discount allows him to play it, move the tank forward, and if he wants to, play the KARDS. But the question here is do you want to play KARDS, or do you want to address the Legions in the back row with your Honey? Because your Honey's getting a free kill there. And that's a card that can scale and get really out of hand if there's some support pieces for it. And like you mentioned, there's the knowledge of a We Can Do It. So why give that guard unit in the back any more life than it possibly wants here? But in this case, letting it live. And now J King has J-King's established his board, a couple of 4/4 guards in the back. I'm just curious, was that the correct move? Did you not want to move the honey forward and kill that guard while it exists? Because now here it is. I mean, yeah, you got to you have 2/5 guards, but you have 3, but it could have been 2 if you addressed it. J-King floated 2 credits, which could have been a honey move and a honey attack.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to me because J-King's line, it looks very, very difficult. You'd mentioned endgame being the presence here, and I feel like J-King is their endgame just isn't quite clear yet. It's very, it's clear what you have to do, delete your opponent's headquarter, defense. But how do you actually do that? How do you get these threats established and push them through? And I think that, from J-King's perspective here, it's like, well, let's not waste our resources. Our opponent has a ton of stuff to do right now. Let's be a little bit patient. Let's buy ourselves some time by keeping this honey safe for the moment. Like, why risk the honey's presence? I feel like that health is a lot more impactful than I think that my head wants to even give it credit for right now. That health, it adds up over time. This honey is not a completely irrelevant threat. Right now, it's threatening to just keep yourself alive long enough that you can continue to outvalue your opponent. The ramp decks, the reason they win is because they overwhelm your opponent at some point, I feel like. That's not necessarily happening at the moment. It could be that just J-King accidentally floated 2 creds in that one as well. It definitely can happen. Right now, J-King using shelling to try to just buy a little bit of time here. Another we can do it drawn on Charlin's end, and I feel like we're about to have a massive rumble here.
I want to jump in real quick and point out that there's a Seaborn invasion sitting in Charlin's hand right now. So all of that frontline pressure that J-King just spent his turn getting is going to be, or possibly immediately negated if Charlin wants to establish that frontline. He doesn't even have to use his backline units that are currently pinned to do that.
We can do it, as Admirable mentioned. I mean, that it's such a great card.
Wow, mobile is a huge draw here. The one thing that Charlin was worried about in this spot was value. J-King has been patiently using these resources to threaten here. Charlin picking up 3 extra cards and being able to now extend the credit line above 12. I feel like J-King has got to be worried when you see a turn like this take place when you're setting up a shelling.
Let's also mention that he just picked up 2 KARDS as well, with a trio of very robust legions in the back row there.
Yeah, let's start shipping these back.
I mean, yeah, exactly. You got to start saying, all right, okay, you go back. Thanks for coming. We were supposed to deal with you earlier, but there it is, a second one as well. That's going to buff him back.
He reveals both KARDS, so he knows that he has 2 KARDS in hand right now.
Yeah, we've hit the true intel spot, which is, let me see it. This is our hand that we're looking at.
But we got to start pruning some of these away. 2 credits here. I mean, you're going to have to get rid of some of these.
Yeah, a little bit of an ugly line here for J-King as well, where you end up having a 6/6 in the front line, just not able to attack. An overdraw from Charlin's end, not worried about it right now. You were worried about getting, again, the board presence established. But now I'm kind of I'm considering, like, I should have been tally marking this. Where's the uprising at? I believe it's at enough to completely clear out this board. And that is a big deal for Charlin's end. I feel like uprising, this is going to be one of the most powerful cards that we see being put into tournament play. This really put, I think, Poland back on the menu for perhaps the strongest ally unit or ally that you can put into place here, because it's just clearing off so much board presence when you fall into these scenarios. But again, I don't know exactly what that line is at, because we're looking at 2 of them, being pushed back into Charlin's hand rather than being destroyed from the board here. And so using this instead to push back some units and get some frontline presence here, J-King, suddenly this value isn't looking like really the presence that it wants to be. It's looking like this value is, how do I actually spend all this now?
Worth noting as well here, placement being, these small little details. The fact that the honey pushed to the left side meant that when you're doing the retreat, it's a left to right scenario, right? So it was going to be honey goes back first, and then there's no room. Both legions go back to hand, which loses all their buffs. Had it been different, one of those legions in the back row could have been a 6/4 and maintained the buffs. The honey comes back, gains some of its health back, and then the other legion goes to hand as well. But again, those little details that really factor in here, because at this point, J-King could have re-advanced with a 6/4 again. But in that case, just the fact that the honey was the leftmost unit in the front line means that it retreats first. And then there was no room left. So
the question there is the benefits consequences. Is it sometimes better to have a honey in hand? It's sometimes better to have a legion in hand. And the answer is, I don't know. This is a very, very deep game plan that you're going to have to walk through here. I'd say if either player has a clear vision of what their next 3 turns look like, at that point, you're just looking at a genius, because there's just so many variables that are taking place.
Section 2, Intel 3, again, the information is being shared over here, but the more important part is that those legions in the back row are getting buffed pretty nasty. And frankly, I don't think nobody's playing these legions the old-fashioned way. They're all developing them from Plan West, right? And how many of them have now been, have developed out of Plan West and bounced to hand and come back every time? It seems like they just can't stay stuck to the board. But there it is. The KARDS is going to just give everybody a little hat there. 4/4s all around. That is, again, a nasty, nasty combo, because that KARDS is giving you that free intel card, and is just every turn you're cycling through your deck, buffing your board, cycling through your deck, buffing your board, looking at your opponent's hand.
I have a question for you guys. The Lancaster just being pulled off the top there for J King, and with that KARDS being the only ranged unit established in the backline there, might actually be a good time to either establish the Lancaster or the B-17F, since it's going to be so difficult for Charlene to actually get rid of that. It's going to be much, much easier if he actually deploys the B-17 because of that Avenger in hand. So the Lancaster could actually be a better choice and could tax the entire hand of Charlene here.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried about the fact that J King knows that TBF Avenger is in hand right now. That's been revealed to Intel. Like, the TBF Avenger just completely counterchecks the B-17 at this point. You play B-17, your opponent goes, oh, okay, TBF Avenger. Like, that's the easiest play of their life at that point. They just get to blow up your thing and establish bigger board presence that way. So I think J King has to look a little bit more far forward there. It's mostly like, how do I get this B-17 in play? I think is what they're looking at in that spot. And so the idea to me here is to try to fight for this board and create just a bigger mess than your opponent can establish. I'd say like an ideal spot for Charlene here, though. I mean, we are seeing the history of ramp take presence right now, which is if you cannot outpressure this deck, they continue to deliver massive threats for the entirety of the game.
Up again, a free B-17. I mean, that's a nice little, feather in your cap. The fact that you selected Britain, you chose Poland as your support, and you get a free B-17 just like that, Admirable. That's a pretty sweet one for late game. A nice response card off of a barren board should it ever get to that state.
I'm worried for J King, honestly. J King has had plenty of value. It keeps churning the entire game, but who has more massive threats right now? And the answer to that typically is the ramp deck. Charlene did not get out pressured. Charlene's still sitting at 18. They have a giant backline right now, and J King is not pressuring this through. Like, there's a massive problem on J King's end where they have to find a way to push through this. And right now, the only thing I'm looking at that's really going to make a difference right now is Churchill.
Yeah, and J King, I mean, he's already gone through shelling, and he's gone through a carpet bomb, so he's kind of running out of delay tactics and ways to kind of allow himself to build up the board. The high altitude bombing coming out now, taking out that 85th Pioneer Company, but there it is. There's the Churchill.
We've lost the front line is the only issue here, but so Churchill is back now to try to establish that. Again, the heavy armor is on board with this. It's only a 2 credit operation cost for this massive unit, and there's still a value option in play for J King's side. For J King, this was the draw. This was the card that puts them into the game and actually establishes something that can be considered a threat. Now, the Churchill, it is going to get blown up in terms of their view on Charlene's end. So I think that developing here and trying to make sure that you can counteract this TBF Avenger or this B-17 that could possibly swing here is definitely something you have to think about. And yeah, that's where this commando starts to look presence to me. Is like, if we can get this into the front line when our opponent's going to play with these big threats, we now have a counter check and process. And so delivering the chip damage here of J King, finding this Churchill back in the game.
Yeah, wonderful top deck, man. Oh, that was just beautiful. Again, that's the wonderful part about these decks that start off small like legions and then just buff to the sky's the limit. Having a Churchill just to say, all right, recheck, start over. It's
reset.
Basically, it's kind of like, I used to do this on NBA Jam. Whenever I had a win streak and the computer was going to beat me, I just shut my Sega Genesis off. I'm like, nope, never happened. I still maintain the win streak. It was kind of cheap like that, but that's kind of what it says. It's just hammering that reset button. Never happened.
Yeah, pretty. I think a pretty straightforward line here from Charlene. This is one of those spots where you have to stop yourself and not autopilot. We're talking. This is we're in a tournament setting right now. This is the OCC. We're looking at the strongest players who have made it to this spot. You had to have performance to get to this spot as well. This wasn't like you got invited. You got invited because you won. And So when I look at this and Charlene takes their time on this TBF Avenger, that tells me is they're actually thinking about future lines. Like, well, wait a second, can I wait for better timing on this card? Can I get better value out of it? And the answer, inherently here was no. If your opponent plays another 4 defense unit, that's going to really cut into the success of the TBF Avenger here. But always take your time. Don't just autopilot at this point. That's not how you got here, is by autopiloting. You got here by playing really well.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to point out that there's still plenty of cards left in both of these decks, right? So even though we feel like, a lot has happened, a lot of units have been generated out of those planned Wests, a lot of units have been bounced back into hand and replayed. I mean, these players are still kind of only halfway through their decks, so there's a lot of play that's left here. And even though we're looking at a situation where it looks like J King might be slightly favored at the moment because of the pressure that he has on board with that Lancaster established, going to be tough for Charlene to take that out. I mean, he does have ability to throw it back into hand, but harder for him to take it out. I still want to point out he probably has like 15 or 20 cards left in his deck. So there's still plenty of options here for Charlene to make it back into the game or for J King to mess up.
Now, depending on Charlene's line here, there's always an opportunity where if a big boy comes out, you can go ahead and kill the legions and follow up with the Flying Fortress. That's just to kill whatever the big boy is that comes out. Being able to prune out a lot of those lower targets kind of just improves your odds that your Flying Fortress will hit what it needs to. There's the Uprising, though. That's going to do a lot of damage, man. That is the reset button we're talking about if I ever seen one. And an hour of need on top of that. Let's get to 15 credits. Why not?
Hey,
There's
what
still
I know
a
is
mass deployment.
Yeah, I mean, mass deployment is really the effect I'm looking at here. J King, they found the Churchill that put him back in the game. For Charlene, they're now extending that credit line to try to really show you what the career is all about here and why that financial situation. It truly is a tremendous measure of power when you've established that. For Charlene, 15 credits is not a joke. I'm used to being able to play these ramp decks and kind of just you get stuck at a certain point. You're like, I can only play 1 or 2 of these big cards a turn. And for Charlene right now, the option to draw 3 cards and play a big giant unit is an option, a very realistic option. And for J King's side, I feel like this board getting wiped was the one thing they're worried about. Finds the research as well, so now also has another plan to be able to establish threat in this spot. J King, giant backline, very difficult to sweep, sees the entire hand on Charlene's side. And so now for Charlene, how do you fight against this properly? Is it going to be more credit line at some point, or do you need to start battling for board? It feels like B17 is a very real thing here. Hellcat being able to fight for board as well. There's a couple different ways for Charlene to really cut into this, and this is going to be a 2-turn operation, I think.
Well, that's the problem, right? Is the fact that it's not just a couple of these legions, it's a 4-pack. And that's really difficult to actually get out of the way, given the fact that based on the intel from previous turns, you have another one of those intel cards on your opponent's side. So those are eventually all going to be 5/5s. So it might be a situation where that Hellcat might just come in now to get rid of one. You don't necessarily know where that's going to find further value. It might just have to be a situation of just keeping the board in check. But at the same time, there's still another bounce card in Charlene's hand. You got a lot of credits to work with. You can go ahead with perhaps another War Bonds, another War Machine.
More.
Yeah, I mean, you want to play greedy? Let's get greedy. Hey, there we go. War Bonds comes in again. Hell yeah! Let's play with 1.5 amount of
USA.
Really
USA.
And then with the 2 cards that you're getting next turn too. I mean, you're giving yourself more latitude to be impactful and more opportunity as well.
My gosh, what a game that's taking place here as well. 17 credit line for Charlene, J King naturally up to 12, and both players still have a full hand. And mind you, this is with a 20 defense starting health on your headquarters. We're at 27 from J King, 16 from Charlene. And I think it's still difficult to determine who has the actual edge in this spot. I think a lot of it's going to boil down to what lines they end up taking.
And the research, I mean, let's be fair, I don't think we're going down to Bletchley, given the fact that everything in Charlene's hand is it's a nice, robust, 6+ credit cost. Everything that matters is going to be pretty big. So if you're going down the research, you could probably think that perhaps synthetic rubber is the way to go.
Exactly.
I mean, I feel like for a kill shot, you've already got your opponent at 16. If you can find an opportunity to hit synthetic rubber for lethal, that might be where you're looking for that particular research line. I don't think it's going to be Bletchley Park by any means.
Yep. And so J King now, I think, trying to establish the idea of like, well, wait a second, my opponent doesn't necessarily have an uprising hand. I can see a lot of their cards. I can see how they're threatening to develop this right now. They checked one of my units with a Hellcat, and I think that this is really the proper read from J King's side. Is like, why would they check a unit with Hellcat if they had an uprising in their hand? And so he calls that out and says, you know what? I don't think you have an uprising. Let's use this threat that establishes these tiny units first and get this pressure into play before Charlin can find that other copy of uprising. And this read here has a significant chance of paying off, because right now Charlin needs to be able to fight this board presence without having to use all their big threats, because we're looking at that B17 on J King's side. He thought about playing that one, said, you know what, I'm not going to do that. There's a chance this gets popped. These units right now, if there's no uprising draw next turn, they don't get popped. Great call from J King.
Difference here is that those legions on Charlin's side don't have as much intel support as J King's do. J King has
mass deployment.
There it is. That's the one. Question here is, do you just kind of stretch it out a little bit more? I believe there's another war production in hand. You can bring that up to 18.
To at least 19 credits. At least 19.
I wonder what the record is on this. I mean, in
that
a tournament setting, we're going to know, but look at that. Huge snipe. Take care of that bad boy. That's an engine piece that would have been problematic. And
look
now
at this
we're going to come in.
Deliberate play from J King's side. Does not find the kill on the guard but has another intel, be able to pick this off. And look at the board presence on J King's side. This is massive. What an excellent call to say, I need to risk my opponent drawing uprising here, because look what's happened now. Still big threats in hand, still lots of value. Your opponent's board is cleared. They need the answer right now.
So Charlin here in a pretty interesting spot, in a very, very interesting spot. He has that mass deployment. He's also got that plan west, and he can play both, but it's going to fill up his support line. So,
I mean, that flying fortress for J King, it took out the bomber. It would have been better, I suppose, if it took out the guard. But at the end of the day, I mean, let's take a look at it over here. You're staring down lethal, because one more intel card that comes through or the synthetic rubber perhaps can go ahead and just shut the door on this entire game. I mean, a synthetic rubber on that bomber feels obscene at times. The fact that there's a 3-cost operation is probably going to hinder your turn. At the same time, I mean, you're basically, J King's thinking right now, if you can't answer this, I've got a couple turns, perhaps even more or less. I mean, to stop it.
Oh, sniped!
Wow, you needed something to get hit here besides that backline 4-4. The backline 4-4 was the only failure I think that was on this B17 here, and so for Charlin here, I think quite a significant spot for that to hit. And then also as air defense in play, J King going to be able to use carpet bombing here to start wiping this out. And then it's just proper attack first is really what makes a difference here. Air defense that's the only defense that Charlin has at the moment. This is the proper attack from J King's side. Clear out these 2-2s. Air defense hits this 6-4, turns into a 6-1 instead. And again, the threats on J King's side. And so now for Charlin, it is either get the perfect draw or it's the mass deployment coming in and really showing you what's what at this point. 17 credit line on Charlin's end. Can this get the job done?
Man, Charlin
draw.
Uprising draw!
Uprising!
Wow. Big time.
Wow! Huge draw!
And the mass deployment. He can play the mass deployment in the same turn.
Flake!
That's what you're talking about.
What on earth is J King supposed to do now?
J King right now must be just kicking himself, because he had a walk-through turn to just go in, and if your opponent, it's one of those situations where if your opponent, like you mentioned, you didn't have uprising, you couldn't clear my board before, so there it is on top of it, and this is where you have that extra latitude to really make these huge plays, because if you had 12 credits, you couldn't play uprising and mass deployment, but all that investment, all that ramp now has an opportunity to clean out the board, hit the reset button, and establish a massive amount of beef on that board. We're gonna see he's not kicking it around. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like looking to go even further down the well.
Yo, this is I have to completely disagree with this. I think that this is one of the greediest plays I've ever seen in my entire life. B17 here is unchecked. Mass deployment here is unchecked. You need to get some sort of establishment here, and the only thing I'm thinking about right now is there some sort of mathematical difference between 17 and 18 credit where mass deployment actually becomes relevant in that instance. That's the only thing I can think about that means don't play mass deployment there.
Like, it's not just that, but you're leaving 8 credits on the table too.
Well, I mean, you're going to be leaving a lot of credits on the table. You have a giant credit line here. You only have a couple cards. But the point is, you had a clear board to develop threats, and now you're responding with defense instead of being able to respond with pressure.
And wow. So was that the question is
holy smokes!
What? These are massive draws from Charlene. We're deep into the game, and they're going to show up eventually. But my gosh, the timing of these draws is massive. This could end the game.
I mean, he's gonna be ramping up into nukes, right? He's gonna be ramping up into nukes.
You have a natural ramp to it this turn. You get the full line. That's what they were thinking about with that war machine was if I draw the research. That's the full credit expenditure to completely get to this point.
There's an Orp Orsil. There's an Orp Orsil. That's gonna. No, it's Agency Africa. Orp Orsil doesn't. Oh, I thought it was steal one card from your enemy. I thought J King could potentially steal one of these cards.
So
that's what the thinking, Ryan. That's what the greed was. I can't believe it. What a brilliant play.
I mean, the greed was there. Like you said, you could go from from step one all the way to double nuke in your hand is a massive, massive gamble there because let's be fair, Admirable, if you could not do it, if you did not find that next card, look what's going on here. J King has no other opportunity but to get to the front line here because that was the detriment to J King was accessibility to the HQ. You just developed a huge board, but you need a turn to advance everything so you can start converting on this damage. Charlene just is figuring it out how to, which RNG gods to pray to, because picking up that uprising, picking up that research, everything's coming up Charlene here. He's finding the right frequency of magic to get the cards he needs. And here's the first round of nukes. Let's go ahead and clear out this board. And one of the best animations in cards. Here we go. Manhattan Project comes through. Kablamo. Adios.
I mean, it does clear, but my gosh, it is just you have a second one in hand. Wow,
he's not going to use it
on the deployment here, the mass deployment here as well. I am very curious where this gets used. Is Charlene respecting the uprising on J King's end as well? This could definitely be like a hand tracking sort of idea here, where it's just like your opponent's been holding on to something for a while that you weren't able to intel, and so it just feels like it's uprising at that point. It's like, well, my opponent really only has kind of two plays in deck, which is number one, deploy some threats, or number two, respond to stuff. And we have seen a large number of respond to stuff played on J King's end. So this could be on Charlene's side just a massive respect for uprising and trying to get it used from one specific threat and then being able to use the deployment option. Because if you look at J King's list, there is only one copy of uprising. If you can force through that, it means that your last threat has to be naturally checked.
I mean, okay. I mean, I'm looking at this now, and I'm thinking, this has the potential to go down to fatigue, and this HP that J King has gained on his headquarters could potentially help him stall this out because he has that Monty, he has that Sexton, he has a way to kind of get in your face and be a little bit annoying.
5 seconds left to make a play here too. Oh my gosh.
Oh. Calling it really close, and that's going to be it.
Just taking time. So J King here says, you know what? I think this is going to come down to the last point, and wow, what a draw. Again, on Charlene's end, all of these massive, massive cards were at the bottom of Charlene's deck. They have done this entire fight basically using a flying fortress and some TBF Avengers to get to this stage. Everything now feels like just it's super dense threat draws on Charlene's end. And, not having to use Manhattan Project, the second one is a follow-up here, and being able to naturally take this front line while J King floats a bunch of credits here and I think tries to not overextend. Very real thing that's happening here. And I think that J King is very much paying attention to deck size, to fatigue option, and trying to say, you know what, I can get my opponent just in the worst scenario possible by simply taking my time. That feels like the call that J King made here.
Question is how are you clapping back at your opponent? Is fatigue really only your option? Your only option here. I mean, Sexton
that's inevitability, really, right?
I feel like it because at the Sexton might be a situation here, but I mean, J King's got a lot of stall. I mean, you've got options. You've got a bounce card. You've got Monty. You're going down the research pool here. You're getting up to synthetic rubber territory.
Yep, synthetic rubber definitely the call. I think in this particular game.
I mean, it's the only one that actually makes sense. I mean, you're going to
in your opponent's deck when you're trying to fatigue him.
Exactly. That's just detrimental. Not to mention, there's really nothing that you're going to put back in their deck at this point because you see most of their cards. You got a 14 spot, a 10 spot, a 6, another flying fortress there.
You don't even want to put stuff back into his deck at this point, right? You want him to finish his deck. You want him to start taking fatigue damage.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I mean, so absolutely correct call here from J King, and I'm just looking at like the stall options he has with that Monty, with that Underground State. He's never going to get to 13 credits. Unfortunate that he didn't pull like one ramp card or something away from Charlene, because if he would be able to put himself to 13 credits, he could really use that B17F to a good result. Right now, it's just a kind of dead card in his hand, takes up the entire turn.
Just chip damage the whole way through. I think this is the way to do it from Charlene's end too, is to like just try to deliver as much damage as you can. I think this is a great use of just the front line from Charlene here too. Like this demonstrates like the I'd say the fundamental aspect of the gameplay, which is if your units can deal damage to the headquarters, make them do it. If you have the front line, it's your opponent that has to stop it, not you. And so when these units hit the front line, deliver damage to the headquarters. To that point, your opponent they have to defend themselves, and that kind of naturally makes the unit deal damage, and so you're kind of getting double dip on the value there.
How many cards are left? I'm curious here for J King or Charlene. I mean, that honey coming out late is not really going to pay many dividends here because there's not many cards that are left to be drawn. So it's not quite working out, unfortunately. That's a card you want to see earlier on. Otherwise, I mean, Underground State's going to come in, bounce the Legions, a little bit more board development here. And there it is. He sees it. Okay, you got another Flying Fortress. You got a Legion's like, I'm paying attention. I see what it is. And a ramp card that is... Yeah,
the 19th credit. That's got to be the key.
That's the one. That is it. That was what he was waiting for this whole time.
Everything. Yeah, I mean, Charlene has a decision to make here now. Like, I think the B17F being established and taking out that tank is going to be the safest bet for him. He knows that Legions can sprint across the field and deal damage to the HQ, and he doesn't have to take the chance of hitting the correct target with the B17.
Well, do you need to hit the tank, or do you just need to hit the headquarters? I mean, this is 6 damage to the headquarters, and I kind of just talking about striking your opponent's units versus striking their headquarters right now. When J King's sitting at 11 health here, this B17, this is threatening lethal. Wow, striking the honey here instead.
There it is. There's the uprising.
So that you can see the timing on Charlene's end. I think that when that mass deployment's not played, the reason is because of a tremendous respect for that uprising being in J King's hand, and so that I think that has to be the only reason why this hasn't been played at the moment. And frankly, you're kind of seeing still a benefit from it. This could be the last threat that Charlene has. It could develop blitz units as well. So perhaps you're trying to get a massive credit line to make sure that you can operate all your blitz costs if they show up. 593 Jasco, a little bit late here to the party.
I think the big reason why you take out the tank there is because J King is sitting on a synthetic rubber, and the tank could become a nuisance for you, right? So if J King all of a sudden manages to pin everything that you play, you don't have any hard removal, and you have to rely on the B17 50-50 to deal with a buffed up tank like that. And now he has to do the same thing with that Sexton, right? If that B17 hits the Legions in the front line, there's a penicillin on that Sexton, and that's potentially threatening like a whole host of damage.
Yeah, we're thinking that same thing from just the B17 in J King's hand, but as you mentioned, the 13th credit line, it's a very big difference of being able to use that synthetic rubber right away. And so,
J King has 2 turns here. J King has 2 turns here with that Sexton. He can penicillin it next turn and a Monty, and he can take more than half of the HQ HP off of Charlene.
And this is a lot of backlines being developed here. This cuts into the mass deployments benefit as well.
Oh,
I think J King may have found the out here, but they are also out of cards in this spot. So 8 damage getting delivered to face. This Monty going to take an extra damage here. J King saying that they're going to take out units here instead. And now this is a threat and lethal in this spot. Charlene out of cards as well. Both players sitting in the fatigue line. We're getting 2 units here from Charlene's side, but I'm curious if you have less units in the back line to form here, do you just get bigger units?
I'm also curious in this case that the Sexton took out the unit that it was pinning. So
this is game, guys. J King just won because there is not enough. Oh no! What? It's a blitz. Oh yeah, it's a blitz. The B17F is a blitz.
Yeah, I mean this to me shows that when you have a different backline presence in play, that you still just have like a massive amount of stuff here. I mean, how does J King win in this spot?
So I thought he almost won, but he didn't. Wait, yes, he did.
Well, you have that Legions, and then it's going to get pinned, or it's going to get immediately killed by air power, and then it goes to fatigue.
Well, J King is behind on the fatigue. They take the hit first. They go to 8.
Oh, but
7?
Now we're doing that fatigue math.
Oh my god.
5?
5?
Oh.
He's gonna take 4 next.
Jake does win. Yeah, no, Jake wins this.
wins. He wins on fatigue.
Yeah, this is 4 to 1 to negative.
What did I just watch, guys? This is the most. I said this last time as well. This is the most insane thing I think I have ever seen. Wow.
I love it. It's like, by the way, I didn't even need to kill this unit. It's just everything established on this one is just, it comes down to the final line. You know, Flake said it. Flake hit it right away at the start. This is going to be endgame. That makes the difference. And
Wow.
I'll tell you what, I feel like, you know, very serendipitously, I seem like a genius here when I mentioned that Honey drawing an extra card and 1 extra health being a massive difference that took place in this one. But I also have to think about damage in place here as well. You know, was there anything missed by players? So, you know, this is a game you'd have to review for hours, for days, I think, to be able to find out, you know, where you could have improved your lines of play in this game, because there's just so many tiny little decisions that ended up to clearly a critical value at the end of the game. You just impressive performances on both sides really here, and J King showing, you know, why J King's been winning so much.
I just want to pour one out for the 30 Polish units that died to create a 30-point uprising. That was just insane. Props to you guys, because that was a spectacular finish. There were, like Admiral mentioned, there was a little bit of curiosity in terms of some of the lines of play, some of the kill shots that were taken, some of the opportunities that were otherwise passed on. Like, hey, clear board, full Monty, let's go. Let's absolutely develop with mass deployment, but taking the pass, getting a little bit greedy there, and then a blown up board here. A cleanup of a unit versus an the more aggressive play, and ultimately it all came down to the that little 1 extra health that J King was hanging on to really get him there, and that was the end game. That's what happened, and it's crazy how it really came down to every single card that eventually mattered.
We talked about it a couple of times during the match, right? Like the fact that J King had managed to spin up his health to 27 could be the difference between victory or defeat. And in the end, it was. And I mean, I think like even just the last like 5 turns of this match is something that you could spend multiple hours reviewing, because there are things like, you know, if from the mass deployment, if Charlotte doesn't get the B-17F and doesn't get the blitz from it, then the way J King established his board means that he auto wins in 2 turns with a Monty. But then he did get the B-17, so that immediately like forced J King to have to pivot away from like a super complex end game plan that has to do with like, when can I block your attacks and all that kind of stuff, and has to all of a sudden start calculating fatigue damage back and forth. Man, what a display of skill. And let's take a look at the bracket after that match. Fantastic series. Jesus, I am so hyped. That was the first series of the day. Holy smokes, guys.
Yeah. Good luck, other series. Now, I'm assuming they're going to get there as well, because, you know, we still have a lot that's left in play here as well. You know, Ollie had mentioned at the start, John PX being just having a fantastic line of play this month in terms of, you know, their performance as well, really showing why their name is being known in the cards community right now. They're coming up against Apologize, who just has a brand new establishment to make here. Certainly, I would consider the underdog for this event, given what, you know, everyone here is up against right now. And then we still have some of our 2 strongest players I feel like we've been seeing from China with Huihui and XY coming up in that 4th match of the day here. It's a fantastic line of play set up here for this weekend, Flake.
Oh, it's fantastic, and I just like how the average at the end of the day, we had 1 game that lasted like 3 minutes and another that lasted like 15. So the average is still on par with a standard cards match. So that's how we do it here, friends. And like you mentioned, John PX versus Apologize is coming around the corner, which is fantastic for us. But the bar has been set pretty damn high. But I have a lot of faith that a lot of these matches are going to be equally as thrilling.
I mean, honestly, this is every single time we sit down here and do another cards tournament, I get surprised with how much more fun watching cards can get. Let's see if that continues to be the trend for the rest of today. But before we jump on into the next series, we're going to go on a quick break while we set everything up for the next match. So don't go anywhere. In fact, call your parents, your siblings, your friends, your aunts and uncles, and tell them to join us here for the Cards Officer Club Championship. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. We just got done with an insane first series, and in particular, an insane game 2, going all the way down to fatigue, seeing J King 2-0 here against Charlene 1805 in the first match of today, progressing into the semifinals. But now we are talking about an entirely different matchup. We're talking about John PX versus Apologize, and John PX has been really proving himself as a tournament competitor in the Open Series, and we now see him here in the OCC facing off against Apologize, and then if he beats him, it's going to be facing off against J King. So a pretty tough path here for John PX. What are you looking forward to in this matchup, and what are you looking forward to from Apologize? I mean, he's the new player on the scene.
I mean, it's nice to see new players just come through, and you know, perhaps there's a little bit of innovation in the deck building. Perhaps there's you know, a chip on his shoulder, something to prove, in which case, I mean, just the gameplay, we've seen a lot of these names already come through and be a part of these events many times over, so there's a little bit of familiarity. There's always fun to see new faces and how they perform, but it's going to be hard to top that first series, but I do have a lot of hope for this one, frankly, because you know, new cards have come out. We've seen some of those cards have impact already, and you know, seeing how these players have interpreted these new cards and how they want to integrate them into their deck styles, etc. And so lots to be seen here.
Yeah, I'm looking at the deck list as well in this one, and I'm just seeing completely different takes on you know, what you're bringing to the meta here as well. We do have you know, Japan aggro being introduced into this one. We do have you know, still some just, you know, like pretty strong generic, like get to the board and battle stuff here, but really just way different builds that are taking place here. And I'm looking at Apologize's list, who we're going to be looking at their player card first, and wow, I am so excited to see this one get to play.
All right, let's start by getting to know the players a little bit better, starting with Apologize, hailing from China with the most played nation of Germany. He's played just shy of 8,000 matches and is posting a 69.7% win rate in those 8,000 matches, which is absolutely insane. Favorite card is Long Range Desert Group, which for anyone that might not know, means that any British units you have will immediately kill whatever they deal damage to. An extremely potent card, especially in commandos. So maybe Apologize and I are kindred spirits. We both like commandos. Who knows? His opponent, however, on the other side, a member of the Eastern Front team, it's going to be John PX. He has just shy of 14,000 matches played, a 58.5% win rate, finished the season in 4th most played Germany, and he is our reigning Cards Open champion and already qualified for the knockout stage of the World Championship. So a tournament veteran here in John PX, meaning that Apologize has his task cut out for him. On the deck side, starting with John PX, we're going to have to wait a little bit before we see those Apologize decks you're so excited about, Admirable, but starting off here, John PX bringing a Britain and Japan deck. I believe this is Brit Air.
Yeah, and this is it looks like a pretty straightforward, you know, variation of this as well. Get some air units to the board, threaten some buffs, and keep your opponent at bay with that terms of proposal. The big one I'm looking at is Calm Before the Storm, and how major of an impact this card can have. And what I love about this card as well is that it makes your establishment threat become an even bigger threat when it actually gets established. You know, putting a couple one cost you know, airplanes down, Calm Before the Storm, and then suddenly your opponent is like, well, I really need to deal with this, or otherwise I'm going to be under tremendous pressure at this one. So pretty straightforward, a very standard take, I'd say, on this deck, and just a very strong understanding of that threats that generate buffs and kill your opponent are a very valuable thing, and showing why John PX is here battling. He's taking it seriously. Let's play the strong decks, and let's get the job done.
Yep, and we see a very familiar deck in his next deck here, a Germany-Japan deck, and we know this deck by a popular nickname, and it's called Fast Heinz. If we can swap between the decks. There we go. There we see it. It is the Fast Heinz aggressive list there with the Leopold in the back pocket. I mean, I don't think we have to go down into the details and weeds of this deck so much, because we've seen it so often, but let's just jump over into the next deck here for John PX, and that is a hyper aggressive Japan-Germany list. And as you can see from that curve, it doesn't go any further past 4 and it's pretty much just 1 and 2 drops. What are you looking at here, Flake?
Oh, I'm just looking exactly at what you're talking about, which is the credit distribution here in terms of what you're playing. I mean, it's just 2 gigantic just slabs of here's your 1 cost, here's your 2 cost, and yeah, if we get to turn 6, I'll let you have it kind of situation. But really, in this entire situation, it's just a matter of dumping as much gas onto the board as possible, full throttle, go face, and see you next Tuesday. We'll see what happens. But we've seen how this deck can operate against some of the taller threat unit deck archetypes like ramp, like massive amounts of control. Now, if there's a life gain control variant out there that can, perhaps put the brakes on this, that's one thing. But this deck really just thrives against a ramp list that wants to spend turns investing in that long game. But this deck doesn't even want to get to turn 5 if it doesn't have to. So it doesn't matter how many credits you have. Like, it's one of those situations where I'll spot you 5 credits. Who cares? Let's just get this done because I've got dinner reservations. This is a go fast deck, go face. I'm going to own the front line and we'll deal with it later.
It's like brunch reservations with the speed that this deck is at. My gosh, I mean, 2 copies of 4 Prosperity being thrown in here as well to couple with all the Fury units that are in here and, really highlight on, say, on the first Yokosuka, which is getting that +1 attack for each friendly operation unit cost of 0. And that's a card that absolutely can obliterate your opponent about as quickly as you could possibly imagine. If that thing gets the front line unchecked with its 3 natural health on this 2 credit cost unit, that thing is going to blister your headquarters down. You absolutely have to check the threats of this deck or you're done so.
Yep, and moving over to Apologize. I mean, John PX, he's bringing the heat, that's for sure. Apologize here, bringing another fairly aggressive list here in US and Germany combination. What are we looking at in this one, Admirable?
I'm looking at, pretty much just the standard straightforward US get to the front line, draw some cards sort of play here, where it's, you have the 32nd Infantry Regiment, so you have the Shermans here, but the card that I'm most excited to actually see get into combat are those Red Devils. Those Red Devils, it's a 1 cost to a 1/3 unit, it's got Blitz, it's got 1 operation cost, and when your opponent wants to target this with any effect whatsoever, including your attacks, it's going to cost them an additional credit to do so. So a very major disruptive unit that's taking place here, and a very unique one at that. You can only play up to 2 copies of this card, and there is only 1 featured in here. Its main purpose is to disrupt your opponent. That is it. It's to make sure that you can get to the front line, that it stops your opponent from doing something, and try to ensure that you're getting more front line and getting those Shermans active. If this deck can start drawing cards, it can start winning games.
All right, and the next deck up here for Apologize is a German-Japan deck. It is a fast Heinz deck. It does have the Leopold, but it does curve slightly higher than we see normally in fast Heinz decks. So has maybe slightly better mid-game potential if it doesn't get the job done immediately off the back of the first turns. Flake, what do you think about this one?
Well, I mean, Germany with the tanks, they just like to, develop quickly, get to the front line, start being aggressive. If they can own that front line, dropping in with those big boy cards, not to mention a card like Greif as well, that just allows you to operate so much cleaner and so much smoother. The single Flam Panzer, the Panzer 38Ts are just nasty little bastards, as they can really just push damage, operate quickly for free, and get the job done. If you can just establish that tank line and create a situation where it's just not efficient for your opponent to trade with them, you're owning it, and then you're coming through and just bursting through with damage. It has been a very, very successful deck. Germany, fast Heinz, I mean, we've seen this in the past. We've seen how it can be very effective in terms of its mobility, its quick establishment, its quick mobility to the front line, and just immediately establishing pressure on your opponent. And when you're creating a deck that can tempo out as quickly, can be as mobile as it is, it's a situation of, I'm just going to punch you in the face and make you pay for it. I don't necessarily want to value trade here. I just want to create a situation where it's very uncomfortable for you to have my things on the board, because at any moment I could just burst through and really make things detrimental to your success here. So a deck like this with a Leopold as kind of a kicker at the end, if we get there, I've got an answer kind of situation.
Yeah, and I really want to highlight the point that you've made there. I think a very important factor of value trading sucks being the notion here. First of all, I tend to agree with that. The second one, though, is that the value trade is it's in your opponent's favor at this point. 2 copies of Honorable Death inside this list from Apologize, destroying your opponent's unit, and they get to draw a card. This is really demonstrating the importance of tempo and how this deck wants to operate. This is such a clean focused card, I'd say, in this matchup that Apologize is going to be facing here, too. It's two very board-centric aggressive decks on John PX's side, and 2 copies of Honorable Death are trying to pick off that development that you've made and say, here, take your extra card. You're going to need it. I'm getting a lot of tempo out of Honorable Death here, and I think this is a very key card for the focus of this deck and happens to have a nice little synergy packed in for when Enigma becomes a relevant card.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And now the last list here for Apologize is a list that we know. We've seen it quite a bit. It is a Soviet Britain deck that is rocking those confusions, those partisans, those Urals and red banners, the Steel Yo stuff deck. I don't think we have to reveal, go into too deep onto that one, but I think we're pretty much ready to jump on into the games. We've reviewed this deck so many times. It is available on KARDS.com/stacks if you want to make this for yourself. So let's just jump on into the match there. The match up between John PX and Apologize. Apologize having his Soviet list banned out and John PX getting his Britain list banned out. I believe these are the bans from last time. Or are they?
In the last time, I mean, yeah, J King didn't have access to
bans,
his J King didn't have access to his Soviet Union list, and I believe on John's side, there was no access. I mean, in the past, these things happen, but I mean, at this point, Apologize, no Soviet list, so Apologize is not going to have that wonderful play that makes me so happy all the time, which is 272nd guards. Perhaps you drop a Ural factory on it, and your entire life just gets turned upside down. That whole "it's mine, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine" situation is no longer online for Apologize.
This is our unit.
Exactly. These are our units. We're all comrades here. As John PX is going to have his Britain list banned as well. Both players, I believe, are just kind of plugging into the matrix here and getting themselves ready to rock and roll. But I mean, in this case, not seeing that part of like the Soviet list is a piece of work, if I can just use a term here, because it's so wonderful to watch it happen. It makes for good TV, if you would say, but when it happens to you, it's like not really into it, not happening.
Yeah, it's a hit fictional character on the TV show Cards.
All right, guys, it is time. We are in to the second series of today here. John PX taking on Apologize. John PX having his aggressive lists to play with, and Apologize, going to be answering with slightly more control. So, wow, Mulligan, John PX doesn't want to see any of these cards. I actually question of dropping the Panzer 35T over the Whirlwind.
Well, I mean, you gotta find something, right?
Yeah, you're going second. You need some cheap cards here. So Whirlwind, I think, just being a powerful, card. It's just, stats wise, it's very efficient. Keeping 1-2 cost card to make sure that you have something to do. Looking at Apologize's side though, you're going first, and that is an early draw for Fast Heinz. This might be some quick catch up we're jumping into here, Flake.
Absolutely. I mean, let's be fair. I mean, like you said, like that very aggressive mulliganing is something that Admirable has really driven home to me. Like when we play together, he's always like, no, you need a card to play as soon as you can. And look at there, it goes right away.
Yeah.
God, what a turn two from Apologize.
Yeah, it might be too late to do so as well. John PX, I think, is in a heap of trouble here, playing a unit and just hoping that Apologize is going to find trades here, which I can tell you from my history of watching players from China is one of two things tends to happen here. Number one, they can tend to go into these states where they feel like they don't know what to do, and they start trading a tremendous amount. Or number two, they completely ignore it. They understand that tempo is real. They understand that damage is real, and they pressure you to death. And that feels like the pressure to death is exactly what's happening here on Apologize's side. John PX is in major trouble, and this is why Fast Heinz is such a powerful card.
Your goodness. I mean, you're there. You're saying it's too late to apologize. It's too late.
It is too late. Apologize. The deed is done. I mean, this game is pretty much over. There's only like a Panzer 35T in the hand there that can actually be deployed and operated. Doesn't really matter. You can trade out one of the frontline threats. Might live a quick turn to I don't know, tell his grandkids slightly more stories. But
this is going second sometimes. It just going second is very tough in this game, and I feel like it's what drives the aggro at such an idea is you need to be able to be super aggressive. When Apologize has a hand like this, this is just the nuts draw. These are decks. The reason you play these decks is because they can draw this way. This deck was drawn this way, and John PX is going to have to win 2-0.
I mean, off that very aggressive mulligan, I mean, John PX needed to have mulliganed into about 5 extra credits, frankly. Like, that was the only way to do it. There was no other way. There was no card that was going to save you in that case. As you see there, Apologize finding basically perhaps what could be considered the nuts draw in that one. I mean, that first turn fast lines or second turn fast lines coming through. Let's get to the front line and just jam an immense amount of actual substance there for you to digest. And you not having anything early to establish for John PX, it was just lights out from turn 2 onward.
Yeah, I suppose that you could have had the second copy of the come into play to the front line whenever you take it, the Befelswagen. Like, if you have a second copy of that, that's pretty much the only thing that can make that hand better at that point. And that's why Fast Hides is such a powerful card. You take the front line, your opponent is not challenging your threats. Fast Hides secures it.
4 turns. 4 turns. Impressive. Well, I mean, if there's a silver lining here for John PX, is that he'll never have to face that situation in this matchup again, because that was a tough pill to digest in that case. My goodness, that was a tough one to swallow. But John PX now is going to be facing against that US list that we're talking about with Apologize. When it comes to tempo, and like you mentioned earlier, Admirable, establish, go get to the front, draw cards, and just continue to, pressure.
Looks like we have such aggressive players here in this matchup that they didn't even wait for us to set up spectator to start the next match. They just immediately started it. So we're joining us here on turn 2 here for Apologize. We missed the first turn, but it looks fairly straightforward. The Combat Engineers being established by Apologize, the Panzer 2A being established by John PX. And now we're all cut up. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, this is the adrenaline from Apologize for having the draw, and the frustration of John PX's side from having to face that draw. That's how the players jumped into this one so quickly. For Apologize here, again, kind of demonstrating the importance of tempo and the understanding of it as well. Playing a 1-cost unit and then playing a 2-cost unit. Not worrying about the value that you can try to get from this 2-cost unit. This 2/3, if you have the front line, it puts in a unit back into your opponent's hand. It's a very powerful unit. However, having a 2/3 body in play, that's also a very powerful unit. When you look at this card and think to yourself, would I rather this bounce a card or would I rather just put a 2/3 into play? Yeah, 2/3 into play sounds a lot better to me.
But look at this situation that he created now, because at this point, by putting that unit on the board, he's created a situation where John PX is either saying, all right, you can move that unit to the front and prevent me from getting the bonus of the attack bonus from me moving to the front, which means that you can only establish another 1-cost and not a 2-cost. So either you stay in the back row and establish a 2-cost, or you move forward and sort of weaken what your establishing play would be. And I could perhaps follow up here. But it seems like, in this case, there's the 4 of the Emperor moving forward. Hey there's double beef.
Yeah, the Befelswagens were in the hand, and that's what I was looking at. I saw 2 of them, and what a swing from John PX.
Big play, but still pretty good, strong establishment here from Apologize's side. You did prevent some damage to your headquarters there. You put a little bit of chip damage on your opponent's units. There's an opportunity here to fight back. Now, Apologize. One of the issues I'm seeing with this hand at the moment is that patents in hand and we can do it are in hand. These are things that synergize with having cards. You either have to have the cards in play or you have to have the cards in your hand, and neither of those are the case right now on Apologize's side. So I'd say this hand is a little bit worrisome, although you do have First Marines in hand, a very valuable unit when you're trying to fight in positions like this. Patton is hoping that you can draw a 32nd infantry regiment as quickly as possible, I'd say, in a spot like this. John PX certainly with the advantage right now, but having a Leopold in hand, it's a long time before you can cash in on the value of that card. So we're still in a game here.
32nd is a great way to just go ahead and not only just thin out your deck, but actually establish something that can fight early. Fight often.
Especially with Patton. Whew.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a nice way to just go ahead and clean up a potential nasty board. And whenever I'm facing down a Germany tank list like this that likes to get that front line early, I'm always just so worried about cleaning up, owning the front line and cleaning up as many tanks as possible, because I know that eventually if you find that nice card, it's going to happen. That's a beautiful card right there, the 101st Airborne. Unfortunately, in the back row, there's really nothing that it can clean cut kill, but it's still a nice card to play, but you're not getting the blitz value off of it. So is that a card perhaps, Admirable, that you're hold on to for 6 credit?
Well, it's not that you're not getting the blitz value off of it. You still get to attack this tank that's a 2/1. I just think you get better value of playing this and challenging the backline right now. And so this really is where the 501st, I think, is finding its value here, is that you have now taken the front line. You have a threat that's challenging this backline units, and as your opponent plays some stuff here, 501st has a chance to make an impact. in this regard. So 501st is more like a wow, you have something to do next turn that's actually planned out sort of play. That's a fantastic draw to see.
Oils
wow.
There's the Fast Hinds.
Wow, like
this is actually a tough one for John PX because the rest of the cards go to the bottom of your deck, so you're kind of forced to pick the Fast Hinds here, even if the Panzer 38T or 35T might be better for you at the moment.
I mean, Fast Hinds for me, it's interesting that John PX passes on this, and I think the reason that's passed on right now is because they're trying to make like a multi-turn setup here. Right now, the Fast Hinds isn't providing a ton of value. It's definitely a future, value kind of perspective that's taken place there. For John PX, I am surprised that they didn't take it though, because what I'm looking at in this situation here is you're kind of just still fighting for value at this point. So John PX is really concerned with value in a spot like this, and I think that this is the Leopold that's kind of causing that concern right now, where Apologize doesn't have anything that feels like it's threatening like a full aggressive setup. So let's try to develop for the long plan here. So for John PX, concerned with the value, not concerned with the tempo, and I think that that's a reasonable play. However, it certainly feels like that perhaps a punishment could be coming into play here soon.
The issue now is that though you do have a nice firm stranglehold on the board situation right now, the issue is frankly just the cards that you have access to. The 101st Airborne is a nice card to have, but it's not really going to clean up anything in the back row. As we see here, the Jagdbomber comes through and it bounces something nicely back to the hand, and you need to start continuously fighting for that board. The mobility and the accessibility, the reach that John PX has on his units is not the same as the ones that perhaps Apologize has. You do have the 101st that's going to deal damage and have blitz. It's an expensive deployment and move. That's a lot of turn. And in the meantime, you have cards that can just go ahead and perhaps fight back on it. That's probably your best bet here, is to perhaps drop that card in. It does have the ambush, so it'll at least be able to guard that front line fairly reasonably against the units that want to perhaps take it out. But at the same time, if you're John PX, perhaps you just go ahead and start jamming some damage to face. Now, that's no longer the case, but
yeah. Whoa, big buff here on the 507th here as well. Like I love the line here from Apologize, and I'm starting to have a lot more respect for how powerful First Marines actually feels in situations like this, where it protects your headquarters as you get into these like frontline battles that take place. This air unit in the back line from John PX doesn't look so powerful. It's looking like it's going to have to like either do nothing or just punch the board, and those both feel like kind of really hideous looking plays from John PX's side, because then either the First Marines is threatening your headquarters, or that's going to activate your opponent's 501st Airborne. Now, of course, John PX doesn't know 501st Airborne is in hand, so some pretty crazy stuff can be happening in a spot like this. But for John PX, this First Marines is really causing some hideous looking spots for John PX's turn.
Yeah, you can see him kind of just deciding, I could take the value trade in the back here. Do I clean up this 5-4 in the front line that might become even more powerful later? It's a tough choice, not to mention sitting on 7 credits, using 2 of them to operate that airplane means that you can't drop a 3 and a 4 that you may have wanted otherwise. So you're going to have to sort of, sacrifice a little bit of board development here in order to clean up that Flampanzer in the back row. And now you've got a beautiful target for that 101st.
Clean turn here for Apologize as well. Beautiful draw with the 1-cost unit. This allows you to perfectly use all of your credits and to use them in a strong fashion as well. So Apologize saying, hey, you know what? I am getting a little bit outvalued here, and I imagine that this trade on the unit is trying to pay some pretty massive respect to Fast Hinds and the value that it could possibly deploy to the next turn. And so this is going to get dropped into play. We're going to move this to the front line.
Oh, my goodness. The rich get richer. Look at that 101st sitting with that ambush tag as well. 7-3 ambush guarding that front line. And not only that, Admirable, but it's just 12 damage to face if you can't answer that. And it's going to take minimum 2 swings at that ambush unit to get rid of it.
I mean, so he's got it for the Emperor. If he wants to take out that 5-2, that at least reduces the damage down to 7 per turn. And he's only 2 turns away from the Leopold coming into action. He also has the Panzer 3F that'll buff his tanks. So, I mean, he has some options, but not great options at the moment. He's definitely trading away some of his units for that safety.
It's definitely not a bad spot to be in. The we can do it, I think, really hurts this point that John PX is trying to fight for here. But again, kind of showing the foresight that John PX had in this spot. Stop battling for tempo, start battling for value. The Leopold is going to get the job done here, is I think the claim here from John PX, and we're about to find out if that line's going to work.
I think as well. I mean, I want to point out one thing here. Apologize really needs to find something to refill his hand, right? Even though his board looks fairly scary at the moment, it's not that scary that it's impossible to deal with for John PX at the moment, especially
There it is.
When that happens and a Sherman gets
There
drawn,
we go.
Prophet Ollie here needs to find a way to refill the hand. Well, Sherman shows up, and let me tell you, a tank is never late. It always shows up precisely when it, I guess has the credits to do so. My gosh, Flake, this is a massive turn that Apologize is at here.
And he's coming back as Sherman the White this time, even more powerful than prior. But in this case, you know what a great way to refill your hand is? Just get everything bounced with Leopold, which is what John PX is going to have to do.
Total hand refill.
Total hand refill.
The way that KARDS had intended.
There's a huge turn here for John PX because he has another Panzer 3F, he has the Panzer 38T, and he's got the For the Emperor. So he's able to actually tackle the op cost. He's able to do all the buffs that he wants to, get the blitzes going. If it's going to be enough to relieve all the pressure that he needs to relieve this turn, I don't know yet.
Well,
I mean, we're looking at 9 in the front that you need to handle, and 2 in the back that's guaranteed, and it turns into 3 from that little 1-5 that's sitting there. So I mean, this team can certainly do it, and this is what I meant by the Leopold line. Is really, do you have the time? Like, imagine if this was a Panzer that was in play instead. I really feel like there'd be. The fast times that would have been in play instead. I think this would have been like an easier one to fight. Instead, you're spending your entire board to really answer this this spot that your opponent is in, and you don't even completely answer that. So you're still taking at least 6 damage here if your opponent wants to do that. And you spent so much of your hand to get this Leopold active. Like, I feel like Apologize probably has the edge here, even despite the fact that John PX is coming into a Leopold turn.
Oh, another we can do it.
That's a big we can do it, but the question is does he maybe hold on to it? If he's suspecting that perhaps Leopold comes out next turn, that would be a wasted opportunity for it. Now, it does heal you up a bit, does draw you a card. That's 5 credits now that doesn't allow you to move forward or perhaps be a little bit more aggressive. Now, the question to me is, why was there an attack made on the front line there, given the fact that if your opportunity here is Leopold damaging that unit and weakening your own unit in the back row, kind of is a moot point. But here it is, pushing the damage as much as possible over here and getting yourself down to, well, you're getting yourself down to 7, and Apologize saying, okay, you have it or you don't. So let's find out here. And, question is, the answer is right there in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, that fat 10. It's a substitute that you're not going to screw with. It's Leopold, and it's going to, that's a way to refill your hand like we mentioned.
So the concern here I have, again, from John PX's side is just the health total at 7. But you do have a Leopold in play. And so Apologize here is able to crank quite a bit of stuff into play here. There is still a Patton in hand, and I don't want to ignore that. We were talking about 32nd Regiment getting drawn here. Suddenly, Patton looks like it's able to really fuel this board a ton. And so for Apologize here, this is a very difficult turn. This is very much a turn that is a technical play. There's very little macro play involved in this one. It's how can you get the most stuff on board and threaten your opponent in the biggest way possible.
Yep, I absolutely think you're correct there, and I think the first Marines are a huge benefit there for Apologize. I mean, even if he opts not to use the Patton, but Patton is absolutely
You're using the Patton. It's just what you do in order of this. I guaranteed if you don't use the Patton this turn, I would have heavily criticized whatever play this was going to be. This was just planning out the turn and then going for it. I can't imagine a world. It's just blitz from the tanks, and actually it's lethal. I didn't even see that it was lethal because this little 1-drop adding damage to the board here. So my apologies for this one. Yeah, definitely would have criticized it from not using the Patton, but it wouldn't have been from the lethal perspective. I actually just didn't see that spot.
It became a situation where basically, Leopold comes through, bounces everything back, which creates a rally position where everybody who is on the board just says, all right, okay, here we go. We know what's out there. Let's do it again, boys. And just comes through with, this time, Patton giving a little Patton on the back and giving everyone a little extra kick as they go straight to face. But, this comes back to the whole situation where pressuring your opponent and actually dealing that damage created a situation where you could make that 1 turn straight out of hand lethal play. Because if you're playing there for value and you're trading too much, if you're not creating a situation where you're shaving down your opponent's HQ total to a position where it was at 7, and Admirable was just completely highlighted that fact, is that we need to look at this HQ total. It's at 7. And there is perfectly a situation where I don't care how many Leopolds you have on the board. If I can just dump from hand and get access to face like that, we're going to do it and we're going to win the game. And that's precisely what happened. Now, obviously, part of that was the fact that you had the cards that you needed, but you survived up to turn 10, 11, and you got there. And that was that was the work that was put in early by just chipping away and doing some damage.
Yeah, and I mean, we should be ready to head on into the next game, and it's going to be interesting to see because, I mean, that definitely was a game where I feel like maybe there should have been, I don't know, it was a tough one for John PX. He just didn't really find the cards that he needed to deal with that from Apologize, but yeah, in the end.
Yeah, I mean, that was just, I mean, that was the match, right? Like, I'm not just crazy. Like, that was, I mean, the Fast Hinds, it just happened so quickly on the Fast Hinds end. I was like, wait a second here. It does feel like there should be another game because this match was over so quickly, but that, that was just the Fast Hinds. Like, game one, it really just demonstrated the importance of choosing the right decks. Picking the powerful decks very much was the thing here from Apologize's side. They demonstrated why Fast Hinds is such a powerful deck and why it's played so much. It can just obliterate your opponent almost regardless of what they're doing. And then the US deck just kind of showing why it's established as such a strong deck is it just consistently applies pressure and it can really make some massive turns here. And I have to give hats off in this particular match to First Marines and how impressive it was. It took away the ability for John PX to counter pressure at any point in this game. It established frontline presence at every point in this game. It challenged the threats that John PX was trying to develop at every single point in this game. I think that while it's probably not the MVP, it certainly was just like it was having the time of its life. I think in this particular matchup, kind of demonstrating why that being able to damage your opponent's headquarters is so important. It protected against that and challenged the board. Like, just what an absolutely powerful card.
That game also no 30-second infantry that were able to sort of thin out and actually establish early. None of that existed in that game, right? So they had to sort of manufacture that presence the old-fashioned way. There was no easy way to just go ahead and fill your hand with cards. Not even a Sherman until really later on. That dream of being able to establish those dudes early, get that front row as soon as you possibly can, and then playing the Sherman to refill your hand. Everything was kind of a little bit disjointed. It was never on time, but ultimately it did convert, and that's what's important.
I mean, I want to throw us back to that 507th PIR, and when that buffed the First Marines, right? I think that was a 50-50 that did a lot to win the game, right? Because it, like you said, right, it meant that Jag Panther, it couldn't get a value trade into the front line. He had to take that and trade it into the back line onto that Flampanzer. That caused him, to lose a little bit of tempo, and I think that could have been a swing moment in that game. And had that buff just gone onto the 507th itself, we could have been looking at a different board development.
Well, we could have been looking at that being the critical turn of the game as well, too. You have the option to take out frontline there. Flamepanzer takes a lot of credits in order to move that to the front line and actually establish, headquarter damage. That's 4 credits that are having to be spent there. If that's the turn that instead Apologize ends up taking, it's much weaker than what it was. This was really like a foresight where it's just you kind of got checked by the perfect card from your opponent. If the 101st Airborne there, it's a card your opponent can only have one of in their deck. If they don't have 101st Airborne there, that turn from John PX looks a lot stronger. When you're able to check that Flampanzer and then you accept the 5 damage to your headquarters and then be able to just get that big value trade and move forward onto the board from there. The 101st counteracted that so much, and so really if you revisit that turn and think about that, if John PX instead puts more value on their headquarters than value in terms of checking the board and keeping some small units established, that completely changes the game, and that shows you the perspective of just having the foresight on every single thing there. The benefits, consequences, I think, of playing around the 101st Airborne there, they're much more visible to us because we get to see both players' hands. John PX can't see the opponent's hand. He's not playing Poland, so in a spot like that, I completely respect the play from John PX's side, but honestly, checking that frontline unit could have been the difference in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, let's take a look at how the bracket looks after that series. It is now official. J King 7 is going to be taking on Apologize in the semifinals, and Apologize really coming in hot. The first time we see him in an OCC, taking out John PX, a back-to-back Cards Open champion, and an extremely powerful member of Team Eastern Front. So it's going to be interesting to see what Apologize does do against another tournament favorite in the semifinals. However, we're going to be moving over to the bottom half of the bracket. No Win 5 versus Cyril Morgan is going to be our last game of the day because No Win 5 has to finish work before he is able to play with us. So the next game coming up is going to be Hui Hui versus XY. That is the game that you see at the bottom of the bracket there. I am extremely excited for that one. Two of extremely capable Chinese competitors facing off there, both with tournament experience. Hui Hui definitely with the edge in terms of tournament experience, being the most successful Chinese cards player in terms of winning tournaments and tournament winnings, and just an established force in the scene. But before we jump on into that, we're going to take a quick break while we get everything set up. We get the players ready and spectator mode set up. Don't go anywhere while we are on break. We're going to be doing giveaways in chat throughout the entire stream, and I'll do one while we are on break. So give me stuff in chat if you want a chance to win. We'll see you right back after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Ole, and with me are Flake and Admirable, and we are getting ready for the third series of the day. And it's going to be between two Chinese competitors, two staples of the competitive scene, Hui Hui and XY. And we don't have to worry about the quality of the signals in the hands. How do you feel about that, Admirable?
Oh my gosh! I tell you what, the matches today have been exciting because the games have just been good. But my gosh, the excitement between something being live and just it being having to be edited and just the results hidden from me for the entirety of the time. I always want to go look at these tournament results, but if I'm going to be casting an event, I can't go do that. Otherwise, I know what's going to happen, and it's not quite the same way. It's hard for me to cast that way. The live perspective, though, it's giving me excitement from it. Yeah. Let's go, spectator. Golly, I'm just so excited about it, Flake, and I can tell that you're just pumped about this match too. Hui Hui and XY, they're just bringing some serious decks here to the table.
It's always fun. I mean, the fact that it's live and there's nothing that we know that's going on, because the players themselves as well are they're in this moment right now. It's not like they have to worry about being live either. There's always that little bit of extra, I don't want to say pressure necessarily, but it kind of weighs on you a little bit when you know that people are watching you as it's unfolding. So that's always extra layers as well to consider here. And these two players have obviously played a lot on ladder. They've succeeded on ladder, but playing live in an event like this is a whole different ballgame. Tournament play versus ladder play are two different beasts that need taming. And in this case, both of them have gone as far as they have now. There's still so much further to go.
Absolutely agreed. And I mean, for anybody that is wondering, we are watching the game with like a 0.3 second delay, right? So like we are practically in their minds as they are getting these ideas. And that's what I absolutely love about this. And as we continue to evolve the tournament broadcast, we're also looking to bring back, face cams and all that stuff. So I am beyond excited for the future, but the immediate future features a China versus China matchup where we don't have to get them to stream us a signal from halfway across the world for us to produce this. And I hope that we're going to be seeing some awesome skills on display here. So let's get to know our players, starting with XY.
Yeah, with XY, you take a look at this card, just under 5,000 matches played. So, kind of a new presence here in terms of this. But my gosh, what a nice win rate that's going to be. And the Cuban Cossacks, being one of the favorite cards. Usually when you Zhukov this one, it's kind of when it becomes a little bit better. But, when the Zhukov shows up and the Cuban Cossacks has already been there, that's definitely my least favorite card at that point. So totally understand the spot here from XY's perspective here, finishing third in the season as we come into today. And, when you see it, Cuban Cossacks is your favorite card, I'm expecting some aggressive matchups to take place. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what's on the bill here in terms of the deck list as well.
Absolutely. And his opponent, the most successful Chinese competitor in cards, at least when it comes to opens and OCCs. We have yet to see Hui get to the finals of the World Championship, but he has his opportunity coming up. But that is Hui, and it's going to be super interesting to see him. Why don't you talk us through his profile here, Flake?
Well, and the most glaring here is the fact that, you got a 65% win rate. Sure, that's amazing. I mean, if he was a card in any card game, he would have been banned before he was printed. Let's be fair here in this case. Total matches over 12,000 and a half matches is an immense amount of experience, and a lot of the times that's what comes down to is the fact that you're putting in a lot of reps. And even though you might be winning 2/3 of those games, the ones that you're losing, you're probably learning from, and that's very important. Just having as much exposure to what's out there can prepare you for all those twists and turns, those forks in the road where you have to make decisions that could really impact the outcome of a game. And when you have 12,539 opportunities to learn, you damn well better be sure that Hui has basically every solution mapped out where he needs to be. So, the win rate's impressive, finishing 6th is impressive, but just the amount of reps that this guy has is incredible.
All right. That is absolutely true. Let's move on over to the decks, starting with XY's deck. And he kicks us off here with a fast Heinz list with a Germany-Japan ally. No Leopold in this one, but an FW-190 Jagged bomber, however. Admirable, talk us through XY's list here.
Well, it's, pretty much straightforward the way it's going to go. The honorable deaths here, I feel like this is one of the ones, when I was in reference at the start of the show, I feel like the deck lists are cleaner. This is definitely one of the cards that caught my attention. I've always felt like cards like this are just super powerful with honorable death here. And I looked at this list and I went, wait a minute, this makes perfect sense with the way that Enigma wants to work as well. It's that's not the reason you run the card. It's just a nice little synergy you get when you're playing against the decks that are having to play the control role against you, pretty much no matter what. You get to destroy all of their early units. You get to take care of honey when it hits the board, and you stuff in your opponent's hand full of stuff. They have more options that way, but they don't need more options. They need more credits. And so when you're able to take away that board presence and really establish your own threat, it really can be a problem for your opponent. And so this deck is about as straightforward as it gets. Get some stuff on board, buff it, and pressure your opponent so that way they don't have an opportunity to check you back.
And the next deck XY is bringing is the very, very, very frequently seen Soviet Britain deck, Mr. Steal Your Stuff here with some confusions and partisans and Urals. Of course, playing those 272nd guards for that double Joseph Stalin through Urals. Anything in particular you guys want to touch upon here?
Merely that Britain is the support faction here. That Britain as a support nation in terms of a little bit more of a control-oriented support system here. Double carpet bombing, double RAF lightning to sort of bounce and get access to, your opponent's HQ if they're hiding behind a tall guard or something to that regard. And triple honey. I mean, why not? Let's just have them in there. They're mobile. They give you a little bit of extra cushion while you're drawing cards. Not bad.
All right, and the final list here for XY, it's going to be a Britain USA list, popping off with that Lancaster being the most expensive card on the primary nation side. There is a 9 credit card, the B-17 Flying Fortress, 2 of them on the US side. Talk us through this list, Admirable.
Yeah, this one caught my attention quite a bit when I looked at, just 2 copies of War Machine along with 3 in Hour of Need. A bit of an interesting take on this one. Typically speaking, a card like the War Machine giving you an extra credit and only costing 2 credits to run, it's pretty pretty well established how you want to fight against this. Now, the 2 albacores in here also caught my attention. I'd say that this is, it used to be a fairly common card in a list like this, and it really kind of found its way out. And since Japan aggro, I think, has become, more established, it's become a lot cleaner, a lot more well-rounded threats that are in that deck, Albacore certainly starts to become a much stronger looking card. It's a 1/2 bomber for 2 credits. It pins a unit to the ground and deals it a damage. That's a card that pretty much is hedging the bets against War Machine, where against more aggressive decks, having an Albacore being able to pick off a unit and then being able to, perhaps pick off another unit and maybe pick off another unit. Your opponent really has to be able to fight back cleanly against a card like this. And so Albacore really caught my attention. If your opponent's playing a lot more aggressively, Albacore is a lot better than War Machine is. So I think that might be really the hedge that was taking place in a situation like that. But other than that, pretty straightforward. Let's get some tempo going. Let's play some Black Watches to disrupt that play, some Wrath Lightning to stuff some stuff back in your hand. Oh, and by the way, Churchill got added to the game. So Britain definitely seems like it's a lot more powerful if you're trying to establish your own backline.
Yeah, and on the flip side, his opponent, he's going to be bringing at least one really, really aggressive list here in Japan. Germany rocking that feigned retreat, and as you can see on the credit curve there, quite a few early units. Anything in particular you want to highlight here, Flake?
Well, I mean, let's just be fair here. I think that I thought that the most dangerous bicycle in the world was, when you're driving through downtown Toronto and they're just flying around all over the place. But in reality, I mean, Japanese have the 41st Bicycle Regiment, which if can get established early, if can get buffed and can get left to their own devices. When you're flying under the radar against those ramp lists, that's something that you need to keep your eye on. I don't think that we necessarily need to dig too deep into just how an aggressive Japanese list, operates, but the most notable, frankly, in this case also is the fact that there's a little bit more of the 3 and 4 drops in this to sort of perhaps round out a little bit of that tempo curve if necessary. But not much else to really talk about this bad boy.
All right, and then the second list Hui is bringing here is a fairly established list. It is the Brit Air. This is a deck that never goes out of popularity in China. They just find ways to make it better and adapt it to whatever meta is going on. So anything interesting that sticks out to you in this one, Admirable?
Really, it's just that I've been seeing Burst of Fire kind of crop into some lists a little bit more often lately. This was a card that I felt like was pretty strong, but it's kind of tough to execute. This is a card that really does nothing on its own. Burst of Fire is a 1-credit card that says give a friendly fighter +1 attack and fury this turn. You can play up to 2 copies of this card. I have yet to see 2 copies of this card played. However, when you're able to get that 1 threat and it's that critical turn, you get to give it 2 attacks and give it 2 more damage. Like, that is such a big difference that can take place there. And this is really more of like a tournament meta kind of card. I think it's really cropping into play here is when your opponent knows that you have this in your deck, they have to play a little bit differently. They know every single turn of the game that Burst of Fire can be a card. And so you have to respect that a little bit more often at times, and that can really disrupt your opponent's macro plans. So I think that this is a strong inclusion from tournament play when you're playing the British Air deck.
Absolutely. And the final deck list here from Hui, it is the Fast Heinz deck that we know and love. He is, however, rocking the Leopold, not the Jagged Bomber like we saw from XY. Is there anything unique or special about this one that you see, Flake, or is this just the standard Fast Heinz deck that we've come to know and love?
Hey man, tanks. Boil them, mash them, put them in a stew. It's like, what else could you possibly do with this? It's just insane how they can operate. We've seen the power of this. If you have that golden ticket of a first hand, it is just basically lights out early in this case. So you can possibly see a situation where if this deck kind of just lags behind perhaps another list that can match it in terms of board production, board establishment, tempo, etc. Fighting for that front line is going to be important, but if this can pop off early, it's really tough to catch up to it. So if you can get those cards out to the front line, if you get those tanks established and buffed up and really pressuring face, it is curtains for for XY.
Well, that's going to be it in terms of reviewing the decks. It is time to see the bans, and it looks like Hui has banned out the Soviet deck list for XY. XY has banned out the Japan list here from Hui. So they're going to be left with a German list and a Britain list, both of them. And I am beyond excited for how this matchup plays. We have given the players the green light, and they should be loading into the match. And we're going to see it all. Super clear, super crisp, and I cannot wait. All right, guys, who do you think is going to take this one, and how do you think it's going to go, starting with you, Admirable?
I mean, I have to lean towards Weihui's side here. It's just strictly a resume operation. This one, they have just been such a dominant player. They've played very cleanly. They have demonstrated they understand that tempo is an extremely valuable resource, and that you have to fight for that as about as aggressively as possible. On top of that, the decks still look pretty clean. The one thing that really stands out to me is the fact that Leopold is still in this Fast Heinz deck. I think that Leopold's a very powerful card, but it really has kind of felt to me like it's not the strongest card in the world, and that it doesn't make as much sense in this deck, I think, as it does in some of the other, Germany-centric decks that we have seen. And so with that cut happening over on XY's side, that's something that really draws my attention. It's such a small difference to make, but we saw what happened in the previous match with John PX having to rely on their Leopold in order to try to have that as their establishment for the game win. It didn't work, and it took too much time. And so when I see a spot like this, that can definitely make a difference here. Both these players have pretty equal draws, and they're having a pretty equal board fight going back and forth. Not having Leopold in your deck, I feel like in this Fast Heinz matchup can be a big difference. Having less card in your hand and, just not having that option. And then at the same time, it's not always going to win the game when you play it. Sometimes your opponent can able to crack backs here. So I think that Leopold probably could have been a cut in this Fast Heinz deck. And then when I look at the other matchup, this is looking at, a Britain Air versus a Britain Control. And Churchill, very scary card that's taking place in there. But my gosh, British Air is just such a powerful deck, Flake.
Yeah, British Air is powerful. Unfortunately for Churchill, Churchill doesn't have much reach when it comes to it. It doesn't have that same scope. Whereas Leopold bounces everything. Churchill's just everything that's got feet on the ground, right? That's still touching Mother Earth. In this case, if everything's buzzing above you, Churchill can really be less than impressive. But in general, I mean, when it comes down to these two matchups, they're both rocking German decks, and they're both rocking Britain decks. The Britain decks are a little bit different. Obviously, the Germany lists running the Fast Heinz, the tank. We're talking about that card slot as Leopold. I think that I don't think it's going to ever get to a position where Leopold might make a difference. I think it might just be a matter of who can get who can go first and draw better early on and just continue to push. If one player is pushing face and the other player is pushing to clean up, then that's a hard momentum to shift back. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, at the end of the day, it might just be a matter of if you're on that German list, you go first and you have that magical opening hand. It's tough to come back from.
Yeah, Blake, you've introduced the idea to me that Churchill versus Leopold comes into existence, and that we get one of those games. So now I'm excited for that. I'm really hoping that we get to see the Churchill versus Leopold, and which one of these can bounce more units. It's I remember it was probably, I think, one of my first 5 or 6 games of cards. I remember I had a Leopold versus Leopold matchup take place, and I learned the importance of being able to chip away your opponent and have reach damage.
It is time. We are in the match here. XY versus Hoi. Who will take it? Let's find out. Take it away, guys.
Well, there's the Leopold you're talking about there. Hoy's got it ready, locked and loaded. But again,
I'm sorry. Is that Britain that XY is playing here? Oh, that's right. Churchill is in the deck from XY's side. So already the prophecy being fulfilled in this spot. This is still a live broadcast that's taking place here. We are on spectator mode. Hallelujah! Thank you very much, Cards, for establishing this. It's such an exciting difference when you have a live matchup taking place here, Flake. But going first, neither player seems to have a super aggressive hand. We're seeing Majesty's Chosen as the open here. So I feel like, for my perspective right now, it does feel like Hui has the advantage.
I believe so as well. And opting in this case not to play the Greif because, frankly, it's not really going to change the dynamic of the game itself. It's more of a support piece. It's not a tempo piece. It's not a first drop and go face piece. That's just there to ensure that your tanks can really, get the job done on the cheap. Her Majesty's Chosen. Let's pick something up. What did we pick up? We got a Comet. So we're getting the job done slowly but surely. But here comes the first tank. Here's the first salvo of board establishment. A 2/3 with smokescreen, tough to deal with. It's just back and forth. There's another one. Double. Look at that. There are the 2 beautiful bombers coming through and starting to establish that back row. And the reach of those cards also pretty significant.
Wow, and just more smokescreen being put into play by Hoi Hoi here, and I'm starting to look at this Greif in hand, and I'm getting a little bit worried for the presence of these tiny little airline units and how much longer they're going to be able to last in a spot like this. Royal Research getting played. That's going to be a radar that's getting played here. Just try to dig into the deck and find the valuable cards here. But right now, I think if you're looking at XY's perspective, that carpet bombing and the Alliance are really the two key factors right now.
Yeah, that carpet bombing can really do an immense amount of cleanup work against all these tanks that are really just sitting there in the magic spot, right? They're right in that wheelhouse of 3 body.
Oh boy.
But yeah, there's the Greif, and like we mentioned earlier.
By the way.
Yeah. Oh, hey. Yeah, they all operate for free. And you know what? Remember that whole carpet bomb? Yeah. Get bent, because they're now we're just a day late, a buck short on that.
Yeah, the bootleg Fast Hinds, I think, has done the job here, and I feel like this could be a major problem from XY's side. So we're going to hope that these Seaforth Highlanders can protect the board for a bit as we try to pick off this Greif in the back line, but that is absolutely not going to work. My gosh. How on earth do you deal with this kind of Greif?
Well, and that's what we're talking about, right? The Greif, the fact that it's just, you don't play that on turn 1. You want to play it when you have tanks on the board so you can surprise your opponent. And if your opponent's doing the calculations, just thinking, okay, well, this tank is going to have to operate, if it wants to reach the back line, it's going to cost it 2, 1 to move, 1 to attack. The other one's going to do the same. Then they're left with 1 credit. Greif says, no. I got the bill for this one. And they all just move forward and start attacking. And you bounce the Seaforth Highlanders, which are going to make a reappearance. But at this point, I mean, the damage was done. A lot of this has already been, taken care of, and it's just a matter of, you do have that pesky thing there, but oh boy.
By the way, when I have to kill your giant guard unit here, I just get everything back. So this did the rebate establishment as well. Like, I mean, my gosh, this is ridiculous.
It's a good way to put it. It's a rebate. Unfortunately, you're gonna have to 2-for-1 this unit. It doesn't feel great, but like you mentioned,
no.
I get all my money back.
Only 14 damage this turn with the potential for lethal.
It's just funny to think about how these little situations that might seem otherwise, a nuisance, like, I gotta trade 2 of these in here. But then you're getting all this damage in anyways, and you gained back 4 of those credits, and your opponent's at 5. You got 5 bodies on the board. That carpet bomb is not the answer.
No, it's not. Churchill is not the answer either. This is able to push everything back, but these tanks cost 0 to operate right now. So it's dig for something, hope that there's some sort of magic card that exists here. It does not, and so we're seeing a 1-0 lead from Hoi Hoi's side so far, just kind of showing you why Fast Hinds is such a powerful deck. And, when I kind of look at these bans and I think about them, I look at them and I'm like, well, maybe we should ban Fast Hinds. And I think about that Japan aggro deck, and I'm like, well, maybe just the Fast Hinds gets through as well. I mean, Japan aggro kind of does all that stuff naturally. It doesn't feel like it has to have as much synergy in order for that to happen. So just kind of looking at it, that's Fast Hinds, it needs to be, I think, more respected, or again, the way a lot of players I think have done it in this one, which is completely ignore it, accept the fact that you're going to lose to it a large percentage of the time and try to fight against the other decks by targeting them specifically.
Yeah, it's not like quick trot Hinds. It's not above average speed Hinds. It's freaking fast Hinds. And look, that deck is just built to go fast. I mean, it's a situation where it's a very aggressive list, and you see Japanese aggro lists that just sort of come out on the cheap, move in with blitz, do a lot of damage in small little cuts that really can become overwhelming. In this case, it's big boy tanks. And I think the key piece there was the fact that if he did not buff up those tanks to 4 health, then that carpet bomb may have been able to change the dynamic of the game a little bit. However, that just put it out of range, and it was a different story. As we see here, no waiting. We're just going to go ahead and get this already going. Close air support. I've got a 2-4 in the front line. I do not want you to get that front line because I just did it to you. I just showed you the power of what these tanks can do on the front line, so I'm going to just occupy that territory and make it a little bit more difficult for you to get that, get that going.
Wow, this is like some pretty smart tempo play here from Hoi Hoi's side as well. The fact that you have this 2-4 in the front line, it's tough for your opponent to answer this really early, and showing you, why this wanted to be buffed this way. It's because air superiority is going to pick off the next threat, and then I'm sorry, what's this next card that you have in hand? Oh, right, it's another close air support. So if any air unit gets drawn here, this is suddenly a massive play that gets made. Instead, Hoi Hoi is going to have to, I think, settle for what the option is here, but it's still pretty darn strong. And checking the board here, showing a lot of respect for board buffs that can take place. I think that's probably correct at this point, given what the hand context is from Huihui's side. But we're seeing exactly why Fast Hinds is such a powerful deck and why Japan is such a powerful ally with this. That Sendai Regiment completely peels away all that value that Huihui was battling for.
Well, that's a big one, and not only that, it also just strips away all the buffs that it accrued on those couple of turns. So that opening salvo that Huihui had of establishing an air unit on the front line, buffing it twice, taking out some of those tanks, has just been wiped away by the Sendai Regiment, which is going to be difficult to actually access here because it is under smokescreen. Now, it's only holding a 1/3 air unit. That's not the biggest deal in the world. And, you do have the Sexton now, and that Sexton is going to be able to sort of take every turn, just peel away one of those tanks that establishes itself. And again, a lot of these tanks just come in with 3 health. So a Sexton is just going to delete it as it enters the board unless there's a buff to give it a little bit more opportunity. At the same time, those 22nd Infantry regiments that want to allow you to draw more cards, in order to do that, you need to put that tank to the front line, and that takes it out of smokescreen, and then that takes it off the board on the follow-up turn.
Yeah, this is like a bit of a macro line that's taking place here on XY's side. Is just how on earth do you get this board established properly? And I think it is the board buff. It's not the cleanest turn in the game that you're going to have. However, you get stuff in the front line, your team gets buffed, and you're starting to really threat check on this Sexton right here. If this thing doesn't get checked, things just absolutely fall apart. And from Huihui's side here, if another 1-cost airline unit got drawn here, this was just an unbelievably strong turn, I think, that took place. It's still a pretty decent turn that's taking place here, but it's not quite the exact same way. And, it's suddenly kind of providing you the spot where like, oh, well, how do I actually climb back from a thing like this? This is a lot of frontline pressure that's been established, and all of the value cards, I think, are being held in XY's hand. I think this was really the order of operation here as well. You had to, I think, get your frontline first and then worry about your value later.
Moving the Sendai forward as well, bringing out the Befelswagen, and at the same time, just buffing it out of range of that section. So you're going to have to actually commit a card here in order to get that. Now, you do get the plane back, and close air support's going to come through. So that's not bad. And take a look at that. I mean, just making a 5/6 Sexton now with that 3/4 tank pinned in the background. It's going to take some work to get that out of the game. The question here is, does XY care? Is he just going to go forth and just start hammering face and just, perhaps relying on the fact that he's not going to be able to keep up? Yeah, he might be deleting 1 tank off the board every turn, but can he keep up in terms of pushing face? Because there's a situation here. If you commit 2 tanks to get rid of the Sexton, that's 2. You're double trading into it, and you're not pushing face. So you need to sort of evaluate what your hand looks like here, and if you do have a situation where, yeah, I could just push face and make it uncomfortable, but it looks like he's just getting that off the board. That was a massive threat that was gonna just eviscerate a tank a turn.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you had to take care of it, right? Like that to me is the key issue. You absolutely had to handle it properly. And so now from Huihui's side, you start to see why that Sexton was such a valuable target for XY to really fight there. Is their turn is pretty abysmal afterwards. And so from XY's perspective now, you get to take the front line, you get to establish full control, you get to plop down 2 2/1s, and these are about to draw you 2 extra cards right now. Like this, if Huihui doesn't have an answer to this immediately, we're looking at game 3.
What a change of events over here, just how fast it can develop, and having 2 of those 20 seconds in the background that allow you to go ahead and
deal, but still feels pretty far behind.
Yeah, I mean, at least you got the card draw mechanic, that engine gone, but
wow. This says calm before the storm, but honestly, this is just storm happening immediately. like my gosh, like I don't really know how to recover from this spot from Huihui's perspective. It's just not how the deck is built. And so, this is calm before the storm. It's kind of referring to the opposite side of this at the moment, as Flame Panther's going to take care of this. There's no cards left from Huihui's side, and they don't even have to use the stuff that's in. Yeah, I mean, it's game 3 here. Like really, the whole establishment of this one was the frontline take. They took the wager and said, I need to draw an airline unit here. They didn't draw a cheap airline unit, and the game slipped away from that point. But I think they made the right call there. I think they increased their percentage in the correct way by trying to establish that airline frontline, buff up the unit to prevent your opponent from being able to take that front line, and then hope you draw the right airline unit so that you can have have that strike back for your entire board and just obliterate your opponent's side as the Empire strikes.
It's tough. I mean, I like the line that they took to go ahead and try to actually own that front line as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the card draw that occurred afterwards wasn't really as great to really support that unit. Now, the Sendai Regiment actually just sort of pumped the brakes on it altogether. You steal it away, it strips it of all the buffs. When it comes back onto the board, it's a little less intimidating, and some great card draw there, and just cleaning out the board as much as possible just wasn't enough there for Hoi Hoi. But it's all squared away, 1 game apiece. We're going into the deciding game 3 here. It is the OCC quarterfinals, and Hoi Hoi versus XY, and both players squared away at 1 game apiece.
Yeah, and we're seeing Britain versus Britain here, and I've kind of noticed after seeing this that the Britain decks tend to be the ones that are kind of falling behind. Maybe there needs to be some redevelopment here, some rethink on how these Britain decks are working. They're definitely taking a bit of a tough time. It seems. So when I'm looking at this hand here from XY's perspective, it's not exactly a quick hand. It's not exactly fighting back super aggressively, and so when I look at Hoi Hoi's side, I'm looking at these 2 units going unchecked for quite a duration here. And when these 2 units go unchecked, that's when you're under that massive threat potential when you're looking at it. So playing this Kitty Hawk, just dealing 2 damage and just trying to get something in play that can fight, I think it's very important. But we're seeing close air support here, and why it's such a powerful card. We're stealing away that ability to fight back from Hoi Hoi's side, and now XY, I think, is in some pretty big trouble. We're seeing 4 credits, and wow, what a draw. In hour of need indeed, Flake.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're talking about aptly naming a card. In that case, you're giving yourself a fighting chance. And then in the follow-up here, now you are going to be taking a little bit of a pounding here, as you did go ahead and close air support come through. That's a 3/3 bomber. Now, that is going to be a threat for a few turns. Usually, if you're facing against your opponent, usually a 3/3 bomber is a real nasty thing to stare down, moving through to the 4/5 credit slots. But beyond that, usually it's a little bit more digestible. And in this case, it's not like it's going to be pounding your face for, or threatening lethal for a little while here, as really Hoi Hoi hasn't really established many more units on the board. So you have time to just kind of sit back and collect those credits. We've seen it in the past how eventually decks like this, these massive ramp decks, get up to 15, 16, 17 credits plus, and then it becomes a game, right? So yeah. I think that for XY, he's not necessarily too concerned until he's sub 10 in terms of HQ value, because he is going to be dropping some bombs soon. And I'm not just talking about that carpet bomb.
Yeah, I mean, we do see Ultra established on Hoi Hoi's side here, and I think this could be a bit of an issue. I thought that carpet bombing was looking pretty clean on the previous turn, and the reason why it's looking pretty clean is your opponent's really not going to establish more than 2 threats at once. They're going to establish 2 threats, poke damage, and then try to threaten a buff in the lethal perspective. And really, you have to show respect there to Hoi Hoi. So right now, your next threat's getting established. It's because it's counter-checking your opponent's guard. So now it's a 3/5. It doesn't die to carpet bombing. However, there's no Ultra in play. It feels like at a spot like that. So there's a lot of different stuff. It feels like it's happening in these perspectives, and I just really feel like this is going to be a troubling game for XY, just simply because Hoi Hoi is kind of showing experience here and understanding of these kinds of matchups. Don't overpush your threats. You don't have to do too much. You just have to be doing enough. Enough is enough to really get the job done here. And so now this carpet bombing coming into play, but that's, what was it, 8 extra damage that was taken before this carpet bombing got used so that we could put 3 damage on a Raft Lightning? That doesn't feel like worth it to me.
Yeah, and here comes another threat, and this one's got Fury. So you're really in a hole here because you're staring down lethal. You're going to have to answer one of these. Now, there's a Raft Lightning. That's going to bounce a card, and you could definitely bet that it's going to be that Fury, because bouncing a Raft Lightning is like that Leopold into Churchill sort of stare down that we're talking about. But I mean, there is some kind of stabilization here. You're going to go ahead and the Sexton's going to freeze up that other Raft Lightning, but there's still the Highlanders that are a 4/7 threat. So that's something that's actually at least going to protect you a little bit here. At this point, it's not necessarily about fighting back. It's just about establishing some sort of guard status, some sort of safety net, as both players now trying into Monty. Beautiful.
The winner of the 1997 Pontiac Astro Wagon, C. Montgomery Burns.
Oh, yes. I mean, if there's any benefit to sitting in seat 0001, Admirable, that would be
it. The B-17, the Flying Fortress, and Mosquito get picked up here. You know, I'm looking at this Mosquito and I'm like, wait a second, should this just hit face? We have 2 Empire Strikes in hand right now. I don't know. I honestly don't know. This is like a pretty crazy strong turn here from Huihui's side. Like maybe it's not even use the Mosquito right now. I'd rather it's just kind of look forward and try to find a way to do that instead. Monty like pinning down the opposite side of the board here, Flake. This is a serious high tension situation taking place.
I mean, there's a lot of, there's not a lot of certainty in terms of how these turns are going. I mean, that Mosquito has come in and out of the door like a few times here. He's really just pinned up against that, trying to figure out what they want to do. But I like what you're saying. If you direct that 3 damage to face, perhaps you follow up with a Sexton to face afterwards, and then suddenly you are putting your opponent in a situation where they have to start answering things, and you are in a situation where maybe you could sneak through for some more damage. They need to clean up a whole lot of nonsense if they want to get through here. So perhaps a missed opportunity here to really get under your opponent's skin. But there's the Alliance. That is a scary card.
Yeah, this is still some scary stuff on Huihui's side, though. I will say, if a cheap air unit gets drawn, and it does, suddenly Empire Strikes, that is 2 4 damage Empire Strikes that are available right now, and that completely cuts into the turn from XY's side. Like, my gosh, this is massive. So what are you going to be worried about here in a situation like this? Because it's not really a huge threat on your opponent's side, I will have to say as well. And so again, patience being demonstrated here from Huihui's side. They want these turns to be larger. And so spread this out instead. Just have strong turns in general. And what does that actually provide for you? Ultra getting picked off at this point. And so I think that was really one of the thoughts there from Huihui's side, is just what is this extra credit that's being floated here? They pick out the read, they use their card, and here we are. We're back to square one.
Opportunity here also. I think both players are just saying, all right, I got to have this Ultra on every turn, because I cannot afford for my opponent to play an order that's going to just completely change the landscape of this game. Now, in this case, Huihui actually, fished that one out in a position of strength. So that's not a bad one. Obviously, when your opponent kind of clips one of your bigger orders with a countermeasure like that, it kind of stings. But if you're already controlling the board to a certain degree, if you're already at a position of strength and dominance over your opponent, that's the best opportunity to go ahead and fish out a card that would probably have haunted you for a while. Now, there's the other case, is that Ultra just got baited out a little bit with a Convoy. Now, not drawing cards is a little bit annoying for sure, but a countermeasure like Ultra eating that is not as bad as if it's eating Alliance. So very well played there on XY's side, baiting out the Ultra and letting it through. My God, and another freeze frame here.
This is insane. I'm very worried from Huihui's perspective, where I think that they need to find more airline units to get this job done, because right now you're kind of lightly picking at your opponent's board. Like, this Empire Strikes, it is not that strong. And so you're going to have to just get a bunch of stuff in play and say, you know what, this Sexton needs to be a bigger threat. Clearly my opponent's worried about it. That's the case that's taking place here. Float the credits because you just don't have anything else to do. And now with XY, the entire backboard frozen, this really boils down to how strong are your orders. And drawing 4 cards, it's certainly not, I think, what Huihui wanted to see in a spot like this. However, their setup, maybe it's speaking a little bit differently. Maybe this is the kind of thing you wanted to see this turn. It's a lot better than your board, Diane, that's for sure.
So here's the situation. If that Mosquito went face a couple turns ago, that Sexton ends the game. Unfortunately, that damage was deposited earlier on that Flying Fortress, so there's no lethal here, but that was certainly an opportunity. As those 2 Highlanders that have, for the Alliance twice, are sitting there rather...
This still might be lethal here.
It's possible.
There's a lot going on. I mean, this is just Empire Strikes. Yeah, that's just lethal. The Sexton still circumnavigates the guard potential there, and that is a 2-1 victory that Huihui establishes in that spot. Empire Strikes being able to hit the fortress, that really is the big difference in that card, and I think it's the reason why it's such a powerful card. It's very situational, it's very heavy to having your board established, but the fact that it actually hits your opponent makes it a super strong card. That's why British Air, I think, is a playable deck.
I want to say just real quick about some of the peripheral value of these cards that like Shelling, like Monty, these cards that you on face value, you're looking at them and you're saying, okay, the value here is that these cards are pinned and they're not going to be able to attack. But if you're looking at the broader picture of this, when your opponent has a full support line, it's not just that you're creating a situation where your opponent is no longer being aggressive because those are all pinned units. It's that they cannot establish anything else. They cannot move forward. They cannot do anything. Yep. The only thing they can do is use those credits to play orders. And if they have no orders, the turn is lost. And if they do have orders, it might be orders that they don't want to use, or they're using suboptimally. So there's a stretched out value of those cards. The significance of those cards in that particular situation stretch beyond that, because that your opponent could not advance to further develop and fight back.
Absolutely, I'm back. So that was an awesome series, really fun to watch, and I particularly liked the way, Hui Hui really paved the way for that victory every step of the way, right? Using that closer support on that Sexton, deploying that Albacore when he needed it. He really, was intentional in every step towards that victory, but definitely a close one.
Yeah.
Our first 2-1 series as well. So big shout out here for XY for taking it to Hui Hui. I mean, we talked about it before, the matchup that he is our established tournament veteran. Let's take a look at the bracket while we talk through this. But XY managing to take off a game there, and you got a question, if he was allowed to bring his other deck into to fight that Brit Air, if things could have played differently. I mean, you talked about it, Admirable. It seems like those Britain decks are the ones that are kind of lagging behind. And even though we saw Hui Hui win with it, it was against another Brit deck. So who knows? Maybe they are just the worst decks in the tournament at the moment, and they're going to really have create a lot of struggle in the future rounds.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can be the case, but there's always some metagame choices that are taking place here. Card availability can always it can be a factor in card games, and to me, it's always one of the ones that I've always kind of enjoyed about physical card games. Is sometimes you just have to work with what you have. A digital card game where you can actually craft stuff, it is a little bit easier to access stuff. So I don't think that was really the case that's taking place in this one. I think that just Britain's a strong deck. You're showing like what the strongest decks are, and it feels like Fast Tides is like the deck, and it feels like Japan Aggro is the deck. Like those are the two that are focused right now. And right now, I don't feel like we're in a metagame where you're trying to target stuff and really fight it. Trying to fight those decks that are that aggressive, it's really deliberate decks you'd have to build at that point. And at that point, you're going to be losing to those Britain decks that are just getting to the mid game. The one shout out that I wanted to give in that previous series was to Hui Hui and the first use of the Empire Strikes. They played it into an ultra that I feel like was pretty. I don't want to say obvious, but it was pretty clear that was happening in that spot. I think the use of that Empire Strikes could have been to create like that's it. I got rid of the Empire Strikes. It's not there anymore, and create this really elusive style of lethal setup on the second Empire Strikes in that spot. And I really think that was something they were trying to do. And while I don't think it was necessarily super relevant in that situation, I do feel like that was kind of an establishment that was trying to take place there. So maybe a little bit of fancy play syndrome, on my end in terms of my interpretation of the situation here. But I think that Hui Hui demonstrated a lot of knowledge and understanding of playing with the cards that are in your deck, not just the cards that are in your hand as well.
I think it was Buzz Lightyear who said it's not flying, it's falling with style, right? So that's kind of how it is. I'll definitely I get what you're saying there. It's one of those situations where like, oh no, you got me, but I got another one. So it's, yeah.
I mean, I think that just highlights the level of these players, right? I mean, you talk about that not being super relevant, but when you're at that level that you can incorporate these types of mind games into your plans and into your game, you're just operating at a different level, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even though it wasn't maybe the most relevant in that situation, maybe there are games where that just straight up wins the game. Who knows? So definitely worth pointing out, and an exceptional play from Hui Hui. He's definitely showing us time and time again why he is where he is. But we're going to be right back with the last series of today. That's going to be Noen 5 versus Cyril Morrigan. So don't go anywhere. Type "give me stuff" to enter the giveaways in chat, and let everybody know that we have the last quarterfinals coming up right after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. We are beyond excited to bring you this last game in the quarterfinals. It's going to be between Cyril Morgan and No N5. I am extremely excited for this matchup. I believe we have one player from China, and then we have the other player from, Indonesia. This is the first time we have an Indonesian player in the top 8 in the Officer Club Championship, so I am extremely excited to see KARDS continue to take over the world. But looking at this matchup, who do you think is going to be favored? And well, before we go into that, let's take a look at the player profiles, and then let's talk about who is favored. Starting off with No N5, Admirable, talk us through this champion.
Yeah, I'd say that compared to the rest of what's happening here at the OCC, relatively new. Only 6,000 matches played so far, and look at that win rate. My gosh, someone has broken the 7 barrier, Flake. This is just, I mean, how on earth does this even happen? Like, my gosh, and you finished seconds. Someone finished ahead of you.
That's, I mean, how do you even sort of come to terms with these kinds of numbers? I mean, but like you said, yeah. You haven't broken that 5-digit range when it comes to total matches, so I guess you can consider him a rookie, I guess, possibly, but dear lord, 70% win rate.
It's not a joke. I mean, that is scary to look at. So just based on that alone, Ollie, kind of revisiting your question there, no, and that's who I'm taking as the favored one here. This is anybody for the rest of this event. 70% is ridiculous.
Well, I mean, let's take a look at his opponent there. You might revisit your prediction there. As you see, Cyril Morgan is reading a book. He is beyond smart. He maybe doesn't have 70% win rate. He's really close, 67.37, but he's reading a book. How can you bet against the guy who's reading the book? This is
And
the
that's
art
what
art of war that he's
So
reading
that
right
3% evaporated to right there. You're reading the book instead of playing some cards, even though you got more matches played. You know, you're kind of autopiloting when you're in the situation. Real talk, though. I mean, 67-37 win rate here. I mean, this is unreal. Like Flake, it's hard to mention how well established you must be as a player if you're having this kind of win rate against the rest of the field.
It's literally 2 out of 3 games that you're winning, and that's insane. I mean, if you come to think about it, it's like win 2, it's like 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and you'll get there. And it's just a very, very clean progression forward. But in reality, it's less than 3% that win rate that separates these two. But in the grand scheme of things, 3% when you play 10,000 games, that's a lot of extra losses that you're kind of racking up there in terms of both. The fact that you have a 70% win rate means that you can play less games because you're frankly just converting on more of your wins. And you know, if you do the math, you think that maybe just 3% is not a whole lot. But again, pack that onto thousands and thousands of games, that becomes a lot more wins that you're getting over your opponent here. But I mean, 67.37%, we're talking about those as being like adequate. Like, let's just be completely fair. These are absolutely bananas numbers. So everybody who's just kind of queuing into this and watching these profiles and saying, how the hell do you have that kind of win rate? Like, who are you playing against? But these, just to be fair and to be clear, this is not against AI. This is against other ladder players.
Yep, this is definitely impressive statistics from all of these players, and they continuously show us why they are where they are. And his favorite card being Mare Nostrum, I mean, it made sense. The guy reading a book, he really wants to do some math, right? He wants to calculate how much damage he's healing and doing and buffing. So I'm really looking forward to it. This is the first time we see Cyril Morgan in the top 8 for the OCC. So let's see how it goes. And let's take a look at the decks now, starting with No N5's Brit Air deck. Again, really popular over there in China, Britain as the main nation, and Japan as the ally nation. Anything that sticks out here to you, Admirable?
You know, it's a British air deck, and so I'm always looking for ways that these decks can kind of change and just be different and have everything going on. And I will say that this deck feels like it's a bit more established to fighting for board than the others have been. You know, we have less copies of Empire Strikes, which means that you're trying to have less swingy turns in terms of that perspective, and you're just trying to like chip away more so as the game kind of gets established out. So one of the things that I am looking at is the B7A2. Where this is a 2 credit cost unit with a 1 operation cost. It's a 2/1 bomber, has blitz, but it can't attack your opponent's enemy headquarters. So that's already like one big feature that I'm looking at, you know, in terms of just a card that fights for the board. And there's a copy of Churchill in here as well. So, you know, these are some pretty big things that can happen that can really, you know, change the way the board's operating.
There's a Type 93 in there. Like, yeah, I've just never seen that in a Brit Air deck ever. But it's a 1 cost that buffs everything, right?
Yeah, it's just it's a board centric deck. Like, this is much more of like a I'm going to pick off your units sort of threat in appearance on this, and so it's something that I'm really looking forward to. I will say that Type 93 seems like it has great synergy with the B7A2, looking at one of copy here. So again, you know, kind of putting into perspective the tournament metagame. When your opponent knows these cards in the deck, they have to think about the board differently.
Absolutely. Second deck here from No N5 is a Germany-Italy deck, and I believe this one is fairly aggressive, though, if you look at the curve, and then really relying on Italy for, I guess, the control aspect. Why don't you talk us through this one, Flake?
Well, not so much. I mean, Italy is typically known oftentimes just for that control aspect, but in reality, looking at those cards, you got the single line for a day. Yeah, it's a control card, but there's a whole lot of snow going on, a lot of Alpine units, which are really kind of capitalize on other Alpine units being out there. And myself as a Canadian living in the Great White North for so long can really attest to the fact that it's always warmer in groups. So the more you have on the board, the better it'll be. Lots of those little dudes that kind of buff each other as they go from the Italian perspective. But other than that, I mean, you got tanks, you've got Enigma to go ahead and fill the hand, Yak Bomber, and finally, again, just rounding out all the way at the other end of that credit curve is Leopold. So I'm curious to see how Italy as a support faction for a Germany build with the Alpine units is going to factor in here. I have both stomped this deck and I have been stomped by this deck. So it can really, it's all about if this deck runs into clean ways to deal with those Alpine units early. And, you know, because sometimes it's just one carpet bomb away from being a disaster.
Yeah, I'm really looking at that encirclement being a key card here for No. 5. Getting that off at the right moment can really create pressure that never lets up off your opponent. Now, the final deck for No. 5, that is a deck that we've come to know and are fairly kind of versed in at this point, is the Japan aggro, rocking that Feigned Retreat. Just wants to get a ton of units out on the board, packing that Befelswagen for that potential additional frontline control. Is there anything else that sticks out here, Admirable?
Not really. It's a pretty straightforward build. You know, get some presence on board, threaten your opponent, have Enigma to refill, or have Feigned Retreat to keep going. It's really very straightforward in this one, and what it boils down to is the matchup. If your opponent is not able to handle your pressure early, you pretty much just go to the next game as quickly as you can.
All right, let's check out what Cyril Morrigan is going to be bringing to the fight here, starting off with his Fast Heinz deck. And that is a Germany main and Japan ally Fast Heinz deck. And again, I feel like we've seen this list quite a few times at this point. Anything unusual about this one, Flake?
I don't think really that all that unusual necessarily. We know what this deck does. We know how it can become out of hand as fast as possible. And, you know, we've seen the significance of a card like Sendai Regiment to just make way for that war machine.
Yeah. All right. Next deck up for Cyril Morrigan. He is making the same bet as J King did, and it is the return of the Artie. A slightly different list here, but anything kind of particular that you see here from kind of the difference between the J King list and what Cyril Morrigan is bringing, Admirable? It seems like J King was more focused on the cease and that kind of later game chip damage, but this seems to be more of a swingy one-turn kill deck.
It does feel that way. You know, I really have to offer my criticism of the 3 copies of Greyhound being run. I very much disagree with this. I think Greyhound is a fantastic card. I think it's super powerful. I want to include 4 copies of it.
Thank you.
That is one of the things that stands out to me is like, why on earth would you play 3 Greyhounds? The entire point of this deck is to buff your backline. This is a unit that buffs your backline. I will say though, however, that I do think that the Pechlikov is a pretty undervalued card, where this is a 2/4 bomber that sits in your backline for 3 credits, has a 2 operation cost, and it says deployment effects do not trigger. This is an extremely powerful effect against certain types of decks, and it just really depends on like whether or not you're going to be facing those decks. So this is kind of a metagame tech choice that takes place. But if Pechlikov ends up being relevant in your matchup, it ends up being very relevant in your matchup. And so I do like this deck. I do think it's still a strong build in this one. I would have seen 4 Greyhounds, but honestly, it's a pretty light criticism. I think when you put it into the grand scheme of things, the deck is pretty strong. 3 copies of Katyusha. You're looking at the Patriotic Firestorms being able to buff your backline. It's really about making sure that your threats are establishing presence, and this deck, we've seen from artillery in the past, it's very good at doing so.
All right, and then the final deck here from Cyril Morrigan. It is the most popular deck in Asia. It is Brit Air. We've kind of seen all of them bring some version of Brit Air here, and Cyril Morrigan is not going to be an exception to that rule. Anything in particular that sticks out here? I mean, we did see No. 5 bringing more of a board fighty Brit Air, but Cyril Morrigan, what does this look like to you, Admirable, since you had that kind of point on the board fighting style of No. 5's Brit deck?
Really, the only thing that stands out to me is that the difference between Alliance and Finest Hour. We kind of see one or the other, and we've seen Finest Hour in both of these copies. So a little bit still board-centric here, I would say, on Cyril Morrigan's side, but not quite as much as we saw on the other side of things for No. 5. So that's really the only thing that stands out to me. They're both running Finest Hour, but I would say that No. 5 a little bit more respect for units that can affect the board.
All right, that's going to be it for looking at the decks. Now it's time for us to take a look at the bans. No. 5 getting his German Fast Heinz deck taken out from him, and Cyril Morrigan getting his Brit Air deck taken out. So he still has that Fast Heinz deck to work with, as well as that Soviet Artie. So 2 very aggressive and powerful decks for Cyril Morrigan versus No. 5's aggressive Japanese deck and the Brit Air deck. So let's just jump into the game, and before we load on in, starting with you, Flake, who's going to take this series and how is it going to go?
Well, I hate making predictions because I'm always wrong, and then I feel like I'm responsible to a degree. So I will say that the winner of this match will be the player that achieves 2 wins before their opponent does. I feel like that is a fair statement. I think that the opponent that loses twice is likely not going to be the one who advances here. That is the blanket statement that I like to make. Of course, I mean, I just, it's hard to look at these lists and say, one of them banned Germany and the other one let it through. And the German lists have really overperformed. Perhaps not overperformed, but they've been very strong here. I feel like Cyril Morgan with their artillery list and the German list, the German tanks can really get the job done. However, on the other side, I mean, if you can get really aggressive with that Japanese list and really find a very, very, you can catch your opponent flat-footed for a turn or two, that can just be hard to recover from. So I'm going to lean towards Cyril Morgan here, but I'm ready to be wrong, as I typically am.
Yeah, I just want to point out that from Knowing Fives that we got a little autopilot here from Ollie here on this one. Hard to call you. I hate to call you out on this one, but that was the Alpine deck that was banned.
Oh yeah,
not
sorry.
So that is tremendous respect for how much power that Alpine deck has gotten, and it really all boils down to that new unit they got. The 2 copies of it. It's a 1-cost 1 credit unit that says the start of your turn you get additional credit. It's just a 1/1, but it is an Alpine, and that can really change the way the game is going to function. That is a very powerful card and tremendous amount of respect here that Cyril Morgan is showing for that deck.
Yeah, and my apologies on that mistake. I'm just getting so used to Germany just being fast Heinz in all of these tournament settings, but you are absolutely correct.
Alpine stepped in.
Of Uprising, and without spoiling anything, I mean, I have a feeling we're going to be seeing more Alpine very soon. Ooh,
Spoiler alert.
It's going to be interesting.
Spoiler alert.
But I'm really excited to see what kind of the shakeup that Uprising has brought into the tournament meta, whereas we've had a kind of fairly stable meta for a long time over the summer months, not a whole lot of balance patches, not a whole lot of updates, but now I believe we're going to be seeing the meta shake up a little bit before we enter a slightly more stable period for a little while. But then everything else, everything gets thrown out the window again when we start approaching the World Championship. So that should be a fun one.
Confirm or deny, Ollie, Canada will be a support nation in the future.
I cannot confirm nor deny that.
All right. Follow up. Confirm or deny, I will be a card is the Canada support nation. Just saying. I mean, like, a card will be modeled art-wise for me, perhaps. I mean, if you need some sort of... I'm just saying, if you want more Alpine units, perhaps, develop another support nation like Canada, have some cool snow tanks going on, some, like, skiing commandos and such. Just saying. I'm sure that there's, like, perhaps some sort of hockey war that could have occurred that might be, worthwhile.
Typical Canadian, can't think about anything but hockey for less than 5 seconds. My gosh. I wanted to confirm or deny from Ollie that Canada will not be a support unit in future situations here. He couldn't confirm or deny that it would, but maybe can deny that it would not.
Oh.
So
the silence means that he can't confirm or deny. Gosh darn it! I was hoping that we could squeeze something out of there. Flake, I'm really looking forward to this matchup for a couple of different reasons here, and I'd say the first one for me is that we're actually just looking at 4 different decks that are heading into place right now. We have Japan as a central focus for one. We have Britain as a central focus for one, and then on the other side we have Germany as a central focus, and we have Soviet as a central focus. Almost everything is getting into play here in this matchup.
No, that's a very, very important point over there, is the fact that there's going to be no mirrors, like no true mirrors in this case. And even though the German decks were kind of different as well, in this case, you're getting 4 different HQs. And that's a beautiful part about this game as well, is that it's not just the fact that there's, okay, here are the 2 or 3 best decks as they exist. Let's go forward with this. It's also a matter of how you can, corner other opponents' decks, how you can prognosticate what your opponents are going to be doing. And just as an FYI to everybody's watching here, the players are just getting connected to the games over here. We're just getting those sorted out. So a couple more minutes and we'll be jumping right into those. But yeah, again, to your point, Admirable, the fact that there is a nice diversity here. And a lot of it just relies on the fact that these players are just very comfortable with the cards that they're playing in the faction and the nations that they'll be representing. It's not just that, okay, I have to take X, Y, and Z to this tournament because they are just hands down the best. It's a matter of, I'm taking these because this is how I feel most comfortable in whatever situations. This is how I feel I will be best, suited for me to answer what my opponents will be playing. So in this particular case, this is probably the best snapshot of the diversity of what this game could be from a competitive level.
Yeah, and honestly, it's crazy to think about that as well. To kind of revisit your point on that we're waiting for the players to be established. This is unfortunately one of these small consequences that exists with a live production play, where the players are getting connected in their establishment here. So when you look at these matchups, this really kind of demonstrates the importance of tournament decisions as well, where it isn't just a matter of bringing the XYZ decks to the format. It also matters on what your opponents are going to ban, what you're going to ban from your opponents, how then those matchups line up afterwards, what decks your opponent can be left with, and if you could bring 2 decks that target something specific. There's all sorts of different tournament strategies that can take place in a you must win with all of your decks situation here. And so now we're ready for the game, and as we jump into this one, I am very excited to see this, because as we said, there are 4 different decks that are in battle here in this best of 3.
And right out of the gate, man, take a look at that. We've got an anti-aircraft gun. We've got a Katyusha. And if there's one thing that can just, decimate an aggressive go-low deck, it's a line of artillery that if they could stick, if they can go ahead and pick away at your opponent as they're establishing, yeah, you got blitz. But if I've got a healthy line in the back row, there's not much you can do. But I mean, take a look at this. I mean, you're already in the front row, the card like the Bicycle Regiment, but war production that he's hovering over right now is going to give you a little bit of extra grease there that you can go ahead and start jamming some of those big boys down. And it might just be a Katyusha and a fire here. Take a look at this. And now this is a tough spot, Admirable, because everything that's going to be on the board is going to get shot down.
It's a big respect for the amount of damage that can be played here in this regard, but this also sets up, some Panzers to being able to operate against this matchup in a very clean fashion as well. I'm not worried about necessarily that Cyril Morgan has discarded cards. I'm more so worried about the information you're giving to your opponent in a situation like this. That the war production is meant to swing the game. And a lot got spent to make sure that we preserved health total in this one. So Cyril Morgan, I don't want to call this a mistake. That is not the point I'm trying to make. What I'm trying to make here is the point is that is heavy respect for headquarter defense total right now.
So look at this now. The issue here is the fact that on turn 3, it could just be you drop an infantry, your Panzer comes out willy-nilly, move to the front, take out the Katyusha, and you still have a body on board. So I get what you're saying there, is the fact that you've really just given up a lot of big swing plays later on that could have really changed the dynamic of what this is. But
wow.
Just passing there, that's incredible.
Yeah, this is also big respect. And honestly, so for No and 5 here, this is kind of the opposite, where you're not respecting the headquarter total. You could have dropped this Panzer and had it, be threatened by the Katyusha. But if it succeeds in that, you get to kill the Katyusha. So instead, this was wait until you reach that turn 4 where you can play all this stuff. And then suddenly a lot of that changes. Now, if you play a Panzer, it's dead. So if you don't have an infantry to play with that Panzer, until you have 4 credits, you are not getting it checked. And by that time, Cyril Morgan's had a lot more time to develop. And you'll notice that Cyril Morgan drawing the supply depot, this early play that was made with the Katyusha on the war production, it doesn't get punished at all. In fact, it gets heavily benefited here. Holy smokes, Cyril Morgan, what an outcome that was for that. We're looking at turn 4 KV hit and play. If No and 5 can't check this right away, this game's going to be over quick due to this kind of this board respect, but does draw an infantry unit to go with this as well. So pretty strong turn that's coming in.
That's a lot of patience there. Like, when was the last time you saw an aggressive list like that just triple pass, just old school, just saying, all right, I'm not ready for this just yet. Now, almost just pulling the trigger there on the war production and forgetting that maybe a Bloody Sickle is a better option for me, because we don't want to discard that. But take a look at that. It's just making short work of the entire board here and hanging on to the engineers, 10th engineers. It's a nice way to hold on to. When you need to push that damage to get those bad boys up to 3, that might factor in later on. Keep that surprise in hand.
Definitely agree with keeping the surprise in hand. I'm a bit worried for No and 5 spot here, just because I could see Cyril Morgan's hand. If I couldn't see Cyril Morgan's hand here, honestly, this would feel like a totally fine spot. I'd be like, this is a pretty good turn. The fact that I can see the KV is here, and that there's so much reestablishment available for Cyril Morgan's side, I'm very worried for what's going to end up happening to No and 5's board here. Now, I will say the supply chain's kind of coming into play here. This can be a benefit, but you really have to wipe out this KV first. And right now, this is a 3/6 with heavy armor. It's not getting wiped out very easily.
No, that's, let's be fair. And every card that they draw is just going to get taxed now, as the KV is just, having that little passive damage. Every turn, you're going to take one on. And
there is a chance, right? I mean, we're looking at a 2-1 that can actually damage units in play with 3 Type 93s in hand. Like, this could kill the KV this turn. There's a 1 in 3 chance.
That would be one hell of a cheeky play. I mean, you'd have to
you
roll the
gotta.
dice here. You absolutely have to, because if you can kill the KV, you do have that Enigma follow-up to refill your hand if necessary, and that's not so bad. But if you're refilling that hand later on with that KV on board, that is a punishing play.
The other alternative here is to presence the board and just hope that your opponent has to fight back and you can get there in a different fashion, because this still is a lot of Type 93s on board. You know, they buff each other as well. So this is a heaping pile of damage that takes place. They're going to try to go for the 1 in 3. So the 1 in 3 misses, but I think that accepting this 33% like full recovery rate, I think if this KV dies, that there's a massive point of trouble from Cyril Morgan's side. On top of that, you also have a 5-1 in the front line right now, so your KV can't just move forward and do stuff. Cyril Morgan has to pay respect to this board right now and answer back, and it's not going to be a clean answer right now. So this is going to go to headquarters. You're down to, I'm sorry, that's just a blitz unit. I apologize. I thought it was one of the destruction ones. But this KV right now, it's already been damaged. And so I think from Cyril Morgan's perspective here, it's just continue to develop the board and not really worry about too much else. You're going to take a big hit here, but this is why they paid so much respect for life total.
Another supply chain. If that KV survives, that Enigma's going to be in a terrible spot. So there is incentive here for Noen to go ahead and actually take out that KV and perhaps sacrifice some of the damage that those types are holding on to.
Sendai Regiment drawn as well, but I really think the question is just how do you want to fight back here from Noen's perspective? And I think that with this Enigma in hand, you have a justification for fighting on board. You could either smack the headquarters for 9, but then you have to figure out a way to push the rest of this damage. If you don't push this if you push this damage, your opponent's turn is so clean. They get to pick off one of your units, they get to use the KV to pick off another unit and stay alive, and they get to pick off your other unit, and you're left with the board. So it's either Sendai Regiment and push, or it's fight for the board, use the Enigma to recover. This is a critical macro play.
Oh, certainly. You have the fork in the road here. I mean, push damage, accept it, trade, accept it, recover with the Enigma later on. Lots of opportunity here. They're going with the Sendai, and they're taking out the anti-aircraft gun and moving forward.
Totally fine play. I mean, that's one of the. It's a strong unit that's in play right now, but it's a weak unit later on. So I don't mind the play that much at all. I think it's pretty critical. But I'm looking at just Cyril Morgan's side right now, and having to fight for board just means that Cyril Morgan has time, and that's exactly what you want against this Japanese aggro deck, because you want time.
And this is the beauty of this matchup right here, is the fact that Cyril Morgan feels like he's on top of the world right now. But one Enigma into a brilliant hand can really change the dynamic here. You can get aggressive, and you can get really nasty. There's another Sendai.
Yeah, the Sendai doesn't feel quite as strong to me. And I think that you just accept one less card here, because I think that the 4 credits that you have to operate with these 5 fresh cards you just drew could be really important here. So you're committing your second Sendai Regiment to the board to draw an extra card. I feel like that is a little bit greedy if that's going to be the case. However, it does seem appealing, but I think that just having 4 credits with 5 fresh cards is massive, and I think that would be my favor in this situation.
I mean, if you could pick up a 2-1 with Blitz, that Type 93 is going to give you a little bit of help here, right? So if you do find one, then that's just a clean kill, and you can save the Sendai for something bigger and nastier, and there it is. There's an option for you.
There's a lot going on with this hand as well. You also have the option of you using Desperate Measure and fighting for the board that way. Yeah, trade off the Sendai Regiment and use Desperate Measure. I think this is pretty darn strong. So now your opponent gets a 3-2, but that 3-2 is having a battle for board. You end up with a 2-1 in the front line. You have another Enigma in hand. A lot of stuff's going on here. I think that's pretty strong for Noen, but I still think this is looking Cyril Morgan favor just because there's been so little damage to the headquarters so far.
Yeah, you've got that cushion of 13 still going. Typically by now at turn 8, you'd think that this person, if Cyril Morgan would have been clinging to like 2 or 3 health by now. It just hasn't worked out. And now a nice clean couple trades here, and dropping the Petliakov as well. No deploys that can trigger. And not only that, you've got some damage in the back line as that Greyhound that you and I are such fans of gets to trade and move forward and buff the back row. That thing does everything.
Yeah, and there's no deployment effects right now for Noen 5. And so I think this holding of this card may be trying to tell your opponent it's not a deploy effect, or it just could be complete oversight. It's very polarized in those. If they play it, obviously it's complete oversight of the Pechlikov. But I think right now hovering that card around is trying to tell your opponent this is not a deploy effect, and I don't have a second Sendai regiment. And I think that's really kind of the thought here. Is it's like some really high next level stuff that's happening, or again just tremendous oversight, and that tells me tremendous oversight. There is no deployment effect. Wow, Pechlikov absolutely obliterating an oversight here.
Yeah, it ain't happening. Well, there's a 2-4 bomber in the back row with a nice little, place to put it. Again, another
this
Enigma.
Is a heaping pile of damage.
A massive amount of damage, absolutely, because a lot of these units that are trading damage are not taking anything in return. The worst trade deal in history right now is going to be that bomber onto that unit in the back row, but why even bother? Maybe we just go face. That unit cannot attack, move and attack, so we're just going to put you on a clock here. You can't get to me, so I'm going to create a situation where you're done. You're toast. Unless you eliminate 2 of the 3 units in my back row, I've got you dead to rights here. And again, the second Sendai is out. It got its deploy effect basically smothered by that Pechlikov, which you mentioned it in the pregame here. It's a situation. It's a card that can really change the tides. Either your opponent's going to hate it or they're not going to give 2 Fs about it. In that case, that Sendai could have been so strong, and in this case, it was not.
Yeah, this was just blunder. And it shows you, where this game is at right now. You can't afford to make blunders. If you make blunders, the game slips away very quickly. And so that's exactly what we're seeing in this one. Zero Morgan takes game number 1. Pretty strong respect for the board on both sides in this game that took place here. And that was not only demonstrated in the decks as we were taking a look at those, but also very demonstrated in the gameplay here as well.
Well, and what do we have left here for Cyril Morgan? You've got a Germany list, and we've seen just how strong those lists have been. And in this case, Germany is going to be working with, Fast Heinz, Greif, the Panzers, everything working for you. We've seen just how strong this list can be. And if it's going to be a back and forth in this case, if no one is going to rely perhaps on that Japanese list to maybe outpace it, to maybe get to the front line sooner, to trade more efficiently against those tanks, that could be a situation that might change the tides here. So in your case, Admirable, are you going aggro versus aggro in this sense? Are you relying on that Japanese list perhaps to just trade these cheap units into these more expensive tanks?
I mean, no, is that an angle you can take with an aggro list like this? Like, it feels like you're trying to just chip away at your opponent and keep them at bay for this one as we get into the game. And you'll notice that it took us a moment here, but a couple turns in, we were seeing that tanks have the board.
Right away, man.
We're not going up against Japan aggro. We're going up against the British air deck, and the British air deck certainly has to pay attention to board in a matchup like this one. Cyril Morgan did not have one of those crazy draws that just blows up every single thing in the game, and by playing 100 million damage into play with a Fast Heinz right away. Instead, we have a traditional board battle that's taking place here. And so for Cyril Morgan, it's get some threats established and try to find a spot where you can make your board overwhelming.
Yeah, absolutely. And now just buffing those tanks in the front row to the 2-4, you got a 3-3 in the back line, doesn't allow that Kitty Hawk to cleanly clear up as it did previously with its deploy effect. So there is a situation here where Cyril Morgan could actually go ahead and move forward and start pushing. Not to mention, you might have an opportunity to just go ahead and clear out that Kitty Hawk. It's in your best interest at the same time to actually just start doing a little bit of house cleaning here when it comes to this support line airfield that's being developed. But hey there. That's a nice one.
Yeah, that's always nice to see. Kind of interesting here that no one paid so much respect to the back line with the air superiority here. I assumed we were going to see the buff to one of their units there just to make it stronger to establish the board. Like, it costs 4 credits to operate that Flampanzer from the back. You have plenty of time, I think, to take out that unit. And so now suddenly no one's finding themselves in a spot where this front line is getting very scary very quickly. It's going to be hard to establish a back line unless your intent is to find an opening for the Empire Strikes.
Right, and also Cyril Morgan also has another Flampanzer in hand, so one of those small, gladiators or swordfish, one of those gladfish, as it were, can just get swallowed up real quick. I don't care how big and tall you are, how green your numbers are. It's just, you know, everything dies to the Flampanzer if you've got that 1 in your credit cost. But here's the close air support. There's the first wave coming through. You know, are you cleaning this one up, Admirable, at this point? I mean, I feel like that's just a nice, easy trade to make.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting the way that no one is playing this as well, because it is yielding Cyril Morgan into having to make some pretty obvious decisions, which is just like, you know, kill your opponent's stuff and just kind of keep making these trades. If this is paced this way, no one definitely, I think, has the edge. When you get to this late game versus the British air deck, and it does not have, you know, completely obliterated its resources into the ground, it's extremely powerful on its swing potential. And so if this game is paced at this rate, No 5 is going to have a lot of opportunity to make some super strong plays. So this is kind of an interesting take that they have had on this, but it's showing that there are plenty of lines of play, I think, involved with this deck in particular. It's just get some board presence and make sure that your opponent's not, you know, cracking you for, you know, 26 damage in one turn.
3 tanks living on that board there for Cyril Morgan. One of them sitting in smoke screen, untouchable. One of them just seen a little bit worse for wear. It's seen a little bit of battle, but take a look at this. Just in one foul swoop, we're already establishing quite a formidable board as the bombers come through. They've got blitz. They're all looking nice and strong and powerful. Take a look at that, Admirable. In one foul swoop, you've not only established the board, but you've absolutely dusted everything that Cyril Morgan has fought for the past few rounds.
Yeah, you get a dust back though. I mean, Flampanzer are here to wipe out one of these units. You get a frontline take with this smoke screen that's all fighting bombers as well, so it's kind of free. However, I think that, you know, no one really planned out this turn this way. This happens, you deploy another unit, and then the Empire strikes. Like, this is a very, very nice swing that no one has created here, and it's stranded these 2 board buffs in Cyril Morgan's hand. And so suddenly Cyril Morgan finds themselves behind. They're stuck with a Leopold in hand. The Enigma is dead. This is 4 dead cards on a 7-credit turn, Flake.
I mean, and it's not like you can't just toss those into Dogcoin, right? You can't just go ahead and, you know, maybe invest in GameStop and see, like, you know, some sick returns next turn. No, you've got to sit on this like a golden egg and just wait for it to hatch next turn. Yeah. In the meantime, everyone else is having a Merry Christmas but you in this case. Take a look at that. Here they come. They just like a swarm of bees. They're just there in the back row buzzing around, just stinging little picks and prods here and there.
Yeah, this is 1 turn too late on this too. Like, this turn would have been so strong on the previous one, you know, but this is a perfect 7-credit turn that took place. But Cyril Morgan's having to wait till 8 credits to have that happen. That gives no one the opening, and now there is a chance for pretty much lethal to happen from here. We're looking at 2 credits being drawn in a Fury unit that is active on board and completely unchecked.
Yep, 6 going through brings you right back down to 7. 2-4. You got 7 credits of spending on the board itself. So why don't we just go ahead and roll a convoy? Maybe we get lucky. The Type 1, but you need to make room for the Type 1.
I think that's okay right now. I mean, just you're pushing a unit to the front line means that your opponent does not get to fight for this board properly. So protect all these little tiny bombers in the back while they chip away at the rest of this board, and then use this Fury unit to sit here and threaten the front line.
Now, was there a situation here, perhaps, where you dropped a bomber in the front line as sort of a buffer, and you went face twice with the Fury unit for 8?
I mean, there's all sorts of different lines I think that could take place here, and frankly, they all have their different benefits and consequences. I don't think we have the time to go over them because it's just so many different things that are taking place here. For Cyril Morgan, it's just purely, I have to fight back right now, and so 3 bombers get to live in this situation. Like, this is a devastating kind of effect that feels like it's taking place right now. Another swordfish gets drawn. It's kind of an irrelevant draw at this point. So no one, again, fishing for some ways to take advantage of this giant board. And Churchill plus a board buff is finding its way there. And right now, I'll tell you what, this RAF plus this buff are looking massive. Yeah, close air support indeed.
It's right up there. How you can't get much closer than that, frankly. I mean, take a look at that. That Raft Lightning, when you talk about tempo and just board presence, a 3/5 that bounces a unit back to hand, that is incredible when it comes to just pure value. We're going to go ahead and buff a 5/7 bomber. That guy came out for 1, and now it's just running the table. That is a tough little bastard that's buzzing about. And hey, why not? Let's get the little guys come through and, you know, play along as well, as no one has just established that buzzing back row. But
I think we have, with the prophecy has been fulfilled. We have Churchill versus Leopold active at the moment, Flake.
This is cards, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we all dream about, is a Wrath Lightning on top of a Leopold into a re-Leopold, into a Churchill, into... My goodness gracious.
Unfortunately, we're not going that direction. We're killing the Leopold. Smart play. This is the way to do it. Don't just entertain the crowd here. Get some board presence and start to fight back. There's the Wrath Lightning putting a ton of pressure into play. 2 Fury units hitting the board now. And Cyril Morrigan absolutely has their back against the wall, and I do not feel like they're getting out of this one. The corner may be the closest place they can go.
Well, we're going to eat up one of those Fury units, and now you're staring down 10 potential damage, which is, I guess, as close as you'll get here, but some of that damage is going to come through and get rid of the other Fury unit, which is a wise choice. I mean, getting those big boys to attack twice can be dangerous, but my God, it's just... This has been back and forth, back and forth.
And honestly, it's been pretty strong resource use, I think, on No One's side, and really understanding of why this deck is functioning the way it is, which it just tremendously patient resource use, and that is such a strong idea to be having in a situation like this. But right now, I feel like this is not a Churchill line. I feel like this is a take the front line, deploy your units, and buff them all. You've seen Leopold get used to this point. How on earth does Cyril Morrigan fight back against that?
What's also worth noting here is that Cyril Morgan has that Enigma in hand, but I don't think it's ever going to be coming into play here, as basically no one's got a whole bunch of cheap units, and no one has been also bouncing units back to hand. So it's been very difficult for Cyril Morgan to find any value off of that Enigma.
Yeah, it's pretty much just dead in hand. You're seeing why the Brit Air deck is so powerful as well. It just has so many different lines it can take that can establish board, and Churchill really demonstrating why it's going to be one of the scariest cards in the game right now. It doesn't even get Sendi'd. It's the Fury unit that has to be taken here. And I feel like this game is about to be taken on No One's side as well. It's just so hard for Cyril Morrigan to fight back actively against this.
Completely, totally. There's no way out of this one, unfortunately. Yeah, no problem. You've got something guarding the front line. It's just going to get mowed down, in this case, by a bomber, making way for that Churchill, who, I mean, let's be fair, had a major impact upon deploy and only got stronger as the game progressed. This one is all knotted up at 1. Brit Air just relentless in terms of development, in terms of buffing, controlling the board, making trades that mattered, and constantly threatening lethal there. Admirable. Yo's Fury units were dangerous from the get-go, and no matter how many Sendi's and Leopolds we saw, there was constantly a threat, a pressure, something that these German tank lists like to do. They like to be the pressure tactic. They like to be the ones that want to own that front line and constantly threaten the lethal. In this case, the tables have turned.
Yeah, and I want to draw attention to the fact that, again, just very board-centric, both from the decks and from the play that we're seeing demonstrated on both sides. One of the things that I didn't highlight at the start was the fact that this British Air deck has 4 copies of Convoy and 0 copies of Lend-Lease. And that really gives you an idea for how important that No One 5 is valuing the board right now. It says, you know what? I don't need a Lend-Lease. I don't need to draw more cards. I just need to draw some cards. I need to find a couple of things, but I need to be able to play them when I find them. And so when you cut out the Lend-Lease value that's packed into 1 card of drawing 4, and instead you're going 4 Convoys, it shows, again, how important that tempo aspect can be, and not only demonstrating it in the deck building, but also demonstrating it in the gameplay. The tempo is what won that matchup.
So here it's going to be the Japanese list on No One's side versus Cyril, and immediately establishing units on both sides. We've got the 1-3 tank. We've got the 2-1 that's just going to sit back there. And I think that's a smart play in this case. Create a situation where your opponent needs to pay to advance their units.
Yeah. And this is kind of an interesting spot here as well. No One 5 has one of the most powerful units, I think, that this Japanese aggro deck can play. With this 2-2, it just blows up a unit that has 2 or less attack attached to it. And Leopold is the last card I think that Cyril Morrigan wanted to see in this matchup right now. That is a 10 credit unit that is probably not getting played in this matchup. And by the time it does, it could be too late anyway. So No One 5, I feel like the hand here is a little bit slow, but it is very powerful in the grand scheme of things here. So just how do you want to take this approach, and how do you want to get it done? Because the idea for me here is I'm looking at that giant 6-cost card, and when I say giant, it's really just in perspective of how cheap the cost is for the units on this Japanese aggro list. Feigned Retreat is going to be, I think, the key card in the matchup right now. The board has been fought for. It's kind of been established. We got at least one tank that's coming into play here, and it's delivering some chip damage in the meantime. This is exactly how I think this deck needs to be played, is you play a lot of chip damage, you move your board forward, you keep your opponent's backline really in check and at bay, and that gives you time to play that feigned retreat and just absolutely overwhelm the game.
Well, the front line is occupied there. No one's got a nice firm foothold on there. It's not you got one clean trade if necessary, but there are some destruction effects that can make this nasty. Now, buffing a board here, typically, you might want to do that when there's a little bit more on the board or you're in a spot to really push forward. But I think this is just a situation where I need to keep this board as healthy as possible so that I can continuously keep bodies on the board to make trades, because they're going to be pushing forward much cheaper than I am. They're going to establish units much cheaper than I am. And as you can see, it's just the hits keep rolling in, baby. It's Michael Jackson in the 80s, hit after hit after hit, and they're just moving forward, and they are moonwalking their way to a favorable position here.
Well, Greif is it's certainly delivering that. This could be a huge turn for Serum Morgan to fight back here. And honestly, the Honorable Death is a major tool in this situation as well, just being able to either establish a future presence in terms of just something that can fight back, and then on just the other side of things where you could use this to perhaps take the front line yourself, which is exactly what they're going to do. This cuts into Noan's feigned retreat turn as well, where now the board is starting to get established and you don't have the front line. That's when you want to play feigned retreat, is when you have the front line. So the timing here from Serum Morgan fighting back, spot on.
Wonderful play over here, and just making sure that the sequencing rather of the attacks there was such that if perhaps one of those destruction effects actually killed the Greif or killed another unit, it was done in this perfect way. And now, unfortunately, one of the destruction effects actually killed the Greif, which I suppose was not ideal, but it saved some of the bigger boys to move forward and protect that front line. And here comes more of these units. My goodness, there we go. A little bit of extra beef in the front line, and those units in the back line. This is going to be a tough one over here, and the tables are turning, Admirable.
This is very little time for feigned retreat has been taking place, and that is not what you want to see. You have to be able to get the feigned retreat active, I think, at some point in this matchup, but you have to respect the board as well. So here we go. First attack. Wow. Not the outcome you were looking for, I think, in this one. However, you are getting some chip damage available. You do have the front line, and really it boils down to Serum Morgan. How powerful is their turn? No 1-5 is just hoping that they can play this feigned death and make something happen. And so right now, with how cheap the answers are from Serum Morgan's side, I feel like this feigned death is not going to be enough.
And just like that, just clean house, move forward, try again. And that is a bad card to draw here. That's not really going to change the game, unfortunately, over here. Feigned retreat.
It's something to play. And right now, the feigned retreat is gonna hope to carry this game. So what no one's hoping for right now is that the board is not too big of a problem. With that for the Emperor, it definitely is a major problem. This is a huge problem, and the problem has definitely been established and shown. This is bad news. How on earth do you answer this board? I don't know, but feigned retreat, if there's one card that can do it, maybe that's it. Type 93, great start. Type 94, great start. Take the front line, not the best, but another Type 93 gets drawn. But you just don't have the answers for this. Units don't have blitz. You didn't get there in time, and you can't stop the damage. Serum Morgan takes the win.
But just look at the power of that card. About your top decks became a 5-card hand more or less in that situation. I mean, like you said, great start, great start, great start. Here we go. Unfortunately, you just kind of trip over your shoelaces right before the finish line. But I mean, to be fair, you were coming from behind from that entire match. You did have a very strong start. You moved to the front. You were creating situations, but I mean, buffing those tanks and creating really value trades on your side. If there's a situation where you can 2-for-1 your units into theirs, there's a good chance eventually they'll run out of gas and you'll be able to move forward. Pushing the damage where necessary, waiting and picking your shots to go ahead and buff up those tanks and push the damage. It was a lot of picking and choosing how you're going to clean up the board, and then owning the front line from your opponent was important in that case. And ultimately, I mean, it is what it is, and Serum Morgan moves forward in this case.
Yeah, congratulations to Cyril Morgan for defeating No and 5 here 2-1. Let's take a look at how the bracket stands here in a couple of seconds after the conclusion of the last quarterfinals here. Next up, we're going to be looking into the semifinals. But before we move the narrative over to there, what a fantastic series, and well played by Cyril Morgan there. My biggest regret, or my biggest kind of sadness surrounding the fact that we just said goodbye to No and 5, is that we won't see that Alpine deck in this tournament. You know, after I misnamed it, I mean, I feel like I really need to see it. So,
well, hey,
I got to build it.
Great news, Ollie. You could go pick up the deck because you have access to pretty much everything that's available in Cards, but you can also go find the deck yourself over on KARDS.com and pick up the deck and start playing it. That Alpine deck looked sweet as heck. I can't wait to generate that sort of stuff because I love when my units are working together. And now we have our top 4 established, and look at this top 4. It's J King versus Apologize and Cyril Morgan versus Hui Hui. We have an opportunity here for a J King versus Hui Hui or an Apologize versus Cyril Morgan. Like, we're looking at all kinds of different angles that can take place here as we approach this finals for the OCC. And I have to say, from what we've seen here today, the decks look cleaner, the choices look cleaner, the play looks like it's higher level. The tournament play for Cards is looking serious as we come closer to this World Championship right now, and I am so excited to see whether it's going to be the consistency that players have had established with J King and with Hui Hui in this final spot here, or if the players that are relatively new to the tournament scene, with the tournament scene, I'd say being relatively new in general, there are players who are super established. There are players who are trying to establish themselves. Like, so much boils down to these last couple matches that we have in the OCC here right now, and it's been a long time since I feel like I've seen this much at stake in an 8-player tournament.
I mean, I have to fully agree, and I mean, what a storyline that we get. We get 2 matches, which are the veteran against the newcomers, right? It wasn't like a veteran versus veteran, a newcomer versus newcomer split in the bracket. No, these guys both get a chance to add a really, really, really valuable scalp to their collection if they make it past either of these veterans. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the semifinals right after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Ole. With me are Admirable and Flake, and it is time to jump on into the semifinals. The quarterfinals are behind us. The stakes get higher, the games get grittier, and we cannot wait to see what these guys have in store for us in the semifinals. And we're going to be starting off on the upper side of the bracket with J King 7 taking on the newcomer Apologize. Now, before we jump on into the match, let's quickly refresh what these guys look like and what their KARDS career looks like. Starting with J King.
Yeah. All right. Well, I listen. I figured he's from Canada. I get this one.
Yeah. True story. I apologize.
I'm just saying. Kid Canada over here with his first place finish, repping the red and white. I'm just saying, I would be smiling that wide too if I was constantly kicking ass at KARDS tournaments. Frankly, 67.47% win rate. Not the best, pretty damn good.
Yeah. I mean, no doubt about it. Pretty damn good indeed. As we head over to take a look at Apologizes, who has about half the matches established as we see this one come in. But still a lot of matches that are getting played here, and a very nice win rate as well. 69.7%, finished 5th in the season. And Apologize, I think having the favorite card being established as what happens to be also close to one of my favorite cards in the Commonwealth builds that I love to play, where you turn those commandos into some lethal vipers as they strike and they just start sniping units out. I love to see that when that kind of action takes place. Now we're not seeing that here this weekend. Instead, we're seeing some decks end up taking place. But as we jump into the bans, those bans are ready. And my gosh, do we have one of these matchups that is just not looking similar on either side, Flake?
No. 4 different main nations and a lot to be left here. In this case, J King is gonna have access to that Soviet artillery deck that he has been so successful for with in the past. No access to that British list. And on the other side, Apologize, Germany, USA. I've got my money on J King here. Kid Canada is gonna get it done as he always has, especially if he's left to his Soviet Union baby that he's just so efficient with.
Yeah.
Is Kid Canada like a common nickname? Because I love it. I think that's awesome.
I don't think he's quite at captain status yet to be called Captain Canada. So Kid Canada. I mean, J King is still a young lad compared to us old folks, as it were. So he's got plenty of runway left in his career. So he hasn't necessarily elevated himself to Kid Canada, to Captain Canada, or perhaps even Admiral Canada down the line. But for now, Kid Canada is good enough for me.
All right. Well, we're just waiting for the players to get into the match before we can get the action going.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this Red Devils card and how much this card has been running through my head in terms of how it would be affecting the board in pretty much every single one of these games. And my gosh, Red Devils, 1 cost, 1 credit, 1/3, 1 credit operation, blitz, cost the enemy +1 credit to target or attack this unit. Like, my God, this thing seems like a massive disruption threat.
Anytime that you're putting a tax on your opponent to do anything, it always just throws a wrench in the system every time. I mean, these kinds of disruption effects are really nasty all the way through. And here we are, we're jumping into the game here as you see J King on the bottom representing the Soviet Union on the top there. Apologize with the Germans. And as we see here, you're already tossing away some of these cards here. Katyusha, War Production, kind of on the chopping block. J King is going to have to make a decision here what you want to hang on to. And he's deciding in this case, well, we're just going to take a flyer on these 3 and see if we can improve.
Wow, Zhukov gets picked up on the aggressive mulligan as well, and Flake, I cannot think of a better outcome.
No, that's if you are rolling the dice, baby, and there he goes. Eureka, he did it. The gamble paid off. The one target for Zhukov comes up and picks up that old thing. I mean, we've seen this in the past, but take a look at Honorable Death just takes that away, and we're back to square one, but Chaika's a nice follow-up.
Yeah, and honestly, it really kind of demonstrates again the strength of the honorable card there, where your opponent gets an extra card in this spot, but you would have gotten obliterated on board if you don't have a card to really handle that. You're just gonna take so much damage in the meantime. So showing a lot of respect for that with just the inclusion of that card, and now J King gets to get some board and get a little chip damage going here. And with the draws that have happened here for J King's side, they haven't been fantastic. 3 copies of ZIS are in the deck, so this is definitely a clunky spot that you can get into. And the 5-year plan showing up early on. This is a 1 copy inclusion that's taking place in this spot. And right now, if you can keep your board presence and keep your opponent's board in check, I do feel like that there's a pretty strong spot here for J King, where you have some card draws taking place next turn, or some more board development, as well as the 5-year plan that can reestablish your ability to keep fighting for this board and keep chipping away at your opponent. But right now, I'm looking at Apologize's hand, and wow, this is a cheap hand with a lot of smoke screen that's going to make it really tough for J King, I think, to fight this board.
Spot on. The smoke screen is what's crucial here, is the fact that you can establish your board and keep them hidden away from that artillery on both sides, frankly. Those anti-air guns are not necessarily going to threaten a lot of damage, but at the same time, they are going to be able to sit there nice and tight, and there's a big one to come through. The problem is there's so much smoke screen in the back row, but that's still fine because we're going to go ahead and actually just drop a body in the front that's going to be difficult for Apologize to go ahead and punch through, as the board is right now. Protect those artillery and buff the artillery. So that is a huge pickup there.
Yeah, it's a huge pickup because of the way that these artilleries are going to be fighting for board as well. When you have to fight this Greyhound to push back, it weakens your units that are in play. So yeah, the Greif doing a great job here of making sure it can fight. But everything kind of has to work out in this spot. Oh, I forget that this unit deals extra damage. Yeah. On that smoke screen, I just completely forgot about that effect because it just feels like it never comes into play. But it's a huge spot in this one. Oh my gosh, J King's in huge trouble.
Yeah, this was turned way around here. That one Greyhound that came through and changed the entire dynamic of what that board looked like was completely shut down because that Greyhound was just dropped, and everybody, the smoked cleared Admirable, and there were tanks just sitting waiting to pounce on those anti-aircraft gun in the support line.
And so now J King picking up a couple extra draws here. Katyusha able to fight for board perhaps in this presence. 5-year plan getting ditched. Says, you know what? I don't need cards later. I need cards now. And this is looking tough.
Thing to do. No doubt at all. And Greif in the back row just making everything super cheap and cost efficient to operate. Yeah. Katyusha is probably going to go ahead and snipe that bad boy down. I mean, there's no other way. You need to create a situation where your opponent is paying to operate these units.
Yeah, you're gonna have to war production this turn, right? I mean, you need the attacks on board. I feel like, are you supposed to gamble on the Katyusha attack on this 2/2 in the front line? Are you supposed to pick off the backline units, which are giving value? Like there's about 65 million different lines of play here, and they all have different benefits and consequences, and you're having to identify them. So J King, running out of time, says, "Let me develop the board. I'm okay with taking damage right now." He accepts the threat of fast time or board buffs in general, and that's just the way that you're going to have to live, I think, in this spot. J King, again, he's been having some really tough spots, but he's been making the right call. Take the risks when the time calls for it.
Now, the good news here is the fact that if that Chaika does die, it's gonna leave behind a more viable threat against this board. So that's one thing to keep in mind over here. And again, that is a tough one to do. Did he just forget about the ambush there? Or no, the anti-tank gun? No, the anti-tank gun was always going to have extra damage against those tanks. Yes. So that was a 2-for-1 every time.
Yeah, you had to let that one rip, and I see why the ZIS are in here now. So that this Chaika can battle for the board a lot differently than you normally would expect. Because now this thing gets blitz, and you get to pick off the rest of this board. I was wondering why these ZISs were so important in here, and now I'm actually seeing it operate. Like, makes a lot more sense now.
Well, if you're gonna hitch your wagon to something, it might as well be the 3/2 flyer versus the 1/1 flyer. I mean, it's a little bit of extra help here, and it's at least a possibility to keep that bad boy alive. And take a look at this. Boy. Here they come. They're rolling.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're getting a pick away at the board here. The ZIS needs to get taken down. We're going to take down the Chaika as well. Get some damage on the board.
Oh, everybody front row center.
Up. Yeah. J King now pushed it with back against the wall. Bloody Sickle, not a bad one.
No, that's going to go ahead and clean out one of the units, get a card, perhaps another Bloody Sickle. That's 2 in a row here. Now,
my question is, where does it go?
That's the question. I think it's a potential where you drop the Katyusha, you fire on the 2/3, and see how it resolves.
Second war production gets drawn here. Not the draw you're looking for. However, it does let you actually battle for board. So right now, Apologize has the card advantage, but does not have the board advantage. The Sendai Regiment can help battle for that. The 190 here, it's pretty strong. Oh my gosh, like this is getting pretty ridiculous right now. I'm very worried for J King because that 5-year plan has been discarded. Remember, that was discarded early so that he could continue to have this fight take place. Supply chain right after the wars get discarded, the war productions get used as well. Flake, I'm very worried.
I mean, a lot of the card draw potential, like especially with the war production. I mean, that was basically the bread and butter. That was the peanut butter jelly you wanted over there. And unfortunately, you just said, all right, well, the jelly's not here. I'm just going to eat the peanut butter. And then 2 seconds later, mom comes home with a nice jar of Smuckers. And unfortunately, all the peanut butter's gone. And you're kind of just left there. Yeah, this is tough. I mean, they're just punching through. And it's card advantage. It's board advantage. It's life advantage.
My gosh. That was such a huge draw on Apologize's side. When you just drop this Heinkel and you get to just start drawing cards, that is not good news for J King, who is sitting on board with a supply chain, and that's it.
And that Greyhound is really looking weak right now. Anti-tank would be quite potent if that Sendai regiment wasn't as aggressive as it was. But just fearlessly in the front row. They don't care. I mean, in this case, what's J King's looking for something to pair up with here? It's just not looking right.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the game has slipped away, I think, at this point. There's just too many cards on Apologize's side. They've been able to establish the board presence. They found the card advantage engine, and now they're buffing the board and starting to attack J King. I don't see a way to recover from this.
I mean, in retrospect, there were some really clunky situations where J King had to make some tough choices. You know, playing war production to bail on another war production, ditching your 5-year plan, you know, ways to access more resources and cards were basically just kind of, you've basically mortgaged your future in order to just get it done today. And in that case, J King just fell short as the relentless onslaught of those German tanks just constantly pressuring, trading, creating situations where you are just constantly on the back foot, you know, trying to keep up. And when you're on top deck like that, and your top decks are quite weak, it is just game over, because those German tanks will continue to roll and they're going to continue to punch face.
Yeah, and so now it's just the U.S. Germany deck that's left for Apologize, and this is where the Red Devils are featured in the deck. You know, Patton is in here as well to help you get that giant board swing possible if your opponent's taking front line. However, not the strongest against artillery, I will say. Artillery's not super interested in taking too much front line, I'd say, in that matchup. So for Apologize here, I do think that the USA deck is looking strong. It always has the ability to fight against artillery, but I think that J King is having a nice matchup with that one. And then taking a look over at their other plan here, it's the plan West, where they're using Britain as the main feature, and then trying to get some Legion on board and develop some intel that's taking place here. So I do think that J King still has a pretty strong chance to fight back in this one, but it's gonna have to be pretty spot on. Excuse me, the Britain's been banned. I apologize. That is not what he has left on the Britain deck. It is the Japan deck that's taking place. So let me go ahead and pull that one up while Flake, you say some stuff.
I'm going to say some stuff, easy money here. And then the fact is that J King, where everyone is touting, you know, the fact that J King is probably one of the better Soviet players out there in cards, just got, I don't want to say dummied, because that's not the way. There was some unfortunate, you know, draws and situations that J King had to sort of weasel out of that just didn't quite convert. But at least he's going to get a second wing on it. And, you know, seeing J King lose twice in a row with a faction or a nation that he's most comfortable with is going to be a tough out. So in this case, J King is going to be using the Japanese list. Japan's coming through. That's a pretty nice start to you know, that draw. He's going to be tossing away some of the stuff that he doesn't need. Why play 3 drops when you could play 1s and 2 drops multiple times here? But yeah, J King's going to get a second kick at it. And like we mentioned earlier, these players have 66+% win rates. So losing 2 in a row is a foreign concept to these two.
J King here starts off with a new feature as well, the Jabirsh. I don't know, how do you pronounce this card, Flake? I apologize for not having this one looked up. I knew I forgot to do something, and it was look up the pronunciation of this card. But I'll tell you what, it's an Alpine unit, which isn't the main point of this deck. We're not worried about that. It's the additional credit that you get from this. This helps the Japan aggro deck absolutely overwhelm your opponent.
Oh, well, we're just, so it's Gebergs, we're just going to call them the Pioneer 95s, because that for us as broadcasters makes it the easiest possible route to victory. So that's what we're going to do here. As the 32nd just multiply there, the clone factory is up. Unfortunately, one was drawn, so you're not going to get full value out of that. But still, this is what this list wants to do, right? You want to be able to drop that in the first, move forward, establish the second, and just reinforce while you're waiting. You're waiting for that Sherman to show up and replenish the hand.
Wow, look at this. Look at the relevance of this one extra credit that's happening here as well, where J King has an opportunity to swing the board with the Akita, but at the same time, you could develop this board differently and get some stuff done. Like, I am seeing a lot of different potential take place here on J King's side, and the answer is just how does it happen best? Go for the swing. Misses,
And
so little bit of disappointment.
Yeah, you want to clear out that 2-1 because you're giving a situation now, or, J King staring down another advancement, perhaps. In this case, you could buy some time because that Flampanzer taking out that Pioneer 95 is so important, like you mentioned, because that one extra credit on a list that can just flood the board real quick, so significant.
J King playing, I think, some pretty heavy respect to just being able to fight back right now. Playing this 1-3 to draw 2 extra 1 credit units, just to be able to fight this front line that ends up taking place here on Apologize's side. Now, so for Apologize, it's really about how you take this front line, and the answer is not right now. It's play this big boy that you and I love, Flake. I can absolutely always support the BF 109.
It is such a great card. I mean, let's be fair. You drop it in, it comes in as a 6/6 on turn 4, and it flies. It flies, Admirable. They fly now. And here we go. I mean,
it's a big F109.
Damn right it is.
Yeah.
and the route to get there that Apologize took involved, pruning out some of J King's units, establishing a 3/3 on the board as well. And then it's just this. It's a situation where it's like, yeah, you got the Pioneer 95. Yeah, you're getting 1 extra credit. But look what I've done. I've developed a board and jammed a 6/6 on the board that you are going to have an absolute nightmare of a time to deal with. And he's just saying, off to the races. This is an admirable move. I love this.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way to play the game. Like, once you have a 6/6 on board that your opponent is not answering, it isn't play it for value. It's called attack. And so for J King here, having to use Desperate Measure, I will say the timing here on J King's side is looking quite good. Type 93 gets into play now. And look at this, J King saying, you know what, I respect this. I got to answer back.
But you're still on the board here. J King doing what he needs to do. Because like you mentioned, that's 6/6. And now, for those watching, you're thinking, okay, why did go face with that 6/6? Well, look what happened on the turnaround turn. J King had to use his turn to answer that threat. If you've got a massive threat like a 6/6 that has a backdoor to the HQ, let your opponent worry about it. And they just spent their entire turn cleaning up. Let them make the trades, make them pay for it. And there's a great exhibit A as to why that just works so beautifully.
Ooh, some pretty nice draws here from J King's side, though. Like, this is a strong setup turn that J King, had clearly had some thought about on that previous one, because look at the reward that's happening here. You now get to drop a bunch of damage into play. You're getting to draw a card at the end of this. You're getting to attack for 6, or attack 8, excuse me. Like, how much more could you possibly ask for out of a turn?
It's massive. The only thing here is how greedy, quote unquote, do you want to be?
And
it looks like it
even
is
stronger.
I mean,
Put
you had a
your
20 seconds.
3, and so now Bombing Raid can just end the game at any point.
That's true, unless you go ahead and drop a "we can do it" and maybe give yourself a little bit more gas. I mean, you're giving yourself a little bit more runway. "We can do it" here buffs your whole board, allows you to get to 6 damage, and allowed to get to 6 health and create 2 trades. So, okay, that's
I think you have to respect the damage income. Like, I think it was too much. I think that Apologize is making the right call here, and it's showing you the threat that J King has established and why this is such important. Bombing Raid doesn't get drawn. But my gosh, just the fact that there was an opportunity for that to actually just straight up end the game. Round 2.
Oh, no! J King is forcing game number 3 with a strong setup of forcing 2 more damage in order to win the game that could have completely slipped away.
Admirable, you are just cursing this match. You Nostradamus, you. That was so brilliant. And again, you had just called it right there. There was one card. There were 2 lines of play there, Admirable, I want to talk about. Number 1 was perhaps you're hitting "we can do it." Give yourself a little bit more breathing room and make 2 trades in the front line. Yeah, you might eat it a little bit more, but at the same time, you are putting yourself out of bombing range. And in that case, what happens? You play Arado. Arado becomes Desperado, draws you that bombing raid, and it is lights out. What a sequence of plays there, Admirable.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you come to your senses in the Desperado side of things? You know, if you play the We Can Do It there, you do gain 3 extra health to your headquarters. However, you're leaving a unit in play, and so that unit's dealing. You know, that's stripping away the 3 extra that the We Can Do It is actually giving you, because you can only trade 2 units at that point. And so instead, they created like an artificial We Can Do It turn where instead you blow up all the units that were sitting in that front line. So I think that, you know, Apologize making the right calls there. I think that fighting for board in the spot where they had played the BF-109 wasn't the play to do there. I think if you fight for board in that spot, you're kind of, you know, really giving up the whole aspect of, you know, what your advantage can be. But J King had a foresight of that and had a correct counterplay, used the desperate measures, and just absolutely climbing through by forcing through the damage. It's just, that's what the Japan aggro decks truly do best, is put your opponent at pressure and then take advantage of it.
And in this case, worth noting, the graphic you see there, it says that the Soviet Union was the victorious nation. In that case, it's actually the Japanese list that J King was running. So J King going to be relying now on the Soviet list versus Apologize's US list. So in this case, there it is. J King relying on what he may be known best for, which is a Soviet list. And there's the Cuban Cossacks in hand and 2 10th battalions. And that is... those are bad cards to draw into at the beginning. So this might be a full toss here to look for some better options. You are going first, so you want something that you'll be able to establish. And the Greyhound is a great great follow-up to this play. It is 1-1 here in the semifinals of the OCC. I am Flake, that's Admirable, and we've got Ollie, who's also riding shotgun for us here, and just...
I'm here.
Yeah, he is just in absolute utter shock and awe of the previous matchup.
Well, here we go. You know, J King is their hand is getting clogged with these artillery draws. Let me tell you what, the ZIS, I see the importance of this card, but when you include 3 copies of this, you know, this is one of those situations I always feel like I fear when I have this happening. Patrol getting played from Apologize's side. Oh my gosh. And J King needs to find some action here that actually takes place. Lesser Evil's going to, you know, gives you some line for value in this spot, but you're not looking for value, I'd say, right now. You're looking for board presence. And so Apologize able to start taking some big board presence here. Flame Panzer, 2 of these in the deck right now, and that's taking out the Greyhound. Suddenly J King is finding themselves in a spot that looks a little bit rough.
And look at that. I mean, there's your first Marines, Admirable. That's a card that you had just... Jeez. I mean, you've been growing a little crush on that card all through this tournament, as you've seen just the significance of what it can do to drop in and move forward, protect your HQ, and create a 3-4 barrier for any of those units that J King wants to move forward. So that is a nice option for a play. You've got the Hellcats ready and waiting to pounce as well. So opportunities abound, as you see straight up to the front, gets a little bit of a pat on the back as well, as it's now a 4-4, and there's nothing that Chaika can go ahead and fire into.
For J King's side too, it's like the Cuban Cossacks got drawn before the Zhukov. It's obviously not the order you wanted in. Just what can you do here to really truly fight this back? And the answer is, you know, use your cards and, you know, fight the front line. I will say the artillery deck's not unhappy to be doing this. You know, this is sort of the idea I think that's established from J King's side, is that you're trying. This is the reason the ZIS is in here, is because you have to pay so much attention to board. If you don't pay attention to board, you get wiped out. That's kind of the way every deck works right now. So, you know, fight for the board in the early game, try to establish card advantage because you have artillery units. If that can't happen, find a way to fight back. And so Apologize here, just saying, you know what, let me just move these units forward one by one and take my time on this one. It's not a big rush. The deck is very powerful from the US side once it starts hitting those natural 8 and 9 credit turns. And so just make sure you're not falling out of potential, and make sure that, you know, you're not committing too many resources and giving your opponent a way to strip away your potential.
One thing that I've always found has, you know, haunts me against these types of artillery lists is that if you cannot get access to that front line, it becomes an absolute nightmare. If they're clogging that front line and creating a situation where you cannot access their artillery, you just become just a puppet for that deck for them to play with. You need to populate that front line. You need to have a situation where if you need to, you can kill. And here comes the Katyusha. Is the high roll what we're going to see here? Is that good? What's going to happen here with the I-16 ISHAC is going to come through to sort of support it, but 50-50s, baby. Oh, falls short.
And J King, I think that this is the correct establishment on this side in terms of the 109th Engineers. You want them to be hitting play at the right time. And right now, if you hit play, all you're doing is guaranteeing the Katyusha and sacking your 10th Engineers. So it's either sack the Engineers or risk the Katyusha getting picked off. I think that the risk of the Katyusha getting picked off is definitely the play here. And the Panzer hitting play now as well. This is a massive amount of board swing that's happening over on Apologize's side. Gets to establish a little bit of damage here. And now 2 extra credits. What do you want to do with these? Do you want to move up the front line and attack? Indeed, save those verbal vins. And my gosh, J-King, they have to fight back this turn or things are getting super ugly.
Those anti-tank guns are great. Don't get me wrong, especially against a list that runs so many low health tank units. It's a fantastic card to have. Unfortunately for J-King is that there is some infantry on the front row that can kind of contest them. So we're going to see how these swing. There's a Katyusha. You don't need to actually take the 50-50 on that because it's a guarantee every time. And, he's fighting back. You got to give credit to the Kid Canada here as he's basically continually establishing. But yeah, I hear your exasperation for another wonderful top deck.
Oh my gosh, 101st Airborne. This is it's one of my favorite cards in the game because it's not super powerful on its own. Its context is where it's super powerful. And this is the context when players have to fight for board. My gosh, this 101st is massive. And I think that J-King is in huge trouble because of this card.
Well, it comes in, it takes out the 3-2 flyer, and then the rest of the boys get the job done. But he's hanging on to this one. And
wow.
He's just opting in this case to just flood the board and maybe perhaps save that 101st for something else and creating a situation where J-King's going to have to be the one making the trades. Using the 2 credits to operate the unit versus perhaps using those 2 credits otherwise to, create more presence on the board. As we see here, there's the ZIS as you mentioned, but the board's getting cleaned up. But that 101st, it might have been a good thing to save it because now you can go ahead and snipe that ZIS.
It's always going to be good. That's really the whole point. That I'm trying to make in this matchup is the 101st is always going to be strong in an artillery matchup. Wins the best timing for it. And so that to me is where I'm looking at from Apologize's side now is at what point does this timing become ultra critical? I'm happy to wait and see it. But right now it's the continuous fight for board that's taking place. On Apologize's side, I think that the value has been established. However, J-King is happy to fight back, I think, with the 5-year plan in hand. And say, you know what, I can invest these resources. There comes the 501st. There's only 1 unit left in play, and they've already seen a ZIS. And I think that now that I'm kind of putting it in perspective, I think that's what Apologize was looking for, is that you don't want the ambush to be negated very easily. And so now a second copy of ZIS or another copy of Katyusha or just some sort of blitz unit in general is needed to clear off this ambush effect. I think that's what the play around here was.
It's such an oppressive effect when you do not have a clean kill for it, when you don't have a big enough defense value on a unit to just punch through and accept the ambush charges before you go ahead and deal back. Keep in mind here, there was a tank that was eliminated due to some of those trades. The Trop, the BF 109 Trop, one of our favorite cards, had an opportunity early to establish, but it was just a situation where perhaps establishing that 101st, he just could not give that up. And J-King fighting valiantly, and there it is. There's the back line that is so strong now, and I'm trying to see here if Apologize is running a Stars and Stripes, which might be one of the outs here.
Indeed.
There is one Stars and Stripes that's floating around. So this could be a situation where maybe you're just buying time. Perhaps you're pressuring, you're just waiting, but a Stars and Stripes cleans that up so beautifully.
Yep, clear up the engineers. This is the strength of the engineers here. It's the major threat in this spot. That leaves the artillery units in place. Let's thin out the deck and get some backline going and hope that something can happen here. So now J-King going to have a 10 credit open opportunity with 3 units in the back line. How can they capitalize on this turn? Well, that's certainly one way to do it.
Hell yeah, that is. My goodness.
If J-King, if you start with the 5-year plan here, what that tells me is that you're going to look for a different opportunity to capitalize on this this patriotic storm here, because you're just going to keep fighting for board. J-King certainly has gotten an opportunity to believe that, my board's going to be safe right now. So establish a bigger one, get 3 chip damage here, and make an even larger threat. So now a risk has been taken by J-King's side. Should you have taken the buff immediately and pressured the damage? Or should you say, you know what? You need another stars. You need to draw your Stars and Stripes at this point. Strategic bombing also in the deck. That can be a big factor here. Those are the only 2 draws I'm seeing that are major impact from Apologize's side. That's not one of them, and I'm a bit worried now.
I'm certainly worried. There might be a situation here where perhaps it's Hellcat into we can do it and move the Hellcat up and trade. And that might be a situation where you're buying yourself time, where that Stars and Stripes could be the next card up. Because
is there we can do it first? Is that ever possible? Like, sacrifice the value on the Hellcat to give yourself the opportunity to draw the Stars and Stripes. You know, this is a heavy calculation play. This is all technical, I think, that's taking place here at the moment.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong about that. You're certainly not wrong about that. Okay, he's going for pure board here. Perhaps he believes that he's not in threat.
I think you just have to accept it, honestly. Like, what can you do? Your opponent just drew 5 cards and wiped your board.
All right, well, here comes the we can do it. Does it follow up with anything decent? I mean, the Sherman's not a bad card.
That's
the
game.
Sherman, I mean,
Holy
Sherman gives you another option. Yeah,
Jay King fights for the board about as aggressively as you can. It's the 5-year plan, which looks like it was a 2-turn plan instead. Patriotic Firestorm and the Ura, and here comes the rain of damage. Jay King 2-1 and finds himself in the finals of the OCC Championship.
Well, there it was. We said 66% win rate. That's good for 2 out of 3, right? I mean, the numbers don't lie in this case as we see Jay King 2-1 victor. Kid Canada takes it over Apologize in a stunning fashion, perhaps. I mean, it looked kind of dire at a certain place, wasn't it, Admirable? I mean, there were some situations there where it looked like Apologize had this game in his back pocket, just needed to sort of close out. But Jay King fought hard in a tough Game 1 where his Soviet list really kind of sputtered out. This was the redemption arc, and in Game 3 with that Soviet list found the firepower necessary. And like you said, 5-year plan. Well, when you're running as fast as Kid Canada is over there, you don't need 5 years. You just, like you said, need 2 turns to convert on that.
Going to the ZIS plan here and why it's so powerful. It's the ZIS isn't meant to kill your opponent. It's meant to kill your opponent's board. Once you kill your opponent's board, as soon as they don't check yours, that's when the threat has been established, and that is just absolutely strong understanding of that deck, of in terms of the matchups as well. Just everything fought super efficiently on Jay King's side, and honestly, with a pretty poor start, I would say in that game. You know, I really thought that was heavily leaning onto the side of Apologize there. But Jay King just able to very resiliently fight back the entire time and showing why they're just one of the strongest players that's in Cards.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And I feel like Jay King, he really came back in that series and showed that Artie is still viable. But I was clenching really, really hard for that Stars and Stripes or strategic bombing draw, right? If that comes off the top of the deck for Apologize there, he wins. Game's over.
There was certainly, I mean, that would definitely put you back into the game. That Stars and Stripes coming in at 5 credits, strategic bombing at 6. You know, especially that late in the game where you still have credits to play with. It's just the fact is, it's like, okay, you drew into the Ura at the end of it as just extra gravy. So it was a tough go. Sometimes it just comes down to it. If that Sherman had appeared perhaps a couple turns earlier, allows you to cycle through. If those 32nd appeared a little bit sooner for you to cycle those cards out of your deck, maybe by thinning out the deck a little bit more, you had better access to those board sweepers and really punish that support line that Jay King was really relying on. But you know what? If that were the case, it's a card game. If I could pick and choose what was in my hand, I would never lose a game, but that's not always the way. It's how you play the cards that are your dealt. And in this case, Jay King has proven that he has just done it better than Apologize in this case.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the bracket before we head on into the second semifinal here. And as we take a look at that, we can see that Jay King has secured himself a spot in the finals, but who is going to be facing off against him in the finals? Is it going to be Hui or is it going to be Cyril Morrigan? That's what we're about to find out here. So let's talk real quick through the player profiles of these players before we go into the bands and then jump on into the action.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. It's another kind of, very metaphorically speaking, of course, the David versus Goliath. We have a player that's been established as one of the strongest ones that's out there right now, and another player that's trying to build up their resume and try to compete for that position as well. We're looking at Hui first with 12,000 matches played and 65% win rates. You know, Hui, I feel like has just been one of the strongest players we have seen, with a lot of strong mentality in their macro play and playing for outs as well in the deck. You know, it's a very tough skill to develop, and it's one that's even more difficult to refine on top of that. But Hui has clearly demonstrated some strong strong macro understanding and some very much just in general acceptance of the idea that like I just have to take the risk here. And frankly, we've been seeing that pay off.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's no coincidence that Hui Hui is always there at the top of the field, that he's winning these series. He is a highly consistent player. His opponent, Cyril Morgan, less of a known quantity, at least. Talk to us about him quickly, Flake.
Well, I mean, Cyril Morgan, you can see he's just digging into his bag of tricks there, looking for the right concoction, the right recipe on how to continue this run through to the finals. I mean, he's in the semifinals. You got to be happy about that. Playing against an established player like Hui Hui, you know, you got to just ride the train. What got you there? You know, rely on your comfort level of the decks that you're bringing and just make sure that you are prepared for the experience that this player is bringing in. Both players are, you know, about the same, more or less, separated by about 1,500 games. And in the long and short of it, 1,500 games when you're both over 10,000, will that make a difference? We'll find out. But both players are sporting just sparkling win rates. And both played faction is Germany. So we're going to see how that kind of bumps in to each other over here, as Cyril Morgan from Indonesia versus Hui Hui of China is a very, very intriguing matchup to behold. And I mean, we could talk about this for days, but frankly, it's that opening hand and how they react to those draws and their mulligans that really sets the tone early. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. But before we jump on into the action and the bans, I want to quickly talk about an event that is right around the corner, and that is going to be the Mess Hall Brawl Boot Camp, in which both of you guys are participating. Admirable going to be joining me on the caster desk, and Flake, you've taken on a student in KARDS, the fastest KARDS learner turned professor in the history of humankind. Why don't you talk to us a little bit about your team and what this event is that's coming up?
Oh, well, I just hope I get a graphic where you guys show me that you show the world my 50.01% win rate, just to show everybody just how awesome I am. Also, this is the first I learned that Admirable will be casting one of my matches, so I'm going to make sure that it's as exciting and as, you know, ass backwards as possible, because that is part of the joy. But the Mess Hall Brawl, frankly, it's 4 established card game streamers, 3 coaches and me, I guess you can say, that will be just sort of having this little for fun tournament to just kind of have a nice little exhibition game as to what this game is, introducing new players to the game as well, and for the excitement, the creativity, the innovation that us 4 coaches will bring to our students who are already established card game big brains, so to speak. So they're no slouches when it comes to the CCG genre. This is a new territory for them to perhaps explore and conquer, and us as the guides are merely there to give them a little bit of wisdom on their journey. And I'm still so excited to be a part of it as a coach and player and have Admirable cast by match. Oh man, this is gonna be great.
Is this just gonna be you ripping him the entire time, Admirable?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say yes and yeah.
I don't know if there's much and to it. It's just going to be me ripping you the entire time. Like, we're going to jump on to the next match and we'll be like, man, didn't Flake just suck in that previous game?
I know. I can hear it.
I've never seen someone suck that. He's the suckiest little suck that ever sucked. You know, it feels like the angle is going to be. And no, real talk, though. I just, you know, card games, you know, every single time I always get to points like this, you know, tournaments, we always take them very seriously. There's always a lot at stake for these sorts of things. But, you know, it's always important to remember that the reason we started playing these games and the reason we haven't gotten to these scenarios is because the games are fun. Yep. You know, if the games weren't fun, I wouldn't be here to begin with. You know, if you stop having fun with the game, stop playing the game. All right, like move on to something else. You know, they can be cyclical. It's okay to like 2 different games at one time. It's okay to take a break from a game and come back and visit it. You know, when they make some new content that's involved with this one as well. So I'm really looking forward to a tournament like this. It's just been a long time since I've had a refreshing take. You know, I'm looking at like a Trinity series from like 2017 was the last time I had a tournament just like strictly for fun.
Yeah.
And that tournament wasn't even strictly for fun. There was a ton of money at stake that was involved in that one. But it was a pretty jokey thing. You know, like TJ and I were casting that one. It feels like we came up with a joke every single game that was taking place until the games, you know, got to high stake, and then we started really respecting that total of it as well. But, you know, I'm just really looking forward to this. It's always important, I think, to introduce new bodies to this sort of thing, you know, get the game understood to, you know, players that play cards. It feels like to me, if you're a card game player, it's more of a lifestyle thing than it is a singular game. I've been playing cards my entire life. I've probably played 50 different card games at least that I have sunk dollars into at some point in my life. And frankly, I've just enjoyed every single one of them. And Cards is no exception to this. This is a fantastic game. It's got a unique engine to it. It's got an interesting skin on the game as well. And I think it's just being well designed. I read these cards and I play with them. It just looks fantastic. And I'm really looking forward to this mess hall brawl and seeing what kind of jokes players can bring to the table.
Yeah, I am too. And for anybody that's interested, our guests are Thea Beastie, Alias V, Trump, and Amaz. And these are some big, awesome names from different card games. And just one thing that I've been seeing in the practice sessions pop up in chat all over the time, like all over the place, it's that, especially like Gwent players, they feel, chilled out going to play cards. They feel like it's a good break where they can kind of, chill out and play this second game. And to your point, Admirable, I think you're absolutely correct. We're more than happy to be the game that gives some people a break, whereas for others, we want to be their competitive game. So, if you do find a touch point with cards, we definitely hope you stick around. So super nice for everybody that is new to the scene and to the community to join us, and we hope to see you sticking around more. But now it is time for the second semifinals. We have the bands ready, and it's going to be Hui Hui versus Cyril Morrigan. Now let's take a look at the band. Cyril Morrigan having his Brit deck banned out, whereas Hui Hui is having his Germany Fast Heinz deck banned out. So I will leave the casting and predictions up to you guys now. Take it away.
Well, Admirable, when you win 50.1% of the time, you lose 49.9% of the time, but it's still a winning percentage. In this case, Cyril Morrigan not having access to that British list, and Hui Hui, no Germany list. That Germany list has really, it has stomped a lot of these matches. So, it catching a ban here and there is not surprising for me.
Oh, not at all. It's such a powerful deck, and the question is, did you bring tools to answer it? This feels like where the tournament meta really starts to get developed is you take a look at this situation and you go, well, wait a second, I don't have to bring decks that have tech cards for Germany if I'm just going to ban the German Fast Heinz deck. That's where the next level comes in. We saw an Alpine deck for Germany get banned earlier today. It certainly wasn't the expected tool when your opponent has Germany as the main force, and it got respected. Little things like that can make huge differences when it comes into spots like this. And so really the thing that I always look at was when players banning Germany is I'm looking at the rest of their deck and how it's built to perform. When I look at Hui Hui's decks here, it feels like there are very few options in either of these decks, or any three of these decks, to be quite honest with you, that are meant to handle Fast Heinz in particular. And that means that you have extra tools for other matchups that are there as well. Great foresight there on Hui Hui's side. On Cyril Morrigan's side, on Cyril Morrigan's side as well, this kind of the same thing existed. I had the names backed up here. I apologize for that one. Reverse everything I just said. Cyril Morrigan is the one that doesn't have the Fast Heinz tools in terms of for the mirror matches that are there. And so when I look at these lists and I'm trying to compare them up and see how things are working out here, when I look at Hui Hui's side, the Fast Heinz deck is the deck I'm mostly worried about, and I think he's got a pretty decent matchup versus the Soviet deck that's taking place here on Cyril Morrigan's side. And again, I did give the criticism of Cyril Morrigan's Soviet deck a little bit earlier. Only 3 copies of Greyhound, and I think that Greyhound is an extremely important tool in the deck that's also extremely powerful at the right time. So very, very small critical thing that's put into place there. And again, the Pechliakov suppressing the deploy effects from your opponent and from yourself as well, that can be a big difference. So we're going to see if that can actually make a difference in this matchup. But right now, it's really just the big name versus the new name. Can Cyril Morrigan establish a win here and start to build that tournament resume? Being in the OCC, that's already a big stamp that's on there. But if you can beat Hui Hui, that's another big stamp you can add on.
That's right. You already got your participants cap, and that's a feather that you want to add to it. Absolutely. That is something that you can really hang your hat on. Ultimately, at the end of the day, is just saying, you know what? Perhaps I didn't quite win the tournament, but here are some names that I've dusted along the road. So it's a process. It's very rare that somebody just breaks out onto the scene and gets to the top of the hill right away. Usually there's some sort of stumbles along the way, but as you do, you just improve and you improve and you improve. You're not losing if you're learning, and in this case, if you can get up to that as far as you've gone, even if you stumble here, there's a bright future for Cyril Morrigan. But at the same time, somebody like Hui Hui is. That is a name that you need to worry about. Some names, man, that they just carry this weight with them. They just carry this aura that can be intimidating to face. I know that in card games that I play, just queuing into certain people already puts you at a disadvantage if they're in the back of your mind haunting you that way. So there's a little bit of legacy that you have to also fight against. And sometimes it's just a situation where a bad draw coupled with this hill that you've got to climb is it's a nasty thing to digest. And if you're Cyril Morgan, you just need to make sure that you treat this as any other game, the same game plan moving forward.
Yeah. Well, we've already kicked things off in a one of those nightmares that you don't want to see. It's the Sendai Regiment on turn 1. This is the most powerful 1-cost unit in the game, I think, especially for an aggressive deck like this one. The idea is to get some threat established and just keep it churning, because every single time your unit dies, that's an extra damage you get to that headquarter. And so that Sendai Regiment, that's the one I wanted to keep track of this game, because it's dealing a lot of damage as we roll through this one. You'll notice that Hui kept this 3-cost card in the hand. This is one of the only 3-cost cards in probably the game that I keep in an opening hand right now with the 2nd Raiding Brigade. That thing is absolutely massive and is able to completely swing a game in your favor. So full respect to the Hui thing there.
And in this case, you're talking about the 3 Greyhounds except over 4. But in this case, I guess, you're pulling 2, right? So you got 2 of them there, but you do not have the front line. And this is going to be a problem here, because you are going to be needing that front line for those Greyhounds to be, I don't want to say worthwhile, but full effect. So in conjunction, like you mentioned, with the Signal Regiment in the back row and the ability to trade and keep that back line, cleaned up, with that Signal Regiment on board, you're still marching towards that win condition of just, dealing damage while being able to make these trades where necessary.
Yeah. And so here we're going to be finding out whether or not that Hui can capitalize on this properly. This is a pretty big turn in terms of just getting stuff out. Like, it's very clear that Hui has the advantage in terms of damage at the moment. And so Cyril Morgan has to fight this back, and they have to fight it back very aggressively. But again, it's that Signal Regiment, that first Signal Regiment, it's just absolutely completely changing the scope of this game and how it's functioning. So for Cyril Morgan, it's just keep fighting for board, and at some point hope that Hui stumbles. But right now it's looking like they're going to have a tough time stumbling. And so that's where the Patriotic Firestorm comes in, adding in a war production to this one. Let's get some more stuff going. Got to fight for board. Just no option.
You absolutely have to, especially with another Greyhound waiting in the wings that just is chomping at the bit to get to the front line to create a situation where this artillery can either continuously clean up or just go face. And the tough part about this, Admirable, is the fact that with that Signal Regiment on board, cleaning up is not really doing you much good. It could very well be a situation where you absolutely need to perhaps find a turn where you could just turn on lethal here. But without owning the front line, Hui is just going to keep going forward. And look at that, double surprise attack, adios Katyusha, I'm back in the front row, I'm back to what I want to do, and suddenly you're at 9, and every single unit that you clean up is going to come back to haunt you.
Exactly. And that's why that Hui is able to play this so aggressively and so carelessly and recklessly, is because the first Signal Regiment's cleaning all this up. It's making every single one of these reckless plays that's just pushing through that little bit of extra damage instead have a major impact. Down to just 7 health and not having the front line at the moment. So Cyril Morgan accepting another point of damage from this tank. And oh my goodness, Enigma. What timing on this draw. 3 extra cards coming in. And look at this damage. Like, my goodness, this is such an important turn for Hui here. Getting this free unit in play. Go ahead and trade off this 3-1 so it can't hit your back line here. And Cyril Morgan's in major trouble.
Let's just evaluate the worth of the Signal Regiment and what it has meant to this game. It allows Hui to make trades for not just value and cleanup, but also for, ultimately pushing damage to face. How much damage has that Signal Regiment been responsible for right now?
It's been a lot of damage, and Yamato's going to secure this one. The game is ended. It is not ended in terms of like its presence in the digital realm right now, but the Yamato cleans this up. It absolutely secures the win as it puts more damage onto your units right now. Cyril Morgan has been pushed out of the game.
And just like that, I mean, one quick draw, one Signal Regiment staying afloat, and my goodness, again, the significance of a 1-drop just kind of deciding, how this game was going to be played. It's amazing how just drawing that card has really changed the landscape of what that was. There was another timeline, Admirable, where perhaps you didn't have that Signal Regiment as your first drop, and perhaps it would have been a different ball game. But in this case,
only 10 less damage in that case.
Absolutely, and that just changes everything. Let's just be completely fair. What an amazing game that was over there. Again, the significance, the impact of a 1-drop just dictating how that game was going to be played.
Yeah, and to me that kind of demonstrates, just the importance of cards like Honorable Death, where you get to pick off one of your opponent's units. Like, sure, you get an extra card, but that first signal regiment can be wiped out. Soviet doesn't really have a lot of options for cards like that. It's mostly relying on artillery to get the job done when you're looking at, picking off some backline units. But that unit has smokescreen. You can't just attack it. And so finding a way to fight against that, it's not going to come up every single time. First Signal Regiment is it's an elite card, so you can only have one copy of it in there. You're not going to be fighting against it all the time. But in this case, you're not fighting against it anymore because you lost to it. Huehue up a game right now. Serum Oregon going to be on the Soviets, so we're running it back. And Huehue now on the British air deck, seeing if they can get the job done here, Flake.
Well, that's a nice start. Unfortunately, again, you're back on that artillery list. Serum Morgan has, there's the Katyusha. Katyusha cannot fire and move the tank forward here. So it's going to have to be a situation of, well, we're just going to get this done with a little bit of work here. A Bloody Sickle, a trade, gets it done again. A unit like that, air unit with the Fury, can get ugly, especially when it can just value trade perhaps with 2 of the units that were on the board there. So more establishment of more, air power. That tank, that Greyhound is where it wants to be. It just needs some help from a friend in the back row.
That's going to get it. Serum Oregon doesn't have to worry about this line immediately. Just gets to, play some establishment stuff here. Finest Hour gets drawn. And that's a big setup now that Huehue is going to have here. I mean, able to just completely keep this board even and have a major threat buff in hand. Finest Hour really showing you the difference between having the Alliance to buff your entire board and having Finest Hour to have immediate impact because you have credits left. Such a big difference in that card.
There's the Katyusha. Katyusha can go ahead and high roll here, perhaps get it. Unfortunately, whiffs again. Katyusha just not behaving today. Perhaps
really behaving today. And just not going overboard.
A life of moderation for the Katyusha.
Kitty Hawk going down, but the Greyhound goes down as well.
Yeah.
Perhaps a bit of a timing mistake there on Serum Morgan's side. A bit hasty on that one, cost you a damage on a unit. And then Wrath Lightning here. We're jamming this stuff back in hand. That Yak, it's certainly a problem.
What a beautiful play. Again, when you have a card like that, Wrath Lightning, establishing a 3/5 that trades so efficiently, that creates a little bit of a check here on your opponent. You don't want to just donate cards for that Wrath Lightning to clean up. Bloody Sickles coming in hot and heavy to get rid of some of those bombers. Supply chain finally wheeling through. Oh, man, you hate to see it. You hate to see it.
Yeah, not a huge irrelevant draw because, there's still, credit use here for Serum Oregon's side. It's just not a draw at all. So, I'm looking at the KV, really. The KV feels like the way that this game can get carried in the spot. But now, finally, Huehue, is this the turn where they're going to unleash? Indeed it is. Finest Hour, +2/+2, and Blitz. That's going to take out the Katyusha. It's on a bomber unit. I'm sorry, it's on a fighter unit, not a bomber unit. I think that's the whole reason that they were trying to establish this so differently is that you don't want it on a bomber because the bomber gets really checked by that fighter unit that's sitting in the back. So Serum Morgan now under some pretty significant pressure, but has some pretty significant counter pressure, I would say.
All right, that's a big one. The anti-air gun is going to just go ahead and create a situation.
Oh boy!
Oh man,
that's some game-ending potential right there. You tie in an Albacore with that, we're looking at 5 damage on Empire Strikes Back. Hang on a second. Yeah, this is worth considering here because that I don't want that thing in the back line to live at all. So let's deal with the damage to the Albacore. Heavy, the heavy armor only protects from credit attack damage that takes place, or does it not? I thought it.
No, it
protects for everything. I'm just an idiot.
No, you're not an idiot. The heavy armor protects against combat damage, essentially. And the heavy armor against any type of order-related damage is not going to get the job done. War Production is just going to show the Zhukov and say, goodbye. You probably know that I have the Cuban Cossacks in hand now, because there's no way I would have just thrown that to the wind willy-nilly. Okay, well, that was a lot of flashiness for not a lot of work, unfortunately. Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of cards that flashed on your screen there, Admirable. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, you get a Katyusha that just fires through.
That's a heaping pile of damage. Yeah,
hey, that one's free. That one's free.
Yeah, that's just a massive amount of damage that ended up getting dealt here. And so now Hui with the opportunity. You float 2 credits or you kill the Katyusha. Indeed you do. And then next turn, 2 extra cards getting drawn. Oh, no. That's an awful draw on Cyril Morrigan's side.
Well, at the very least, next turn, unless there's something coming off the top that'll help him.
Oh boy.
Oh, boy, indeed. A convoy as well. Let's add some more to the back line. Close air support. Hey, why not?
Biggest it gets. Yep, and this is the British version of artillery, effectively, when you're attacking from the back line. It's the British air deck, and that is not a good draw either. Cyril Morrigan, I believe, has been pressured out of the game.
No.
My. The extra attack damage, do you need it right now? I don't think you do. I don't think it changes anything.
I don't think it changes anything either. I mean, you could just perhaps
just take
play it.
I mean, it's 4 damage.
It's there. It's there to be had. You're putting a situation where perhaps you're putting your opponent into a place now where he needs to clear everything. And that's not going to happen as we see it right here. There's 1, there's 2, but unfortunately there's just not enough to get it all done. Patriotic Firestorm, those are some fireworks, but unfortunately there's nothing to celebrate in this case as J-King Hui in this case with his air power has gone through bombers, just delivering damage and taking nothing in return. How generous of those bombers as we see Hui taking this, going to the finals. Unfortunately, the road has ended for Cyril Morrigan, but what a road it has been. But Hui is just too much for him to handle, and those bombers have really run the table there, Admirable. That was a wicked match to behold.
Yeah, and just what a matchup we have now in the finals for this one as well. Ollie, J-King, and Hui making it to the finals of this one.
Yes.
This feels like some prophetic OCC stuff that's been going on to get to a point like this.
I mean, honestly, Hui is the reigning OCC champion. J-King is the person that's won the OCC the most. So these are definitely, your 2 tournament favorites facing off here against each other in the finals. And we've seen them miss each other quite a few times in the bracket. So what's up? Give me a look.
It's just, I mean, what a crazy finals that we have. It's like literally probably the 2 strongest players in the world making it to the finals of the OCC. Like, honestly, in card games, it's rare that you see this kind of stuff happen because there's variable consequences that take place. Usually it's consistency on a player's resume that you're stamping them as one of the strongest players here. But this consistency has literally been, can someone defeat them? Like what an unbelievable situation that we have landed in here in this OCC finals. J-King versus Hui as our final matchup. We're living in a simulation, Flake.
This is the upside down. No, wait. This is the right side up, because the upside down would have been Apologize versus Cyril, right? I mean, this is kind of what we expected, even though it's still a surprise because you talk about card games variance, right? I mean, look at poker, right? You're not like the same 2 people heads up every tournament. No, that's not how it happens, right? You look at the performance, the placement over hundreds of tournaments, right? These guys, they're constantly here. They are so good, and I believe, especially with the decks that these guys are bringing, we're in for an explosive final series.
I do not disagree in any way, shape, or form. I mean, you have the world #1 player against Hui, who has just been, I mean, the path that he's taken, he just 2-0'd Cyril Morrigan to get to the finals over here. I mean, J-King, he had his little perhaps hiccups there in the semifinals as well, after just going 2-0 against Charlotte earlier on today. And this is the finals that we want. I mean, you want the best versus the best. And here we are. We've essentially weeded out I don't want to call them pretenders, but the contenders are left. And this is what you want to see for a top tier tournament, is the best players in the world duking it out. And it's J-King of Canada versus Hui of China. This is what we're all here for. The finals are around the corner. I am just exasperated at the at the level of play that we've been seeing here today, and just a variety of decks as well.
Well, I cannot wait. We're not going to be doing the third place match here tonight. It's already 2 a.m. in China, and we just don't feel comfortable having them play a full best out of 5 at the peak of their performance at this point in time. We're also coming up on close to 6 hours on the broadcast, so we're going to jump straight on into the finals, and we're going to watch Jay King take on Hui Hui right after this break. Don't go anywhere. Like I said it before, get your friends. You're going to want to be here for this one. We're going to continue to give out stuff, and we're in for an explosive finals. So we'll see you right after this break. And we are back with the Officer Club Championship. My name is Olikrummi. With me are Flake and Admirable. And it is time for the finals. It is time for the Clash of the Titans. Two of the most successful players in OCC history are finally facing off in the finals for all the glory. J King 7 versus Hui Hui. That's what we have lined up next. Admirable, there are no bans. They have to win with all the decks. What are we looking at here? How do you think this is going to play out?
The slight rule change that ends up taking place in this one now with no bans, it shows the relevance of now bringing a lineup that has to think about everything as you come to this regard. So another tournament aspect that's been introduced into the OCC as we can jump into J King's decks and start taking a look at it here. And of course, the first one that we're featuring is the Soviet deck that he has brought to the table, one of the most well-known aspects of J King as a player, in addition to the fact that he just seems like he wins everything that he participates in. And Flake, this is a pretty solid deck that we've seen so far. We've seen that it's been fighting for the board a lot stronger on this one, and that 5-year plan was critical in that matchup where they were fighting for the board the entire game.
No, absolutely, and it's a list that eventually will pick and choose its spots where it's going to trade, it's going to control, until it has that nice little 1-2-3 punch, perhaps, of actually just finding that kill shot. That's the beauty of artillery. They overlook any kind of guard system, anything that's right in front of its face. It'll just lob shots. It's just kind of like a little Steph Curry action. Doesn't care what part of the half court it's at. It's just going to shoot, drain threes on you when the game matters, and that's kind of what this deck wants to do.
Especially when you find that Yura, you find that Patriotic Firestorm, you find that full combo in the backline, and all of a sudden you obliterate your opponent. But J King's bringing different decks as well. He's bringing this Japanese-German deck that we're going to take a look at now. And this one is a Feigned Retreat aggressive list. What are we looking at, Flake?
Well, more of the same. I mean, it's not as heavily baited in terms of the 1 and 2 drops, but the same principle exists where you're just essentially pushing as much damage as possible. Type 93s are nasty. We've seen what those can do. I mean, you could just put it on the board and everything just gets a little bit, more aggressive and a little bit more confident. Pair those up perhaps with the Panzer 35Ts that can drop for 2 and operate. That's a card that can come down and just move to the front and begin the pain train on its own. There's a lot to be looking at here, and if you can find it, if necessary, if you've got the Beffelwagens in your hand, and then perhaps late game, just draw back up with Enigma. I mean, this Japanese aggro list with a Germany chaser is such a nice cocktail when it comes to just pushing damage.
Absolutely. And then the final deck that J King is bringing to us, it is not going to be the same one that we just looked at. No, it's going to be his Brit Poland deck. And this is a deck that we saw, I believe, we saw him play in the quarterfinals. And there it seemed fairly strong. I'm really excited to see all these Poland decks play. And you seem to enjoy these decks quite a bit, Admirable. So talk us through this one.
Well, with it, 1 health was the difference between J King getting here and not getting here. So that's something really to consider about this. 1 health is what made the difference. J King would have lost the game if he did not have 1 additional health in that game. And it boiled down to the timing of Uprising showing up and being able to obliterate his opponent's board in that first round. Uprising, I think, is just one of the strongest cards that we're going to see in the game for a very long time, just because of how potent this card is for just 5 credits, being able to just completely clear out a board when the time calls for it. And that is such an important factor. You have Honey tacked onto this. This is like your definition of a mid-range deck. It can be the aggressor, but it can be the defender, and it's just going to depend on the time, which side you're going to be on.
All right, let's hot swap over to Hui and check out his decks. Starting with his Japanese-German deck. I mean, this is a feign retreat. This is an aggressive list. This is very similar to the one we saw from J King. Do you guys notice any differences here, Flake?
I mean, not necessarily differences to speak of per se. I just want to say that if you can get that Signal Regiment out early, that really just changes the dynamic of how the game is played. It makes trading a lot more comfortable for you because you're still working towards that win condition of just pushing damage as much as possible. Obviously, if you could send the bill to your opponent to pay for those trades, it's much better, obviously, if you can just keep pushing forward. But, I don't know what the final tally was for the previous games where that first Signal Regiment just was responsible for 8 to 10 damage, which was certainly the difference at the end of the day. That is a card that if you can pick that up early on, it is devastating. It sits in Smokescreen. It's got a robust 4 health, so it's basically... it's not easy to get rid of, but it's certainly a thorn in the side of anybody who wants to just survive, let alone actually fight back.
Yeah, no, Pioneer 95 is really the difference I see in this one. J King bringing 2 copies of Pioneer 95, and Hui not having any copies here. That's really the only thing I see that's super different.
All right, checking out the next decks here. That's going to be Brit Air, Brit Main Nation, Japan Ally. We've seen this one pop off. We've also seen it lose, but I mean, this is the staple deck here for the Chinese community, and I feel like for J King, if he's going to be a Western player competing in these global tournaments, he has to find a way to beat these decks.
I mean, this one is just, we've seen Hui just play this very cleanly throughout the entirety of the game. Again, it's not just playing with the cards in the hand, it's playing with the cards in the deck. And every single play from Hui's side has felt like it's taken into account what can I draw next and what's going to impact the game. Finding which draw actually makes sense and then playing your cards that way, it takes those into consideration. That's a real facet for pretty much any deck that's out there. But I felt like for this deck in particular, it has been a major facet for it. And Hui has demonstrated that he understands that very deeply.
I think that just boils down to the fact that this deck has been pretty much unchanged, just slightly tweaked and been played en masse for 3 years in China, right? So he probably has 5,000 games with this deck in particular, and he knows it in and out, and that's why it's such a potent tool in his hands. And the final deck here, Germany and Japan, and this is the Fast Heinz deck with the Leopold in the back pocket. So I think with that, we don't have to go deeper into the Fast Heinz deck. We all know it. Why don't we just jump on into the action and give the players the green light to go ahead? And as we look at the versus screen here, there are no bans in the finals, as this one is a best out of 5, meaning that they have to secure a victory with every single one of their decks. J King 7 versus Hui. Who is gonna take it? Well, we're about to find out. Flake and Admirable, why don't you take it away?
I've got my biases, Admirable. I know that this is a faux pas when it comes to broadcasting. This is live as well. We do not know anything that's going on because it hasn't happened yet. And the time machines that Admirable and I are actually working on secretly are not completed yet. So we cannot... Yeah, well, you'll know. We'll be rich and famous because we'll be betting on all the right stocks. But for now, everything's a mystery.
Like, I had this genius idea once our time machine is built. Okay, think about this for a second, Flake. Herbal infused water. Okay. How's that for a new drink?
Temperature? I need to know.
Definitely, you're gonna have to boil it up, I think, because it's got that very hot, relaxing steam feeling to it. I'm just not sure I've ever seen herbal infused water yet. I certainly know I've never had it before.
If we ever succeed with a time machine, now is the time where the future us would come back to the past, to the present us, and smack us upside the head for that comment right there. That's what would happen. You just invented tea, you idiot. It's been around for centuries.
I'm like, why would you call me an idiot? It's been centuries old drink for now. I think that's a pretty good idea. It's just already been used.
They'd be like,
okay,
but you go...
So like, no, I'm the idiot. Why did I use the time machine for this?
Go further back and either stop this idea or go further back and be the first to invent tea.
Yeah.
It already happened.
We're waiting for the players to get established in this matchup here, by the way. We're not just ranting for the sake of it, hearing ourselves.
I was going to say, for the record, they're still connecting to the Matrix, so we're still working on it. But how about you take that same herbal infused water and add ice to it?
Ooh.
Maybe. Just saying.
Yeah,
just saying.
I'm seeing something there. This is what you do with the time machine. Keep this in mind, robots from Terminator. Don't just go back to stop them in the middle of their primary aspects of their life where they're the strongest. Just go back to when they're infants and take care of them then. Game 1 is ready to get started. That's Admirable here. I'm joined by Flake, and we are getting into our best of 5. J King taking on Hui Hui, the two what I would call strongest players in cards.
Yeah, and they're facing off. It is the OCC, and there's going to be a winner at the end of this 5-game series. We're just, just a few games away, perhaps, but it is a best of 5. We've gone through the entire gauntlet with players getting bans on some of their decks, playing best of 3s, but no more of that. You got to win with everything, and here comes J King immediately with the resourcefulness, seeing, a little glimpse into what is in the hand of Hui Hui. But I mean, with open deck lists, there's going to be few mysteries, few surprises. It's just going to be a matter of what are you holding on to right now, as J King is just kind of getting established, looking for some of that help. The difference here, Admirable, is that commando that sits in the back line, it's going to be problematic because usually that's a nice defensive unit, but it'll trade nicely with some of these planes, but it's going to take a turn to actually move that bad boy forward.
Yeah, it will take a turn to move it forward, but when you're taking a look at Hui Hui's hand here, it's not exactly easy for them, I'd say, to respond to this and take care of it in the meantime. The thing that I'm looking at here is that J King has already gotten some massive intel look at what's going on. Like, you can see the Empire strikes in your opponent's hand. You know what they're trying to set up in that regard. This is one of the few times I think that the intel in the game is actually just of massive value and of massive importance in a spot like this, is when you know your opponent has that card, it completely changes the way that you're able to look at and play the game.
So it's already looking like this is a bomber that's going to be tough to digest here. If you're J King, as he's putting in work, moving one of the honeys forward to just deposit some damage, but you could probably bet that one of these is going to get just completely wiped out. It's not going to look like a sure thing here for the second honey to get the job done. Gaining health here is pretty much a moot point because these bombers are going to do a heap load of damage over the long run. So, a little extra health here, a little extra health there. Sure, maybe. But, I mean, we've seen it just today, Admirable. There were that one extra health factored into not just winning the game, but winning a series.
Yeah, it absolutely is like an important feature that takes place here. The thing I'm looking at from J King's side is that there's really no way to get some Legion in play at the moment. This deck needs to get some units on board that threaten your opponent. And right now, there has been no threat that Hui Hui's been concerned with. It's just been picking off stuff left and right and, developing some pretty massive card advantage now. So pretty big card they're drawing from J King's side is now these cards get a lot cheaper, and it's a lot easier to use this card draw when it costs a lot less.
Yeah, picking up the shelling, that's a nice one to do here. It's going to sort of slow down twofold for Huawei as you lose a credit that you had already sort of stored away. But at the same time, you're also freezing that Fury unit that could have been a problem later on. Now, that's the Wrath Lightning is going to bounce that card back. It's not a phenomenal card to bounce back, obviously, but it's just tempo. It's just something that you want to establish more threats on the board, another 3 points of damage that your opponent's going to have to respect at a certain point. Just coming back, dropping that bad boy down again, and again, it's 1 credit to play, but it also shaves a credit off the cost of all the orders in your hand.
Really tough one there. Burst of Fire not able to offer anything to J King's side, and Huawei now finds a buff. Says, you know what? Don't even use it right now. Just push what I have.
Oh, I like this too. I mean, leaving the 3 credits up is just screaming countermeasure. It's screaming ultra. And this is twofold. You're not giving your opponent a draw, potentially, and you're just taking the opportunity like, all right, I got 6 credits. Why don't I bring you down to 9? I mean, if you want to float those 3 credits every single turn, I'm okay with it. But now is where it becomes problematic, because there's the first legions on the back row, and it's just the fact, not so much that it grows, but it's providing a guard, and that can be tough to circumnavigate, because with 1 unit on the board, yeah, you might kill it, but now you also have that commando in the front line, which is also problematic.
Yeah, burn here because of the return to hand. So J King just taking their time. I'm sorry, Huawei taking their time here. Just says, redeploy some stuff. Take your pick on which one you want to get rid of.
I mean, all things considered, one has Fury, one doesn't. The stat lines are pretty similar right now. We're just going to, again, let's continue to create a situation where, well, I'm going to just buy out that Ultra for you, I guess.
Yeah, I think a pretty important line there from Huawei as well. Just, taking the risk a little bit. Maybe they are just floating 3 credits. They just don't have anything else to do. It's a possibility, but you're getting rid of it with, I'd say, a pretty cheap effect there. But now, J King finally finding their way back into the game. This is some real heavy establishment that's taking place at this point, because now there's some serious stuff going on the board that Huawei is going to have to respect.
Yeah, and the problem now is that if you do play that KARDS, it's going to go ahead and spawn another Legion. So you're losing some value here. You need to move something forward in order to get all the value. And I think he realizes it. If he plays it, it is an intel card, which is going to spawn another one of those 2/2 guard units. So there's no space, unfortunately.
That's a big one. Air superiority here really puts a big threat into play on J King's side. Air superiority. Wait, is that just lethal? Oh my goodness, it is.
Can you believe that? Just like that. Why not? Double tapping.
That burst of fire was sitting there. I was thinking about the burst of fire, and in my head I registered it as useless in J King's hand. It's not useless in Huawei's hand. That's the reason it's in the deck.
Just like that, air superiority. Basically, if you own the skies, it doesn't matter what you got sort of floating around on the bottom, because it was just tough to begin with. As we saw early on in this matchup, Admirable, there was just a lot of just unit donations to a degree. It was, okay, here's my commando, here are my honeys, you're just going to pound these down, but at least, the very least, they're absorbing some damage that could have went to face, but there was really not so much of a follow-up. Playing something like Plan West to establish 2 units and perhaps following up with a intel card to buff them up, that may have changed the game. It just didn't seem like there was much going on for that rapid development that deck can definitely take off with. It just kind of sputtered out early.
Yeah, in that matchup, honestly, it just felt like the J King just didn't really have much of a hand that was impacting the board. No Legion stuff was going on early, so that makes the intel so much weaker. Again, good info on the intel, but not good use of what can just happen afterwards. It's just really just kind of a poor outcome from J King's side, and Huawei just operating their resources pretty much, I would say, in like a perfect regard, understanding that taking the damage when you're offered the opportunity. Why not? That's what these units are in the game for, is to get damage across on your opponent's side. If they're not threatening you, threaten them back.
Having that bomber up early really just established the control of the board, and from that point onward, like you mentioned, just not having much, just having to react, looking for stuff, a shelling, which was probably one of the more impactful turns that they may have had. Everything else was just kind of playing catch up, and even the big turn plays were kind of eventually shut down by the fact that, well, I've got a buffed unit, it now has Fury, and your life total is just not high enough to really digest what I'm feeding you here. And Game 2 is around the corner. Huehue up 1-0 on J King. This is the finals of the OCC. Flake, Admirable, and Ollie bringing you the cast on this one. And we're taking a look here. As you see, it is Germany for Huehue, and it is Japan for J King.
Yeah, and taking a look at this opening hand as well. Verbal feels like just such a powerful card. Sitting at a 2-3 with Blitz, what a powerful effect on a card. Like the Blitz units we see, it feels like they're 2-2s, they're 1-1s. 2-3 is not a joke. I mean, this unit is going to often get a couple of trades in, or force your opponent to have to attack it twice, something of that nature. And so for Huehue here, it's really going to be about pressure that develops in this game, and we have seen it time and again. This fast Heinz deck, it just feels like it's relentless and that it does not stop applying pressure. But that's kind of the similar side that J King is on right here, and I feel like J King early on has found two very critical cards. Number one is that Pioneer 95 to get some extra credits. Number two is that Desperate Measures to fight back on board.
I want to quickly jump in, and I want to say that J King and Huehue are tied with 3 wins each in the Officer Club Championship. So they are fighting in terms of lead of titles here. Whoever wins this title will have bragging rights until the other one surpasses them again. The other thing I want to point out is that awesome little cup of coffee on the table for J King. He's not playing tired, that's for sure.
Well, if you wanted extra layers and extra stakes, that's the way to do it, my friend. There you go. I mean, bragging rights are bragging rights. And, when you both of them have 3 titles under their belt already. So they're going for the 4th. They want the Grand Slam. And I'm not talking about eggs and sausage, ladies and gentlemen. No. This is for bragging rights indeed. And here it comes, fighting back and forth. I think Admirable, I think this is going to be a matchup that's just going to go. I mean, the fact that you have that unit where every destruction of your opponent's unit gives you extra jam, right? Everything that you're killing or everything that dies is going to give you extra credits in the pocket. That's going to go miles here, especially if you can empty your hand and hit an Enigma at the right time. I'm liking where this is going.
Yeah, and I think this is a really critical point to be making as well, is the fact that the Noshub here, I thought this was going to be a pretty scary front line that was taking place here, but instead what ended up happening is just Huehue didn't have a way to just floated 2 credits instead. So the Noshub so far has not actually had an effect that has been huge. It's really kind of done nothing so far. So I think it's an advantage J King that's happening at the moment. 4 credits just spent on Enigma here in the middle of the game. That's something that J King I think is loving to see, knowing your opponent's hand is kind of clunky, and then being able to get some of your own board established and give you time to get to that Feigned Retreat. That Feigned Retreat is really what's going to be making the difference here. But look at that Bomber. Holy smokes, is that card good.
That's great, because it's not a retreat effect. It's bounce back to hand. So front line back to hand. You're basically skipping the middleman here and putting it directly back, back to go, do not cross, or go back to jail, do not cross go, do not collect $200 in this case. And and just on top of that, a 5/4 air unit that just can go over top and just, fly right over top of all this damage. And is this a situation now, Admirable, where you're just punching face? I mean,
you have a Noshub. I mean, you have actual option when you have that Noshub in play. Do you want to establish damage to face, or do you want to develop your board more? We got a little bit of development because of that Noshub trade that took place, and then start pushing damage to face. 5 to face is not a joke. That's 25% of your health total right there. So you're gonna have to battle for it somehow.
Moving forward again, there it is, and now you also have the 22nd that are going to draw you a card, and why not? The Panzer is going to come through with the discount on the check of an infantry unit. We're all squared away here, Admirable. Take a look at that. It's 15-15, like you said. 25% off sale is everyone's taking advantage here. The question is when the turn switches back to Huehue, how is he going to respond here? Is it Trade City? Is it, are you going to start establishing more units? You got the Panzer IIA, the Stug in there. You've got options. I believe that's another Sendai regiment as well. So question is how do you prioritize what needs to die in this case?
It's a great question. I'm looking at Sendai regiment just being able to continue to, establish some sort of fight for board. And on Huehue's side, there's not really too much more development that can end up taking place in a spot like this. And so I'm just looking at it and trying to figure out, how can I keep this 5 connecting to face the entirety of the game? That's all I'm looking at. How can you keep the 5 going? And the answer here is take a step back. And that's exactly what Huehue's done. A massive pressure to the board, and this is why that Desperate Measures is such an important card. You'll notice that Huehue has to push back in order to establish that board presence. And what gets to happen for J King? Sweep that board away, and then start delivering your own pressure. This is the reason I think that trading is such a dangerous measure against this Japanese aggro deck, is that desperate measures can completely wipe the game if you get into spots like that.
And here's another situation where that Enigma that was basically the entire turn a few turns ago is kind of coming back to haunt you, because you would have loved to have had it now, perhaps, where you could have played it and developed, but that's not the case. At the very least, the 22nd are going to draw you cards, but how impactful are them? As you see there, he had to move forward with the Nashab as an 0-2. The cards, it's a tough place to be. As you see, J-King here has everything going for him. He's got the bodies, the HQ total, the hand size. It's just he's got the triple crown now, and he's just off to the races. He's taking him out.
Wei does not find any card draw here either, and that's going to give J-King the complete opening to do whatever you find necessary, and what a draw it was. Holy smokes, you needed stuff to do, and your options were Sendai Regiments and do nothing, or the Feigned Retreat and discard your hand. So the turn, what does it pick up? How about a 1/3 fighter unit that puts 2 more cards in your hand?
I mean, I like card draw. I like establishing the board. I like pushing for damage. I mean, if you can get all 3 in one neat little package, why not? I mean,
that's not Leopold, and that's going to be
not Leopold.
Holy smokes, we got ourselves a series here, Flake. We are now at 1-1 apiece. J-King able to just completely obliterate the attrition engine that was fought in that game in particular. And it just felt like there was no opportunity for Wei to really fight back. Had some solid tempo plays that were taking place, but not able to capitalize on the tempo properly. And J-King fighting for board and for value there kind of shows, why that's an established strategy and why so many players respect it. Is because when it works as about as decisively as you can imagine.
Yeah, there was also not a lot of big, resilient bodies on the board on Huihui's side, where the trades would have been a little bit cleaner to make and just move forward. Unfortunately, there were some big turns on both sides, but ultimately it just seemed like J-King had the card draw when he needed it, and the turn that Huihui just dropped in with that Enigma on turn 4 for a couple cards. Sure, card draw is great, but that's a card that you probably want to play later on when you've completely spent your hand and you can refill it and reestablish the board. Playing it and then not doing anything is a little bit of a wasted opportunity when you're playing a deck that wants to establish, move forward, and push damage all at once. So that could have been one of the more critical turns of using an asset like Enigma for a fairly slow play like that.
Yeah, it's not the spot you want to be in. When you're battling for board that way, it's spending 4 to draw a couple cards, not ideal in that situation. J-King able to capitalize very thoroughly in that one as we head into game 3 now. It's going to be Huihui on Germany, J-King on Britain. And this is a matchup where I feel like I am still open to the idea of who has the edge in this one. I will say that this Britain deck with Poland as backup just does such a great job at continuing to deploy threats and ways to defend yourself. But the Fast Heinz deck just always has the opportunity to completely take over the game.
So when I've played this list, J-King's Britain list here, facing these Germany, these Fast Heinz decks, I have found that if I do not have that wonderful opening of, drawing in the Pioneer Company, having the #1 commandos to follow up, perhaps even if the dream obviously is Pioneer into Plan West into the KARDS, and that's usually enough of a buffer for you to just withstand your opponent's excellent opener. If you do not have that going, if you're just sitting back and just taking it for a few turns, that could be problematic. Not having a 2-drop like a commando to fight back on the board where necessary makes it a little bit more worrisome, because as your opponent is just establishing these very mobile units, you want to be keeping up. But you want to be keeping up and getting on top of them and getting on top of them. You want to create a bigger wall for them to punch through that makes it difficult for them, where maybe they're using some of these buff cards in order just to clear your board. Whereas over time, you're going to have a bigger board to deal with. There it is. There's the Plan West. Now, without the Pioneer Company, those are so susceptible to dying. As you can see here, it's just going to be easy money moving through, but that's the whole turn. And now that those tanks are in the front line, they're still on board. What's your follow-up here? It's problematic.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting spot, honestly. I liked the J-King's play here. They did have a couple different options of saving the Plan West for the following turn as well. but instead just sets up the countermeasure here so the opponent can't buff the board, and looking forward to this shelling being able to deliver some response in a spot like this. This is going to really slow down your opponent and give yourself some room to be able to deploy these legions and then buff them as well. Like this was a pretty big setup from J King's side, and I think this is what they were considering on the previous turn. The difference is it would have cost you 4 damage. Now Fast Heinz gets found on Huihui's side, and you better believe that Fast Heinz is ready to be set up as quickly as possible. J King is going to have to pay attention to something like that and how you actually affect it, but I think that the hand from J King right now is okay with establishing some board and getting it checked by Fast Heinz. It's very unusual, I would say this, but I think that his hand can fight against a Fast Heinz full buff right now.
Well, here it comes. Exactly. This is what you want to do. Now, the KARDS is going to come through. That's a bomber that you can establish. It's going to go ahead and not only buff your legions, but it's also going to fill your hand with some intel cards that are now at a discount. So just like that, that was basically the wet dream opener, the 1-2-3 turn, but he did it all in one swoop. So that's basically what you want to have on turn 3. Unfortunately, it's turn 6. So now we're looking at Huihui, how is he going to approach this? Because those tanks are not strong enough to punch through and get through that, and there's still a bomber that might be able to mop up some of the damage. So the question here is, well, we're going to buff him up, we're going to punch through, or how much of this am I going to take care of? But there we go. That is a lot. That's a lot. Exactly.
Gosh.
As everyone's...
Oh my gosh. This is disgusting.
Everybody's home for Christmas on this play. My God.
Look at this. The face as well. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. It's the face. How does your opponent handle this? J King's going to 6 from here. Why on earth would you give them 6 free defense on the headquarter right now when it's a 2-2 bomber? Let them do what they want.
And here it is. How do you recover from this? You can draw cards, you can do everything, but your legions are gone. And just like that, the power of what this Germany deck can do, you saw it right here. Let's buff everyone up. Let's make them operate for very cheap, and let's give them an extra little, a little extra fun in the front row as they just pound through. That was all done, Admirable, on 6 credits. That was ridiculous.
Now, mind you, this is because the board was established, and this is the strength of this German Fast Heinz deck, is that you're every single time that you have to just units in play, you're a threat. And so how do you fight against this deck? Well, you got to keep killing their units, or you have to build your own threat. That's on the back line of the table here. It creates this dynamic where both of you have to be fighting about as aggressively as you possibly can, and that to me is the beauty of this entire matchup, is that sort of situation can take place. So. Taking a card from your opponent here, hoping you find something good. Nothing really established there. Bomber gets punched through, but you just don't have the defense to support yourself against this one. J King gets blown out by some board presence and the perfect buffs from Huihui's side. It's 2-1 Huihui.
And let's just give credit where credit is due. You just going through time and space and urging him to go face the yes, no, yes, no, yes, 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 and depositing the 6 damage to face.
Old man yells at Cloud.
Oh, yeah, but the cloud came back and won, which is wonderful. So in that case, it's Huihui up 2-1. It is game 4 around the corner here. J King is just clinging to his last life over here, as Huihui is going to be relying on his Japanese list to move forward and take the OCC championship here. Again, Flake and Admirable with you. Ollie just riding shotgun, just an absolute... awe of this gameplay here, but that's a list that I think J King could rely on for another go. Again, if he had that turn 6 instead of if he had it as his 1-2-3, that game would have been completely different. Unfortunately, it's not always that easy, right? So in this case, J King has 2 options: that Soviet list that he's relied upon in the past, or that British list that we just saw that can really kind of fight back and hold on against a Japanese list that's going to be... It's just going to be marching down your throat the whole time.
It's, this isn't really much of a choice here on J King's side. It's you need to win with both, full stop. And so it's finding out if this Japan aggro deck on Huihui's side can really take advantage of the situation here and get 1 win out of 2. It's very much the kind of deck that operates on that level. It's a pretty 50-50 kind of deck at the very, very least. And so for J King here, really, it's just so much of this has been demonstrated as deck strength and not player strength. We've been seeing some decisions crop up here and there, but really we've just been seeing excellent draws take the game. back and forth. And so for Jay King here, they're going to need 2 excellent draws because right now neither player is really playing it bad. They're not making mistakes. They're not sacrificing potential anywhere. They're battling as hard as they can. And so for Jay King here, it's back-to-back wins is what you need. You're starting off going first against the Japan aggro deck though, and that's got to feel good.
It does feel good. It allows you to get to those 2 drops, which are so important. Again, there's not many 1 drops in that list besides the Pioneers, which you did not get. But I will say this:
you're looking for again.
Well, those honeys. I think the honeys are pretty important in this
honey
one.
play. Oh, you gain a health whenever that hits play. Yeah. Oh, what about that second honey that's coming out? It looks like next turn.
Oh, you mean
is that what you're looking for?
The one next to the 3rd honey? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, the 3 honeys. That's what you're looking for in this matchup. Jay King needed a strong draw in this matchup. He needs strong draws, I think, to be winning these games right now because he's playing against some pretty strong decks and a strong player on top of that. Jay King themselves is a very strong player, but right now we're watching meta choice be the deciding factor in this game right now. Both players are they're playing on the even line, and when you have this even knowledge dependency that's taking place here, it shows the meta decision. That's what makes the difference. And so for Hui Hui here, finding that first signal regimen, it's a little bit late, but it's still coming to the party pretty strong here. For Jay King, it's about how can you fight for the board the best.
And you saw there, Hui Hui made the conscious decision of going after that honey, and then now seeing the 3rd one come through must be a dagger to his heart, as he's basically said, I have put in so much work. I have committed so many troops. There's a big one that's going to wipe that honey off the board. That's 2 of 3 gone, Admirable. There's 1 holding on for dear life, but at least they've done their work here, as he is above board. He's at 23 health against an aggressive list with a carpet bomb in hand. That's not a bad way to to be set up and feel pretty good about your life right now.
No, not at all. And I think that when you're sitting on Jay King's side here, value very much is a key tool at this moment. I'm looking at Churchill. I'm looking at the carpet bombing that's in hand, and lots of ways to reestablish board should you quote unquote run out of resources in a situation like this. So I think for Jay King's side, it very much is about just making sure that you can keep fighting and then find the timing on these wipes. The timing on these wipes, I think, is what's going to be key here, because it's, Hui Hui's got a ton of resources in hand right now, and you can't afford to waste too much. It's just got to be the right moment where all of these things strike.
And that Panzer T comes through and just absolutely answers that bomber. There was a decision there where maybe you gotta get rid of it. You gotta protect the bomber in the back row. But the option was either to kill the 2/2 in the front row or establish one of those commandos. But boom, baby. Adios, muchachos. The bombing raid's going to come through and wipe out some of that protection in the back row. One still exists, but at the same time, it's at least going to die. It's not going to be able to trade twice in this case, as that signal regiment in the back row is also going to get the job done. As you see here, it is going to be resilient towards that carpet bomb.
Kind of curious of what the play is here from Jay King's side. The carpet bombing is looking nice here, but honestly, Churchill's stopping a lot of damage and putting a threat in play as well. So if you play Churchill here, let's say that your opponent has response to that, the Sendai Regiment. Well, you have a carpet bombing to follow that up. It feels to me like Churchill's the play here.
Oh,
this
for
is
sure,
an
it is.
Extremely powerful threat at the moment.
Churchill comes in. It pushes things to the back. It creates a situation where your opponent's going to have to remove to the front and then reestablish to the back line. And then the carpet bomb does some serious work. And you just burnt a Shiden too. That's a big one.
That is a huge threat to burn, because the way that you end up losing in a matchup like this once you've established recovery is the Shiden being able to deal you 8 blitz damage. And that's gone now. So for Jay King now, if they establish a recovered spot in this game, real actual win condition has been established. The Shiden got burned away. So for Jay King now, it's back to that square one. How do you establish the board and make it stable? That's the game plan.
I'm wondering here is how essentially, I don't want to say greedy, but how much he's valuing this carpet bomb. When do you drop it down? Because really, the carpet bomb is protecting you from, I guess, 4 damage, whereas if there's more that's dedicated to the board, you could be a little bit more, freewheeling with it. And in this case, he's just going for a little bit more protection, dropping the 4/7 as well, beefing that bad boy up, looking into the hand as well. That 6/5 in the back row, that plane is problematic. It is certainly ugly to look at. Making more space, drawing twice. This is tough, but hey, I guess there's your answer. Now you got 2 carpet bombs, so just pop one when you want.
It's the first signal here that's really making such a big difference here. 7 gets connected to the face right now, and this 6-5 in the back, it's just not being contested at all. Hui is running away with this game just because they've had the massive threat potential. J King's able to put it back in hand, but is this enough to put it back in hand, clear the board, and stay alive? It's pretty tough from J King's perspective.
If you drop that back into hand, you're also establishing the 2-2 guard. So if that plane wants to come back and attack, it's going to have to come through the 2-2 guard, which is it's going to bring it down to 3. So the second carpet bomb can finish the job. So there is a little bit of reprieve, but he's not doing that. He's bouncing something else.
No, this is really smart on J King's side. The first signal gets bounced to hand to establish higher life total right now. So from J King's perspective, if Hui can't answer this Legion, that's how the game can be won. And that was it. That was the only... J King had to take that risk, and it's a strong line, but it just wasn't enough to get the job done. Hui absolutely just cranking card draw in this game, constantly applying threats and demonstrating why being able to go face is such an important mechanism in this game. Having that key 83 in the back, just constantly pressuring damage and making sure that you have the cards to funnel through your opponent. Absolutely too much pressure for J King to handle. First Signal Regiment demonstrates its power, and Hui finds himself the champion of the OCC here at 3-1 over J King.
He had a library of options ready for him. Hui had just a full hand at all times. It was just pick and choose your poison. In this case, it was threat after threat after threat. Own the front line, keep going. No matter how many legions there were, it was just happening. They were there, it was happening. There was not much you can do.
I mean, congratulations to Hui. He becomes the first player ever to win 4 Officer Club championships. That is no small feat. And you know what, guys? This has made me beyond excited for next month's OCC, because I know J King is going to be coming back for that tie, right? He's going to be coming back fighting for that tie more than anything. You know, he's a proud player, and I definitely know that he wants to stake the claim for that. But for now, Hui is the undisputed Officer Club championship titan of the game, and we can take a look at the bracket to see his journey through it. It wasn't easy. First, he had to get past XY. That went to 3 games, so really tight on just exiting the tournament in the quarterfinals. Then he 2-0s Cyril Morgan in the semifinals before 3-1 against J King in the finals, making him the Officer Club champion, taking home $500 for his troubles. J King 7 comes in second, and then it's going to be Cyril Morgan and Apologize will play at a time better suited for them for that third place match or third place finish. What an absolutely fantastic day of games, guys. Just blown me away.
I gotta say, it was from the get-go, the bar was set very high with that first series, and it just seemed that train kept on rolling as every single series had its highs and lows in terms of just like these spectacular plays, these top decks, these magical moves, and these some games that lasted 2 or 3 minutes and some that went the distance. And frankly, that's what we want to see here. The variety of decks that we got to see, some that we didn't get to see, like the Alpine list that we were all talking about. That just means that there's other opportunities for future tournaments for players to could further innovate with the new cards and the new sets that are coming out, as well as just relying on some old favorites like we've seen Artillery come through and continue to win games.
Look, I'm gonna set the prediction now for this one. Before I set my prediction, I want to say J King making it to the finals here, on top of what the resume they have. I mean, this has got to be something that you're proud of right now. This is such an impressive performance that's been happening here. And on Hui's side, you just went up that bar a little bit more, taking a first place instead of a second place. But my golly, that's about as close as it's going to come. Maybe you went to 5 games, but I don't think I'm going to be remembering the game count in this one. I'm going to be looking at how many titles each player has. So if J King come back and get some revenge here, holy smokes, are we looking at quite an establishment in this particular game that's been taking place. But congratulations to Hui on this one. Prediction wise, Red Devils, best card in the game.
You said this during the
prediction.
break. You said this during the break.
Now I'm making it public. This is how confident I am in it, Ollie. I say all sorts of stupid stuff when I'm in private. But when I'm in public saying stupid stuff, that's when you know I'm really serious about it. Because I say a lot of stupid stuff in public, but my gosh, if you've ever talked to me in private, you know that I just constantly just spew nonsense from my mouth all the time. But Red Devils, I'm predicting right now, going to be the strongest card in the game.
I really like that you decided to bring the infused herbal water and the Red Devil comments into the public realm here. I think it's an excellent choice of all the conversations that we had during the break to bring and share with the audience.
I'm happy that nobody brought up my carbonated coffee idea.
I was hoping that was the lead I was trying to give you was to mention the carbonated coffee and the herbal tea. We just needed time to fill, and I figured stupid comments were going to be better than just talking about the meta, because we've been talking about the meta for 5.5 hours. So I figured stupid comments were going to be a little bit more inviting.
Carbonated coffee is not a stupid idea. I think it's definitely viable, like coffee flavored beer. Awesome.
All right, guys, I feel like we're getting a slightly off topic here, but I mean, what a fantastic day of games. And if you like competitive cards, make sure to follow us here on Twitch. Make sure to keep your eyes out on the Steam news, because that's where we announce everything, as well as on our social media platforms. We are located on Twitter, we're located on Instagram, we're located on Facebook. So make sure to stay up to date on what is happening. Before we sign off, Admirable and Flake, starting with you, Admirable, any final words, any shout outs?
Just head over to KARDS.com and make sure you're checking out the decks that are coming up. You know, the decks that were in OCC this week, they looked a lot tighter and cleaner, I think, than decks that we have seen just even in the past month. You know, it's very clear that now the players, they've been taking the game seriously, but now they're trying to find where that next level edge is. And it's in cleaning up these decks. You know, you may not think it's that big of a deal, but cleaning up 2 or 3 cards is going to make a tremendous difference when you're getting paired against players who are on the same level that you are competing. A better deck means going to mean more wins. Full stop. Head over to KARDS.com and make sure you check that out. And the new set, I feel like some of the cards that are printed in the new set, they're going to be a little bit harder to establish because they don't just fit into the deck as it sits right now and try to improve it a little bit. Some cards do, but I think some cards are offering completely new angles and completely new ways to actually play the game. And so I really encourage everyone to check them out. I know that I've been enjoying them a ton right now. I've been watching card streams and just to kind of see how players are trying to play with these cards and trying to get some ideas of my own to try to cook up and refine. It's just really, the game, I think, is in a pretty strong spot right now.
Awesome. Thanks for that. And Flake, any final words?
I mean, when you look at all these player profiles and you see that they're all rocking like 66 to 70% win rates, it can be intimidating to get into the game. They all have, 10,000 plus games, but I do have to say that everybody starts somewhere. So if you're new to the game, if you're watching this for the first time, or if you're just casual and want to get better, you are not losing if you're learning. So take those losses and transform them into lessons, friends. So keep going, keep persevering, keep your chin up, and, today's loss can be a lesson that will turn into tomorrow's victory. So keep pushing. And KARDS.com, check out these lists that these players have brought. They're constantly evolving. There's new cards coming out. And that's it basically, is just play games, baby, and check the game out, because it's a pretty damn good game.
All right, awesome. Thanks so much for that. And you can catch both Flake and Admirable on all your local and prime social media platforms, streaming platforms, and so on. They have online personalities all over the place, and they are oh so fun to follow, so make sure to check them out. This is going to be it for us here today. I will remind you that next weekend we will have the Mess Hall Brawl Boot Camp, where we are welcoming Alias V, Thea Beastie, Trump, and Amaz into Cards and see how they will play around with this unique and interesting game that we have. But this is going to be us for tonight. Thank you so much for tuning in. It is always a pleasure to stream tournaments and to just sit here and chat with you guys. Until next time, see you later.